we're live.
Guys, you know the drill. Let us know.
I think it's happening, John.
Tell us, people.
I think we did it.
Yes, I think we are.
If we're live, you
alive.
must mention to us that we are live and that you could hear us. That's also the most crucial part of the stream.
Yes. It's the part everybody looks
Must
forward
know. We are live?
to. It is.
Just James, can you hear us?
It's live.
We're expecting this to be a relatively calm stream. John, say hi to people while I adjust the chat.
Hello, Christian Unpronounceable. Thank you for being here. Just James, Grayson, Hermelin. Interesting. You remind me of a different name I'm used to seeing in here, but I think you are a different guy. Random A, the Laser, High Man, Zizzy, Ozzy, the Nerdy Wave, YR, Expert Criminal. Got to get some tips from you, Stevie. Main 7G, dude. Lots of interesting new names. This will be cool because we're on a Wednesday today. Back in the day, it was a Wednesday.
Shout out to all them Dane Cook fans out there.
Now's the time, baby. Hey man, people, you know, they love Dane Cook. But anyway, Stim Pulse, how you doing? Kuromi, how you doing? Ali, Victor, Hugo, Janine, what's up, Janine the Machine in the chat? Good to see ya. Miss you lots.
All right, I think I got everything adjusted.
Everybody give a hand in the chat for Gregory.
Yeah, please. That's why I'm here.
He's been here rearranging stuff. New news has broken, and he made sure that we got it all in the relevant information for you guys so you know what we're going to be talking about today.
We must get started, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Enough.
John, can you close that, please?
No.
So the cats don't get into there.
Can't.
All right, well, John's closing that. Thank you guys for being here. Normally we go live on like Fridays or Saturdays, but with it being Thanksgiving weekend, we thought we'd do our live on Wednesday before Thanksgiving. And plus we got Doctor Who coming out on Saturday. And, okay, so a couple of things we want to get out of the way. Things we're going to talk about today that I did not think it would be the thing that is going to be so predominant. But we have updates about Scream 7. Many of you guys, I'm sure, have heard by now about lead actress, the star of the latest installments of Scream, Melissa Barrera. She has been fired. And now it got reported officially, Jenna Ortega has also left.
Woo!
And so we're going to talk about, positive news.
Yes, guys. We're all happy.
Genocide wins.
Today. Oh, God.
So, so we have that. And then, you know, like we wanted to talk, there's like a big variety of things that you guys help dictate the entire stream based about what's going on in the chat if you haven't been here before. But, you know, like there's other things that we've been hearing about, Superman Legacy casting with Nicholas Hoult. And, you know, we also have like Marvel's box office. And there's a whole bunch of other things as well. Massive thank you to everyone who did contribute to the last stream. I was not present for that one, but I saw you guys were extremely generous. And that really helps out a lot because playbacks on these are not the greatest. So the support that you guys show, it really does go to help out significantly. No. But we always stay in tune with the chat. Even if you can't contribute, that's A-OK. We just want to talk about some stuff. You know, it's fun to actually do a live stream that's not just about Marvel and DC.
Yeah,
even though I'm sure that will be a big part of the topics for today.
Yeah, and even if it took some pretty controversial and harsh news to get us talking about something other than Marvel and DC.
1000%.
Yeah. Which those whoops were jokes, people. I'm not happy that they have been fired. It's actually pretty messed up.
Yeah,
and we're
for
gonna
sure.
talk about it.
Okay, so let's talk about the first thing. Let's just get it out of the way. Let's talk about the main thing here. Melissa, and also for you being here, please go ahead, leave a like on this video. That would mean a lot. Alrighty, Melissa Barrera fired from Scream 7. So she plays the lead character whose name I am totally blanking on right now.
Sam Carpenter.
The Carpenter sisters, yes, Sam Carpenter. And you know what, John? We do not. This is our live streams are extremely hangout. If you want professionalism set up with tech crew and all that, that's what the John Campea show is for. Okay, and then maybe Star Wars theory or something. What did Spyglass say exactly? Because this was the part.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we should get what Spyglass said.
Yeah.
Because that shit is kind of baffling. On what they said. John, while I'm pulling that up, why don't you, you know, kill the time here and tell us what you, what comes to memory here while I'm typing nothing.
I mean, yeah, I recall Spyglass releasing a statement of some sort, basically to the effect that, we don't tolerate any type of anti-Semitism or false claims of genocide or ethnic cleansing or any other of those, pretty harsh buzzwords. And so they are basically implying that most of the things that that Melissa Barrera was posting are, false or misinformation, and they are taking a no tolerance stance on that. I think a lot of us in the chat have probably all seen her post by now, but yeah, she's been let go for basically, expressing a very pro-Palestine, free Palestine stance, essentially.
Okay, here it is. I found it.
Hey,
here's what it says.
Just in time.
Spyglass's stance is unequivocally clear. We have zero tolerance. Spyglass are the producers of the Scream franchise. And here's the thing, guys. The Scream franchise is my favorite horror movie franchise. So while it's not like the biggest number generator for us on the channel or some shit like that, this is one that I'm going to be following closely because this is my favorite horror franchise. Spyglass stance is unequivocally clear. We have zero tolerance for anti-Semitism or the incitement of hate in any form, including false references to genocide, ethnic cleansing, Holocaust distortion, or anything that flagrantly crosses the line into hate speech. Now, here's the interesting part about it. You can find, someone put together a giant thread on Twitter because when this got released, normally when something like this happens, you can kind of see it coming, where perhaps Melissa Barrera was saying some shit online, and then you start seeing on social media people calling for her to be fired, like fire this woman or whatever. And then that wasn't happening. So this this was sort of unexpected. And then people were pretty much going, where's the anti-Semitism? Where's the part where she is clearly, this thing that Spyglass is saying, where is that? And it's just a lot of people going, wait, I'll find it. Just give me a second.
If you squint hard enough,
give me a second.
Post, I mean, there are a couple of posts in there that flirt with confusing the line, but even those aren't very blatant, or at least they are unclear, and that's kind of how they're interpretable as,
Yeah. I mean, when you boil it down to what she's and look, John and I are not going to be the ones that you're going to go to for the political conversation on what's going on in Israel.
We're very
and
much
Palestine.
still learning about all this, and it's a big, thick, confusing issue to balance out in your head. Yeah.
Yes, and it's very complex, and the whole thing though that. What all I can speak to is what Melissa Barrera has been talking about, and when it essentially boils down to is she's been saying, I want a ceasefire and I want the hostages returned.
Peace on both
she
sides.
has made it very clear that she is not anti-Semitic. Like, she supports Jewish people and Palestinian people. That it's not about when she's saying like free Palestine. When she is talking specifically about being anti-genocide, or like for me, when you see like the atrocities that are happening to innocent civilians, that's what she is talking about. The casualties of war usually being civilians, and so that is where her heart and her messaging has been, and been talking about how she feels like the media is primarily focusing on the Israel side and not so much of what's going on with the Palestinians. So that's all it's really been. She hasn't been anti Jews.
And she's bent over backwards in a lot of these posts to differentiate, like, the IDF is not all of the regular people living in Israel, is not the Jewish people. Hamas is not the entirety of the Palestinian people. There are a lot of just regular humans caught up in this that are, bearing the brunt of, the violence and the atrocity and whatnot. And yeah, I feel like, she is, and there are, plenty of Jewish people who do not support, these actions as well, and she acknowledges that. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah. She's been, it seems, pretty careful not to flippantly dismiss any one group or culture of people with these posts.
She's also been extremely clear on her stance for the like, there's been sentiments that she has echoed that I have said on my social medias as well. Because like I said, I'm not the most well-informed. I started really learning about this recently. Like, we got people here who come on the channel who I'm not going to say that some people have brought them up in the chat. That I've talked extensively about it with them. My wife is actually very well informed on these matters as well. what's going on in Israel and Palestine. And it's something that I've just been learning about. And the part that speaks to me the most, like, there's been times where where I look more out of it than I already normally do. Where like John and Coy have come into the room, and they're asking me why I look at it. I'm like, I was just up
Is
all
it just
night.
the normal reasons?
Yeah.
Or
No, I mean,
is it like heart-wrenching terror?
like I'll be up all night. There have been times where I'm just up all night, like watching the raw videos of what's happening to like the children. I'm trying to watch some of my words here, of what's happening to the children out there, and that's the stuff that really fucks with me, basically.
Yeah.
And so with her sentiments have always been about that, and like in her sentiments have also been about how, hey, look, we might disagree with what's going on with the governments, but that doesn't mean that we have to be prejudiced against Palestinian people or Jewish people, and she's pretty explicit about that.
Yeah.
So all this to say, I vehemently disagree with Spyglass's decision
Assessment
to
of this,
firing her and the way they formulate it about, because it's already hard enough for an actress, an ethnic actress at that, to get work,
Yeah.
and to essentially blacklist them in this way is so fucked up. It's messed up, and they're also ruining the franchise. And now Jenna Ortega herself is reportedly left the franchise as well. And now there was already the speculation prior that she'll be leaving. Oh my God, we got a couple of super. I didn't even realize we got so focused on the conference. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you guys.
Thank you guys.
We will get to them, I promise.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then the other part is like Jenna Ortega now has left the franchise, and there was already reports that she might be leaving due to her scheduling with Wednesday, and because she's a busy woman, she's a superstar,
And she
now.
got to finish Beetlejuice 2 as well.
Yeah, I had like 2 days left on filming
Those
that.
2
Yeah.
days.
Yeah. Needless to say, this has left a really negative stain on the Scream franchise. Like, it's everything they do now is just gonna. There was something that felt like a true like. If you look at the Scream franchise after Wes Craven's passing, to then get different filmmakers involved, you needed filmmakers who really knew this world and really understood the voice of it and could also bring their own voice to it. And then they had to create new characters you can get invested into. And granted, I think we were kind of on the same. I think you liked Melissa Barrera's performance more than I did in Scream 5. But by Scream 6, I loved what she did, and I was so on board to see, like, man, what are they going to do with her character? It seemed like, are we watching a secret origin of a new Ghostface this entire time? That's
Yeah,
that's
totally.
kind of the impression I was getting. I wanted to see it unfold, and of course, Jenna Ortega being one of the best actresses working today, to lose these two who are the new faces of them. We've already lost Neve Campbell. I feel like the Scream franchise is now in just utter disarray, and it has drastically affected my emotional association with the franchise now, just from how they're handling it. Even the director came out, said something along the lines of, "This, I don't really have a comment on this.
Yeah,
this
this
sucks.
sucks.
It was
Everything
not my
sucks."
decision."
Yeah.
It's really fucked up what's going on, and I do not agree with the firing. I know there's a lot of like whataboutisms already occurring on the internet of comparing it to other people's situations. I do think it's unfair when you see celebrities on the complete opposite side of the stuff Melissa Barrera has been posting, but the sentiment is pretty much the same. Like, we don't want these civilians to be getting slaughtered.
Yeah, it's just not as cut and dry as people being removed from things for intimate misconduct, I guess I'll say, or violence. Or things like that.
Right.
This zeroes you in on the idea that whoever's making the decisions at Spyglass, or like with the Susan Sarandon situation getting dropped from her representation, this comes down to something, I think, a bit more complex than just a universal ideal of like racism is probably bad, or being a sex pest is probably bad.
Yeah.
It's like agreeably bad. Whereas this, I think there are a lot of misconstruings of, sympathies toward the regular Palestinian people and turning that into anti-Semitism. And that's one of the big problems of the culture.
Hey, 3C.
Is it,
3C. Hey, Chris in the chat. Thank you.
Hey.
We were going to get to guys. Chris did put out a video about this yesterday, and it's a really it's a brief one, but I think he speaks efficiently on the matter that I think is very impactful at the same time, and I think he echoes a lot of the feelings that we're all essentially feeling.
Yeah, well, and I mean, private companies can do what they want, but this is one of those things where this is an ongoing situation. It's very muddy, and it's based on a lot of complicated history. And reading her posts and seeing how careful and careful both in terms of like phrasing, but also careful in terms of compassion. She seems like she was trying to be. It does smack of something different than just like, oh, you stepped out of line and you need to be punished for this. It does feel like somebody at the top of Spyglass just has a distinct ideological disagreement here. And so, yeah, it doesn't feel fair in the same way that, like, somebody being booted for actual bad behavior feels somehow fair.
Someone in the chat.
What?
Someone in the chat said, free Palpatine.
You never know when you're going to get a little levity.
Chat's going by so fast that I almost missed it. Sorry.
It's okay. Free Palpatine as well. You know, maybe he'll chill out. Maybe the galaxy will be better for it.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know. There are a million trillion things to say about this, but it does seem dissonant.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, like people are bringing up, hey, they got the like Noah Schnapp. I don't really know what Noah Schnapp's. All I saw was the one post going around.
Kind of the opposite is him kind of very, very distinctly pro-Israel and mocking, the other side cause.
Right.
Essentially.
And that's kind of the point of, it's kind of weird with like her talking about the unfairness in the media. Well, and then you see like what happens to Susan Sarandon and Tom Cruise having to step in and save his agent.
Which is like a whole bag of worms in and of itself.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked. It's a really messed up situation, and at the end of the day, like what it boils down to, guys, is like regardless of the political sentiments, you got to look at what she was actually saying and what the intent is, and it's not what Spyglass is saying that she said. It's just it plain and simple. It's not.
Yeah.
And no matter what aboutisms we do or what other situations we want to compare it to, let's just look at the immediate situation right now, and it's not what she did. But I would be curious to at least that's my take on it. That's my take on it. What do you guys in the chat feel about it? You know?
It's a super subjective interpretation.
Yeah, definitely.
of her words.
I know it's easy to say, can we have a non-political stream, but the firing is unfortunately due to there's a politicism.
We're not giving you the history of the conflict, but it does. I mean, her comments on it, we have to at least kind of dive into that side of the pool a little bit.
Yeah. Do you guys think that Melissa should have been fired? I'll ask you guys in the chat right now, and we'll move on to some other subjects. I want to check out these super chats, see what's going on in there. But yeah, no, there's other topics we do want to get to. But this is the main one that's been on our mind that John and I were talking about really late last night.
Yeah, and it's just one of those instances where I do think, as much as people whinge about, like, swift motion when somebody really steps out of line, this is a situation where I'm like, I don't know, even if you guys disagree, you could have had some kind of dialogue or come to the table or something. But yeah, I don't know. Certain schools of thought will take any sympathy toward Palestine as just anti-Semitism, basically.
I mean, it seems like everyone in the chat is very much saying no. I don't see anyone saying that she should have been fired.
No, I don't think it makes any sense.
Yeah, and there's some people who are saying that, like, hey, maybe they might hire her back. Part of me is like, would you want to get hired back?
Yeah, and people are also talking about, like, put in Nev Campbell now. It's the only way to save it. And I'm like, well, what's it going to say if Nev Campbell accepts that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do. And it seems like we finally got to the point with Scream 6 where I cared about the core 4 completely because I actually think we were pretty close on Scream 5. Like, I, wanted her to like her performance more in that movie, and then I loved her in Scream 6. So I'm glad she got to make her mark, but I'm also sad we don't get to see that through.
Spyglass should be fired.
Fired from your own company.
Yeah, I mean, I read through most of that giant Twitter thread that they put out of like most of her posts, and I'm just trying to find. I was really examining to try to be like, is there something here that I am totally missing? Is there?
It's like
yeah.
a Rorschach test.
Yeah.
Like I heard the headline and it was before people started responding. So I was like, oh God,
Yeah.
what did she do? And then I went and looked at this very thread. And the further I read, I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, when's the either I am very distorted myself and cannot see this, or where is the anti-Semitism happening? And then people started to freak out about it.
I agree with Janine's comment in the chat that, yeah, conversation should have been had. It seems so impromptu. I mean, maybe there was a conversation happening, but at the end of the day, she was standing by what she believes in, and she wants to be on what she feels is the right side of history. And some people feel like, hey, you're an actress, you shouldn't say this shit. And it's like, well, it's her own personal social media. You know what I mean? And she's allowed to talk about whatever she wants. It's part of the free speech of things, you know? And I don't feel like I don't think she was way out of line.
No, I don't think she said something like completely insensitive or immoral. Again, it's like even if you don't agree, I feel like there's so much nuance to this, and also to the way that she's posed her thoughts. You know, to the way that she's considered all the things that she's saying and addressed criticism in these posts and stuff like that. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Alyssa said that Jenna's the one who told her she got fired. I wonder if that's true.
Oh, goodness. Well, and I mean, you know, Jenna Ortega is, you know, well documented in the chat here. It certainly shares similar views, so I can't imagine, you know, she's heartbroken not to be back.
Yeah.
Either way, even if she really does just have Wednesday scheduling issues or whatever, which the guy from Wednesday just got booted for, you know, alleged misconduct of a more concrete variety. So, like, weird times.
All right. Well, all right. I mean, I'm just gonna see what's going on over here really quick. I want to read what Chris said, since we're on the subject, and Chris is one of the main faces here of 3C Films. Is like when Scream stuff is coming out, like he's the go-to guy.
I don't think Spyglass tanks. I don't think a lot of the average public will really know about this.
Oh, but if Spyglass wants to offer us,
if we want to be Sam,
and Tara, we'll gladly take it.
Yeah.
I just want to throw that out there.
Bring the contract. You can use my AI identity in perpetuity.
We're totally okay. We're what you call just following the crowd here.
We're cultural scavengers.
I'll say. I mean, the last thing I keep wanting to move on, but you know, it's an interesting thing, because I'm often seeing people going, why aren't many celebrities speaking out about what's going on right now? And then something like this happens when you hear about what happened at CAA with Tom Cruise's agent, when Susan Sarandon, and now Melissa Barrera, and you're like, oh, no wonder a lot of people are really. Well, and it's not like we should expect people to. It's just usually when something really big is happening in the world, you hear a large influx of celebrities, you know.
Yeah.
And you're hearing a lot of people who you might expect to say something, like not even like voice an opinion. And it's not like we don't need to hear them. It was just kind of there was an attention drawn that you didn't hear them talk about it.
Yeah, these are usually the people at the cultural water cooler, and I mean, it makes me just really quick. It seems, in my life narrative of how things play out, it's like we've had all this practice with these, you know, water cooler issues that are, like we said, very cut and dry about the cultural confrontations of sexism and racism, all that stuff. Whereas this is like really murky, and like it's dividing friends, dividing families, and like people feel very, very strongly, and like the amount of information to misinformation, all that other stuff is like so dizzying that like it makes me look back and I'm like, we've already had trouble, you know, dealing with issues that are at least much more black and white than this is. And now it's like the training wheels are off and we're on a motorcycle with an issue like this.
And I agree.
And I think it's daunting for a lot. It's, you know, it's like, I don't have much reason. Like, no one comes to me in a public setting for like thoughts on this. But this is one of those things where I'm like, God, even when I have a thought, I'm like, I think about it like 5 or 6 times, then I don't want to speak. I just want to go kind of listen and take in and see what I can learn, because I never feel like I know enough about this.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It's, you know, I would say that the chat here, for the most part, you know, like obviously there's some people here who are upsetting some people.
Absolutely support the LGBTQ community. Absolutely. Sorry, just in case.
As you'd expect, there are people here who are upsetting. At the same time, I think for the most part, you know, you guys are doing a pretty civil job.
You are. You
I was
are.
a bit apprehensive about going live. The last time I was on a live stream was with the Marvels, and that was rough for me.
Yeah.
So to see this, it is actually pretty interesting. But yeah, we don't. I'm not saying that I think celebrities, they must talk about it. It's just there are some celebrities where you usually hear them talk about things.
Yeah.
And then to not hear them talk about stuff was kind of it was like, it did catch my eye. Like, huh, why aren't we? And then you see that, oh, okay, well, damn, this could be. The thing is like sometimes the popular opinion is not in the heat of the moment. When you hear that phrase, I want to be on like the right side of history. You know what I mean? A lot of the time, that is not the popular opinion in the moment when history is being made.
Yeah.
You know? So I'm not saying what is right or wrong. It's just when it comes to what Melissa Barrera was specifically talking about, if you really go into it, she has been very vocal about like, hey, I got a lot of like Jewish people in my life who are being, and I see it. It's something that really upsets me in my personal life is that I hate seeing people who are Jewish or Palestinian being ostracized, condemned just for being Jewish and Palestinian when it has nothing to. It's like they're just people. They're not the.
They're not
the thing you're actually
you're
mad
not your
at.
nation. Yeah. And I mean, somebody
it's
in
just
the
pure
chat
racism
said,
at that point.
Yeah,
know?
And somebody in the chat said like genocide is a simple thing, and it is in concept, but there's so much political entanglement around it. And here in America, where we are allied with the nation of Israel, and we have a complex history of colonization and things like that of our own to deal with, I do feel like it's the surrounding stuff that overcomplicates. People trying to say genocide is bad gets overcomplicated by all the other stuff that surrounds this particular situation.
Exactly.
So while it should be easy to kind of do what Melissa Barrera is trying to do and go, hey, all the needless death on both sides of this should probably stop, and genocide is in fact bad, like that shouldn't be controversial. But yet here we are because of these complex entanglements and the fact that, I mean, there are so much deep back and forth trauma for both of these communities. Like, I don't know really how you untangle it until everybody just decides to stop, you know?
But maybe they should bring back Stu.
They could bring back Matthew Lillard. He never died. He never died. You could bring back Jamie Kennedy. He never died. You know, bring back everybody.
Cedric plays. We're trying to say it shouldn't be complicated, but you know.
It shouldn't be, but here we are.
Here we are.
And people are getting fired for talking about what shouldn't. The aspect that shouldn't be
supposedly there is a ceasefire in the talks right now. Let's see what happens.
How that goes.
Anyway.
Sure be nice.
Anyway.
Yes. Tiptoeing for real.
Yeah, no, we are being a little more careful because we don't want to act like we're the experts on this on the specific subject.
And sometimes it is.
But we are being honest about our feelings.
You know, we live in America, so like confidence and lonerism is the sauce. But I feel like some issues you should be delicate about until you are at least confident that you're like fully informed. So yeah, of course, be delicate. Why not?
Hold on, I'm trying to get this going.
As long as you're not being inauthentic in the pursuit of, you know, being delicate or whatever.
John, I can't pull this up.
Oh golly, let's fix it.
That's why you're here, buddy.
Yes.
I want to see what we got. A few super chats. I want to read them really quick. Give them the time of day.
Let's see if this one works. All right, we're just gonna build some new. Gonna build some.
We've just had some live stream stuff going wrong here.
All right, so we are going to let's call it that. Hey, sorry, gang, you're gonna see the nuts and bolts for a minute here. Let's just kill that window. Yeah. What is that?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right.
We're just fixing a couple of things really quick.
Yeah.
What happened to our? We're using
Everything
OBS.
was set up. Yeah.
I want to get rid of that. I don't. Okay.
Anyway, stall.
I'll stall while you do it, John.
Fix this. All right.
Yeah, no, I agree with your comment there, Sidra, about it. About being against government does not mean you're against people. It's like we're American. We could be against parts of the. Oftentimes you hear about the left and right arguing with each other,
Yeah.
and then there's a reason why. It's because the left doesn't agree with the right doesn't agree with the left, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're anti-American, even though sometimes that disagreement might lead people to think that you're anti-American. It does not equate to that. Like there are parts in the political spectrum of America that, again, no expert in, but occasionally I'll get involved in a conversation, I'll hear something, and I don't agree with it, but it doesn't mean I'm anti-American. At the end of the day, I'm happy to be American.
Yeah, we're at least
We're in a very fortunate position right now.
Free, and I won't forget.
Does Greg ever not wear a headband? Not these days.
I mean, yeah.
John, you're getting this sorted. Don't worry, buddy.
It's.
Did you figure it out?
Darn it. Yeah. Oh my God, no. We're so close. The dimensions.
I'm not against government, but I am against ghosts. That's why I support the Ghostbusters.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? We'll go with that.
Okay, on the playback, we should remember to cut this part out.
Yeah, definitely. It worked, and now I'm going to do it a third time.
Yeah.
Just because.
You got this, John. I believe in you.
All right. You guys are going to see the thingy again, and we're going to take it away again. This is good. This is for all you who want to have your own live stream. This is how the sausage is made. And
I'm really not sure what happened with the stream, but John will fix it.
you know, instead of closing everything out and refreshing it.
Oh, did Napoleon flop?
Is it flopping?
People are saying, a couple people said in the chat that it flopped.
Is Ridley being a grouch?
I mean, yeah, the guy seems to get more cantankerous as time goes on.
Dude, that's the Greg word now. I love it.
It is my word. It's my new favorite word.
It's your new fave. It's good. We should all have a fave piece of vocab.
You don't got this. I don't believe in you.
That's the motivation that I need right now.
What are you going for, John? Is this all on screen right now? Can everyone see this?
Nope.
All right.
No, they cannot see any of it, and I'm going to change the dimensions shortly.
Yeah, guys, so ExpressVPN is hiding us right now.
We are so money baby.
How did Napoleon flip? Didn't Napoleon, like, just came out?
Yes, Napoleon just came out.
Oh, my God, John, you did it.
Hey.
You did it.
In fact, we can crop this a little bit further. In fact.
Let's just work with what we got right now, John.
Sure, why not? Well, we're already here.
I mean, now we got that chat hidden. There's.
That's why I'm trying to crop this just a little bit more.
All right.
Okay.
Duplicitous percolating. Someone got down John's words right there. All righty. We're going to have to change up the vibe of this stream John did it. Everyone give John a round of applause.
John does what he can.
Appreciate you, Johnny. All right, let's read. I want to make sure we get to Chris's chat. Let me just do some minor adjustments here. We're doing this in a very relaxed cadence today, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
That's how we're going to we're like, let's just relax today because we don't know how heated today can get.
Yes.
So, yeah, we're trying to get this a little light.
Yeah.
All righty. Let me move this down. Yeah, I like the look of that. Uh-huh.
That is aesthetically pleasing.
There we go. All right, John. How are you feeling, John? Are you good?
I'm so good. I'm excited to make another one of these when we go to Streamlabs.
All right.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Thank you, John.
Anytime.
All right. So, Johnny, and thank you for the super chat, the first one kicking it off. For both, how many DVDs do you have? Are you going to buy Oppenheimer? Thoughts on Best Buy ending physical media while Nolan defends physical media? I am 1,000% buying Oppenheimer.
Yep.
My wife recently was watching the Hunger Games movies on streaming, and she was watching Catching Fire specifically, and I told her, it doesn't have the IMAX ratio. She didn't know what I was talking about because she didn't watch it in IMAX. And for a lot of people, what they don't know is that in the first part of Hunger Games Catching Fire, it is shot regularly, and then after, if you haven't seen it, a death happens, and then when she enters the Hunger Games, it transitions into the IMAX format, and the entire Hunger Games sequence is in IMAX format. They shot it with IMAX cameras. The way if you see a Nolan film like an Oppenheimer or something, how they shot that with IMAX cameras. And it translates on Blu-ray, but it does not but they don't do that for streaming conversion. And I can't imagine that Max is going to do that. Oh, not Max, Peacock, right? Yeah. I can't imagine Peacock would do that. I mean, they'd be smart to, but I don't think they will do that for Oppenheimer. I know Disney Plus does their like IMAX conversion thing, and sometimes it looks a little off. But I think the way to get it in the form that Nolan would want is it won't happen via streaming. It'll happen via physical media. So yeah, 1,000% will be buying Oppenheimer on physical media. Admittedly, I don't buy enough physical media. I am a negative contributor to that. John's definitely more of a contributor to physical media more than I am.
I mean, I used to buy more stuff that I just liked. I've since pared down to like, if I love this or this is an important film to me, then I'm going to definitely buy a physical copy. Oppenheimer would certainly be included in that. And I do think that like it's weird. I get how and why a Best Buy isn't stocking home videos or Blu-rays or whatever it is now, or is going to stop. But I don't know. It does seem, as much as there's always the march of time and progress, I do think losing physical media is a bit of an actual issue. I know some people are like, who cares? Like, streaming is so convenient. But, like, there are films that were shot on film that have been lost to time and that will never be returned to us. And so, yeah, I mean, I think what Guillermo del Toro is saying is kind of true. Like, in a way, even though it's just a little Blu-ray copy or whatever, you are like the custodian of this. And there might be a time when nothing on the internet carries it any longer, and you've got it.
Yeah,
so,
very true.
Yeah, I very much support the physical media.
Appreciate the inquiry, Johnny. Holy shit,
Whoa!
Jesse. That is a extremely generous super chat. Thank you so much.
I wish we still had the ham horn.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, Jesse Cottrell. Jesse is asking, I think they redirect and shift back to Sydney's story. Bring back Stu. Maybe he has a son. Could have his real face extremely messed up from the TV falling on him. And love what you all do. Keep it coming. Honestly, I think that's what they're going to try to do to save face. I feel like I think if they're going to force that in here, I think it's only a matter of time before the filmmakers leave the franchise themselves and they get new directors.
Yeah, and then you also have to count on the stars that they want to get back not sharing these sentiments with Melissa Barrera.
Exactly, exactly. Because, speaking of Melissa Barrera, that cast really is something that Chris on 3C did remind me of, is you do often would see them, they are a cast that hangs out. It's something I always wonder about casts. Like I haven't seen Modern Family, but I was playing at the gym, and I saw Ed O'Neill on there, and it did make me think, does he ever keep in touch with, like, the other cast members of Married with Children? He
and Sofia Vergara hang out for sure.
That's
Modern
It's
Family.
Modern Family, yeah.
Him and Katie
Listen to
Seagal
what I'm
hang out for
talking
sure.
Yeah. So I was curious about that, and you do see that with the cast of Scream, this new crew, and I don't even think you really saw that with the original cast, right? Because this is one where this cast seems to keep carrying on. And now I think this seems like they might do a Rise of Skywalker situation where they're like, people are upset with our franchise. We need to nostalgia bait them in there. Let's get Neve Campbell back. Like, let's get Stu in. Let's bring that theory to life. Let's do everything we can.
Let's take every weird fan theory and make it real.
And it seems like the filmmakers behind there, they had a very specific direction of what they were doing with their story, with their characters. They were telling, at the end of the day, a character-driven narrative that had the thrills and everything like that. And I can't imagine that if the studio's like, no, you got to start doing this shit now, that they're going to want to stay by. And then we'll know this, the franchise is really going down the shitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really concerned about the franchise, really. I really think it'll be a nostalgia bait franchise at this point.
Well, yeah, and I mean, at least for the people paying attention, it's going to be real weird to interact with whatsoever because you know that they're just going to be trying to angle you to forget about the real world stuff.
Yeah.
So, and hey, I love movies. We all love movies, but real life is more important than movies, so.
That depends. My escapism is often the thing that saves me, John.
Sure.
So,
Yeah.
That's just my take. But hey, that's just me.
You should always be in a state of escape. Never acknowledge reality.
Yeah.
Never contend with the harshness of carrying two ideas in mind at once.
In the chat, yes, I am excited for Shelby Oaks. Did a whole video about it, like when he first announced it, and I am one of his Kickstart supporters.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you, Jesse. That is a very, very generous super chat. Thank you very
John.
much. Really stands out amongst the crowd. Even if I gotta shout out loud, tonight is the only Goofy movie.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Powerline. Love it.
Dart Car with a wow. Thank you, Dart Car.
Woo, thank you.
Kevin
Wow to
Frazier with this LinkedIn profile.
Dude,
You
nah,
you
that
guys
is
are
a
great.
sexy
Thanks for
avatar.
everything. Oh man, look at that.
You look. I don't know. Whatever you're selling, I'm buying it.
I love it. I love the look of it, my
Yeah.
friend.
Bring it to me.
Eon Blosh. Hey, buddy. Good to see you.
Hey.
Hey, Greg. Missed you last stream, but hey, me and the fans really do appreciate what you do for us. You bring joy to my days with each upload.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And really sorry that that your contributions didn't come through last time. Feel real bad about. I mean, you know.
Eon's always here, and
bad about that.
I appreciate you always being here. And you're one of our. And this, with it being Thanksgiving, I want to say thank you to everyone who has been given to the super chats, but everyone who's just here right now, chiming in the chat. There's a lot of names that I'm recognizing here that are usually just here. Again, if you can't contribute, that's Taylor. Okay, like just seeing like even Richard Lloyd right now, who's. Well, let me just make sure the chat's still going. But yeah, there's so many people here who I love seeing that. Just on a random Wednesday that we're doing this, like so impromptu.
Oh, Wednesday, get it?
Yeah.
It's Wednesday, Adam.
And where are we at? Okay, 3C Films. Let's see what he said. All right. I am pissed. Ugh. Love this franchise, and I just don't see how they can get fans excited again. I don't even think Stu returning would save it for me.
Well, because now it's now it's like, yeah, it's going to be all shameless attempts at making you just like look past what they did. They're just going to try and give you as much candy and gifts as possible until you're just like, I don't care. And I mean, you know, in a post-Ezra Miller Flash world, there's a solid chance it might work for a lot of people. But I, would agree. Whatever they're going to bring us now, I am going to be
Did Flash work for people?
The movie itself didn't work for people, but everybody still went and saw it to get that opinion. And I mean, granted,
Everybody went and saw it.
that's fair. They did not. But I feel like there are different reasons for everybody not going to see it than people caring that Ezra Miller is in it. I feel like a lot of people didn't care about the movie at all.
Yeah.
So that's probably why that happened.
Well, you see, like that's the thing about. That's the thing, like what 3C is bringing up right now, Chris, is bringing up about Stu returning and all that. Unlike a lot of other horror movie franchises, I can't say it's applicable for all of them. Okay, you can theoretically do a Halloween franchise without Laurie Strode as long as you get Michael Myers back, right?
Technically, you are correct.
Technically, yes, and I think you can still
People love part 3, but yes.
Well, I mean, I think 4 and 5 were still 4 was really liked, and then there was no Laurie Strode in there.
Yeah. You have your icon. You need your icon.
Nightmare on Elm Street franchise, you mainly just need Freddy Krueger.
Mm-hmm.
The Friday the 13th franchise, you mainly just need Jason. Scream is this interesting franchise because so much about it is not just you need someone in a ghost face mask, because so much of it rides on who's the killer.
Yeah.
Who's behind the mask? And what's made the franchise great is a lot of those movies you get invested in the characters themselves. Yeah. And that's why this is so upsetting. Because we have gotten invested in the characters and watching their trajectory. And I think that's one of the things that really and it's also an ensemble piece. And I think that's one of the things that distinguishes Scream from many other horror movie franchises.
Yeah.
Because you can't just have Ghostface be in there and stabbing people. You can, but then you just got a schlocky film.
Yeah, and we're still currently on a timeline where we are keeping everything in continuity. So, it's the growth of the Sidney Prescott story into the extended family, into the Carpenters and how they relate back to Billy Loomis and all that stuff. So, I feel like at this point you would need to do a full-ass reboot. Because, what do you need? What are the nuts and bolts if you jump out of the character continuity?
Ghostface could be an actual ghost.
I mean,
it's a funny comment.
I'm excited to get silly with
really
it.
Funny comment.
Sadly, part of me is like, okay, so you reboot Ghostface. What do you need? You need the mask, you need the knife, and you need just meta horror movie commentary. Right. So it's not impossible. People really like the show, or at least it's got a cult following. So it's my lowest concern is them salvaging. They could find something to do with it, and hey, they might even find a neat. Part of me is as much as I would only want to continue this continuity, especially again as of Scream 6, really coming to enjoy our core 4. I think the only way this works without them is if you just completely reset everything.
Right, right.
And then it's going to be the same problem. It's going to be but you're still the people who
with the Melissa Barrera thing. No, you know.
Nash, we talked about Jenna Ortega right at the top.
Yeah. But welcome back. Good to see you.
Let's see here. Gary, thank you so much, Gary.
Get her.
I would lose respect if Nev took the role now.
That's the other problem.
I don't think it's a good look now if she took the role, especially right now.
And I mean, and you know, then that also just says like some icky financial stuff about like, well, now that you lost your two main stars and Jenna Ortega is going to be much more expensive than ever before. Hey,
yeah,
we can afford to bring it. You know, it's kind of tacky. TBH. And like, you know, I doubt Matthew Lillard needs it because he's got 5 nights now and other things. And I mean, you know, the Scream team does fine on the convention circuit as well. I feel like the original Scream cast is like much more camaraderie because of conventions than like being on the actual movies.
Yeah, yeah.
And they can, you know, continue that way for the end of time, you know.
It just did not end.
No, it's clearly supposed to continue.
Yeah. It just did not, it would be so strange.
And after the really satisfying, like, real-life arc of, like, oh, this performance has gotten night and day better from 5 to 6. Now I really want to see how this culminates with her character. Like, this is the thing, is they made me care about these characters. They made me care about her. They made me... It was a perfect blending of performance, and they wrote for her, and you could tell the filmmakers were writing real-life responses to... Like, it was so vital, and now, now it's just a bummer. It's just like you cut the pulse entirely, and unless they can find some real weird way to sort this all out, you know, I don't...
Hey, Omni.
I'm always going to be thinking about what we would have missed, especially because it's like a pretty compelling idea that maybe she'll become a ghost face of some kind, you know?
Alrighty, so where are we at here? Ryan Platts is saying, thank you, Ryan Platts, for your super chat, my friend. Now they're saying Jenna couldn't do it because of scheduling conflicts. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we talked about this earlier in chat, and I feel like there's way more to it than that. It just... I feel like they could have made it work. I think they would have made it. It's Jenna Ortega.
It's freaking.
She is so famous. They would have made it. They would have undoubtedly
what a feather
been like,
in your cap. Yeah.
Well, we got to find a way to make this work around her schedule.
Well, and
they undoubtedly would have. And they already said her role was going to be a little smaller already.
Sure.
That they would have found the time to make it work. Fitting her in for Scream is not the same as fitting her in. I know it's complicated. They shoot in different areas, and when they shoot for Wednesday's an entire season of television that she has to prepare for. Not to forget, like, she probably has other things outside of Wednesday as well that she's booked to do. But Scream, I am just playing. It's just conjecture at this point. Like I'm just believing something that is not confirmed.
It just it's the timing for me for the very following morning to be like, oh, hey, we worked this out before the strike and stuff, but today we're going to announce that she's leaving. Like,
well, Omni in the chat. Can you read that, John?
There was a new update about why Jenna left. She asked her agent to end her contract. See, that makes a lot more sense. Like, because... Again, she is documented as sharing similar beliefs to Melissa Barrera, so I would absolutely... She seems exactly like the kind of person who would, out of solidarity, just walk. Because she doesn't need Scream now.
Yeah.
She can do whatever she wants. Like, she's on top of the world. And she's got a show in Wednesday that she's got, like, creative sway over, too.
And, like, I don't know her. Obviously, we don't... None of us, most of us, 99.9% of us don't know her personally, but... What you can gather of her personality type on interviews is she would be the kind of individual. At least this is just the way her personality conveys in interviews to be like, yeah, I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, she doesn't seem like she doesn't seem like the type to kowtow or to play ball with this. Yeah.
Flickin' real.
Flickin' real.
Flickin' real. Says, you guys, thank you for the super chat. You guys see Noah Schnapp saying Zionism is sexy? Wow, that's a subject. Yeah, people. It is interesting how. When did he say this? Because it is an unfortunate situation for that individual.
Yeah.
But it seems like he said this a while ago.
There's like a TikTok video I saw like a few weeks ago, I think.
So it was several weeks ago, and then now it's, of course, right to the surface because there was no punishment or consequences for him having his political point of view put out there.
Yeah, people online have been upset about it, but there's been no official, to my knowledge, no official addressing of it. It's just he's out there on the internet, you know, in this video.
Well, the interesting thing about, to bring it back to what Melissa Barrera's actually arguing for, at least the way her sentiments seem to be most explicitly expressed, I feel like it's just given more voice to that.
Yeah.
Because now her losing her job and just damaging her career in total. Like, as much as there's this online support around her, still it's an industry thing. Like, online support does not equate to, oh, that means she's going to get booked up now because the online support does not equate to that.
Well, yeah, and I imagine a lot of the money people are probably sitting around going like, well, what do we do? You know, because then if we hire her, we're making a direct statement about our ideology now.
Exactly.
You know,
and it creates a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
And so I think, though, the message that she was ultimately trying to convey, that voice for that is now just gotten stronger. So in a lot of ways, it's to her benefit for what she's really fighting for, and then in other ways, it's really bad just because it really damages her career.
I think
it's not fair.
I think in the longer run, she'll hopefully be all right. I mean, I think like she really did level up just as an actor in that Scream 6 movie. So like, I feel like, as you know, whatever version of this simmering down here in the States is, I think she'll ultimately be okay. And I do appreciate her philosophy of like, I'd rather be remembered for the people I include than the ones I exclude. You know, I think that's a good thing. But yeah, it's like Jenna Ortega can afford to walk because she's got the world at her fingertips. Whereas,
is this true? Radio Silence still has Melissa in their next movie? Oh, damn.
Oh, that would make sense. I mean, sure, yeah.
That's great.
And I mean, you know, Chris Landon is doing Scream 8, so it's not like they were, you know, involved with this decision. I don't think at all. So yeah, and I'm happy that they seem to have her back, and they certainly seem to in just the writing of Scream 6. And people have said, I don't think Noah Schnapp like literally said the words "Zionism is sexy." I think he's seen in a video with a number of people, and they're all, there are stickers on the video, and there are people like showing each other content, kind of mocking the non-Israel side of things, basically.
I mean, the problem is a lot of time, and like I've definitely in the past have been guilty of it myself. I'm not going to act like I've never made a mistake myself of like, you get a barrage of things, you get an immediate heat of an emotion of the moment, of your surroundings, whether it be your algorithm or the people in your circle. You post something because you're feeling the passion, the fervor for it right there in that moment. And then you realize, oh, shit, I shouldn't have posted that. I actually don't know enough.
I didn't actually know the whole context I was wading into, yeah.
And I've definitely been guilty of making that mistake in my life before.
Same.
And sometimes I think celebrities, like, they really make that mistake a lot.
Yeah.
You know, we're like, I actually don't know. I got caught up in the moment, and maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. It's not just going to be a couple friends or maybe a few random people who check you. It's going to be the news cycle and the producer, like a whole bunch of people going to check you now.
We're just like Campia. That's what I like to hear.
Yes. Our first topic today.
We're yelling at the camera.
Yeah.
Richie Brash. This is wait, no, I missed one.
Oh.
That's a great comment.
Good teaser there.
Joe Keefe. That's such a funny comment. Joe Keefe. Oh, let me make sure I didn't miss this.
Shouts out to Jesse over at Flick and Reel.
Joe Keefe.
Love you, bud.
Loving the live stream. We could just read it right here. I don't know what we're doing.
Because it's just bigger and more appealing on the other screen. But yes, it's much more engaging to the crowd.
Loving. Why don't you sit a little closer to me, John? We are going to get a new table so we can.
We're going to get such a long table.
We can lean, especially on days like this, man.
They got to make tables that just float. That's the future invention I need. Loving the live streams recently, gents. Thank you, Joe O'Keefe. Ye are an absolute joy when life is bright and a balm when things appear dark and murky. Keep the faith. Love ya.
Love you too.
That was a lot of accents.
Thank you.
We love you, buddy. Yeah, and I'm glad, hey, if we can bring you a little light in the dark or just hang out and make you feel, tended to, I'm glad for that.
Superman Legacy Cast does look good. We will get to it. There will be other topics
there
we get to.
There will be lighter topics.
We know how these streams go. We tend to spend forever on one topic, and then eventually we move on to a variety.
We'll get there.
It's the way these streams always go.
Yeah.
We will get there. Originally we were leading with 3 separate ones, and then we were like, hey, there's one that we feel the most topical about right now.
Yeah.
But thank you. I haven't seen that board pick of the Beyond the Spider-Verse, but again, thank you for being here. Like, it's one of those, like this channel is our lives in many ways. It's like all my life, and it's just so on the go, and it's been like the most successful year for Real Rejects ever. And then like the way the channel has, so I'm really thankful for everyone who's stuck around with us and has watched the channel diversify itself with not just only covering comic book movies and like branching out into like other genres again, and then bringing on other hosts and everything like that, and specifically the kind of stuff that we primarily do while keeping in the reaction terrain, but how we formulate the videos now. And appreciate it. It's become our most successful year, and it's really cool to see. And then, funny enough, it is one of those in the past week, within 5 days, it became like, oh, this is actually the lowest amount of views we've ever gotten on the channel all year.
Oh.
And because I'm constantly studying the analytics, and I get upset. I get obsessed. I'm upset, and I will get upset when I'm just like, it's low, and it's just what's really interesting is like coming back here and just seeing just like chat, like seeing Aisha show up in the chat. I'm watching Tori Sloth. Like seeing not Tori Sloth. I don't believe in that comment. Hey, you know what?
Kanye was right about which thing?
Just James. That comment. Kanye was right about not the Taylor Swift thing. That's what he's talking about, right?
Yeah,
that Taylor Swift didn't deserve to
Beyonce
win.
did have one of the best.
I'm still
music
upset
videos of all time.
about that.
I am too.
Still upset about that.
Don't worry, he's in a tent in Saudi Arabia recording music. He's going to change.
I
our
had a
lives
second where I had to
pretty
go. Wait a minute, I don't recognize that name. Let me see what he said.
soon. He does it with Jewish women, so he's not anti.
But Wanna PV, thank you. MRD. So my point is that. But seeing a lot of you familiar faces here has reminded me again of like, you know what, I am really grateful for just having the support. Even when I was like I was like exercising today and I was looking at some other numbers and I was going, you know what, even though it's been the least performing week we've had all year, it's still better than other years we've had. And we're still getting like these like residual views on other videos that are older. And I'm like, that's really cool. We didn't used to get that. So I'm really grateful for everyone here, and even people just randomly showing up, because like our live streams don't get that many views. Like our live streams are not like the most, like you can go to channels with much smaller subscriber counts and they'll get like 5,000 people watching all the time. And so we like to just be a very relaxed version on these streams. Unless when Koi's here, when he's just like, fuck God, what'd you say? I hate you.
Who can I start beef with?
Free Gojira, 1,000%.
Oh, -1. So excited.
All right, John. I'm going to show John a video on my phone.
Oh, good.
And maybe I can figure out how to put it on the live stream. I made this last night.
Okay.
We're going to get John's reaction to this video I made.
Okay. Dude, I think we can put it in. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if we can hear. No, I know how we can
I
do
just want you to watch it yourself. I made 2 versions, John.
Okay.
We'll call this one the original version, and then we're going to show you. Then I'm going to see if there's a way I can airdrop it and then show you guys on the stream. But first I want to see if it's worthy.
Oh, thanks for binging the old videos. What do we got?
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole like algorithm thing to it. When you start like doing something that is a low performing thing, then it affects your next uploads, and because the algorithm's like the fucking, it's so bizarre. Then you're like, ah, crap, now I'm stuck with this show that has low performing views. But we gotta finish it, and then it affects like your next uploads, and it's this whole process of shit of like studying the algorithm of stuff. But hold on a sec. I will bring back those super chat custom audio drops. I will. I just want to show John this really quick. John, can you hear? You can't hear.
I can't hear it. Let's do this.
All right, listen. All right, now the extended version.
That is Watson. Yes. I mean, that is part of Watson's personality. It's a perfect blending of like, if you know this cat,
You could, if you go to, I mean, Olivia put it on her on her TikTok. But yeah,
Oh, that's beautiful.
I
love
basically
it.
took my
adore
cat and
that.
I blended it with the Godzilla sounds.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I think you could
Richie
hear
Brash's comments fucking hilarious, guys.
Yes.
Richie, who is a stand-up comic, has made a hilarious comment. Now Jenna Ortega schedule is open to play Silver Surfer. Well, this gives us a chance to talk about the Silver Surfer thing.
Oh, yes. Goody.
Did you hear the rumors, John?
Yeah.
Silver
oh.
Surfer's female. MCU in full force.
Man, women can't surf.
What?
What are they
I
gonna
need my
do?
penis.
You say, I need to know that this guy's got a bulge that I can stare at instead of other things to, smooth out Ken style and stare.
I'm not saying that I need Silver Surfer to be a man. I'm saying it doesn't really bother me right now. Like I'm not here to say, oh yeah, 1,000%, let's go woman on Silver Surfer. I'm not going to say that.
Just don't give her hair.
I really just, I guess I don't care.
I don't really
Yeah.
care if the Silver Surfer's a woman. Like of all characters,
I don't know.
associate-
Let me just clarify.
Yeah.
I don't know Silver Surfer well enough from comics material.
Yeah.
Of course, I've read some comics where Silver Surfer is there, but I could see Silver Surfer totally being. That's the thing. Is like to me, it's kind of like the Ancient One. I could see Silver Surfer totally being female, and it not upsetting me. Granted, the association is very much male physique. You know?
This is you're used to seeing, like literally the
Yes.
male physique on full display with like
Exactly.
just the genitals removed.
What Ray Elliott's saying in the chat, fairness, Silver Surfer doesn't really have gender rule.
Yeah, it doesn't seem you're just a herald of Galactus, right? So like it doesn't really seem like it would matter. It's the irony of I'm so aware of the male physique tied to this character because the silver body paint is the silver skin is the costume.
I
like-
I just don't really give a shit.
Yeah, I don't care. Like it's fine. Just maybe don't give her hair. Just like keep it that like super smoothed out thing, and it's fine. Who cares?
Joey, it would be great if that would be funny.
I think it would be really funny though. Yeah.
Jenna Ortega just hopped over there.
Get Melissa Barrera to be the Silver Surfer. Who cares?
Joey Radstone. Thank you, Joey. We do got to get to Streamlabs. I know we got a couple there. Janine, trust me. If anyone's over the term woke, it's not you, my black female friend. It's me.
I just feel so bad because like before all this nonsense, like it was a good term. I like the term in its Plato's perfect heaven form.
It's just now it's the tone.
And now the world has taken all the joy and all the meaning out of it, and now I'm just exasperated.
It's not at all what it means. What it actually
As a
means.
white man, I lament the downfall of the term woke.
Let me tell Aisha K. Let me tell the black women in the chat. Let me tell you.
Let me tell the people who don't get told enough.
Actually, what it means now.
I'm just
how it's been taken away.
It was so nice to be included in the moment.
Let me tell you.
And then my people took it and screwed it up for everyone. Sorry on behalf of all of us crackers.
Joey Radstone says.
Do you guys?
It's not woke to be woke anymore. Do you guys think they find a new word to get mad at? Do you guys thinking they will continue with Scream 7 and rewrite it or scrap it altogether if they can't have Ned back? Thanks for being cool. I 1,000% think they are going to. I mean, they have to rewrite it. I don't think they can just recast it. Who's going
to play them both?
Who's going to want that burden?
Oh my God! Is going to play the sisters.
Don't take on that burden.
Yes.
Of what actor's going to want to do that? Like, you got to think long term about your decisions. You really have to think long term about it. If you take on that role, sure. Do you get the money for it? Absolutely. Or do you get a chance to be in the Scream franchise? Absolutely. But man, the backlash you will get and the disdain you get from public discourse, that's what you got. You got to consider both of those.
It's like being a scab, but like times 10. It's like, oh, this was like a messed up human situation that now you're, coming in and capitalizing on.
Sure, yeah. I agree.
I don't know.
I agree, John.
I feel like they're going to. I don't think they're going to scrap it ever. I think their best bet after this is just to reboot because money will dictate that. Like the Scream nuts and bolts can go forever.
Yeah. Raccoon Shampoo, what up, buddy? Good to see you again. Did you guys watch Gran Turismo? What were your thoughts?
Love that Neil Blomkamp. Haven't seen it.
We have not seen Gran Turismo.
No.
John refused to go.
That's right. I don't support the auto industry.
Yeah.
They're polluting our earth. If it was an electric car, Gran Turismo, maybe, but even that's problematic. No, I would like to see it.
Some people would argue.
It's because you're still using electricity that is generated from somewhere that still contributes to. Anyway,
Two of the people.
there's no way to exist.
Two of the people closest in my. It's the thing is, one thing I've been trying to encourage is having conversations with people you don't share the same point of views with or agree with on like political.
How
things
we
or
progress a society, Greg.
that's how some people apparently feel. My neighbors. These two guys, married couple, most macho men you'll ever meet. Also,
They're always out front benching each other.
Yeah, also, they really are built the house they have with their bare hands.
Lizzo is Silver Surfer. I'm with it.
Oh, they always happen, but at the same time, they're two of the closest people in my life. I identify as liberal. They, Republican. But we get along fantastically, and we just know how to like give each other shit about our different point of view in ways that do not get heated, you know. And you brought the car thing. Like, I want an electric car.
Yeah.
They will fight me tooth and nail why that is not a good idea.
Sure they will. Of course they got all the evidence. They
it's
got
always
the
my
backup.
friends who are like Republican leaning.
Read
who
this
don't.
report from Halliburton.
How that's actually really damaging the environment. I'm like, yeah, but I want to save my gas money.
Get a hydrogen car, Greg. Then you'll just spit out water and be in danger of exploding.
And I think it's get so heated. I'm like, there's ways to have the conversations where you can disagree, where it doesn't have to get heated.
And where you can
ultimately saying that
ultimately-
reminded me about like every time I get bring that up, like they're always like fixing their they have like 4 cars, and they've got like an RV that is like a really fancy one. They're fucking fixing it up all the time.
Yeah.
And
They got their hot rod.
they got like really nice ass cars, and I'm like, I got a car that just gets me places. You know, I don't really give a shit about cars.
I used to, and now I'm just like, yeah,
And so
as long as it still works.
it just reminded me, like, oh yeah, you know, is with the comment you made. Anyway, hey guys, Sidra Zaidi. This is the most lackadaisical. They're gay and Republican, or no? That's some people have a hard time wrapping their head around it, but yeah, they are.
I was gonna say how many asterisks?
But they have a lot of like our neighborhood is mainly like there's a mix. I noticed in our neighborhood.
Mainly gay Republicans.
It's mainly gay Republicans. So it's a really odd shoot of just this one strip.
Yep, it's the only hetero-liberal
really
house in the
straight,
neighborhood.
We're the odd ones out. We're the heterosexual couple in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
So you know, but they're not like the ones who will I like so much of our friends in this neighborhood. They're all like we know how to have like a conversation. It's like so great to have that diversity there.
Yeah.
What gets more diverse than gay Republicans?
What gets more diverse? I know. That's the true mark of progress.
So-
MC No Light, is that you? There's this notice that it's your 10th super. We're going to get to it later, but if that's yours, thank you and congratulations on this momentous milestone.
John, we're not going to film the last couple episodes of
Scott Pilgrim
today. We're just going to be on the stream all day.
I
It's
would
24
love
hours
to
here.
be on an all-day
Actually, it
live
sounds fun.
stream. It does.
Sidra Zaidi. Oh, I heard about this. I heard about this. I heard about this a long time ago.
I saw this come up and was like, oh.
This was one of those things that Greg had some inside knowledge on prior to any reports ever coming out that I just had to keep my mouth shut about.
Look
And
at
now it's out for the public. I was surprised they did like a whole video together. Did you hear that Ralph Macchio and Jackie Chan doing a Karate Kid movie together and looking for the next Karate Kid? I did not know they were going to do that path.
This sounds like a reality show.
Yeah. That's nutty to get because I heard about we all heard a while ago that there were the rumors, but I heard before the rumors came out. That was like one of the things. I was like, ooh, I know something, but I can't say anything. Oh man,
Can't even speculate.
why can't I be one of those leak channels?
Yeah.
But it would be it was interesting to really have a piece of knowledge on my hands and not say anything
totally
about
right.
it.
You did good. You
Yeah,
did good.
I couldn't even like hint at it.
This will
but-
prove you trustworthy in the future.
and I didn't. It wasn't 100% confirmed that they were going to do it, but yeah, now they've made it clear. But the fact that they are doing the next Karate Kid and they're going to be casting, I guess that's an interesting way to get hype around it. I'm still not really that interested in the film. I'm not going to lie.
Jenna Ortega, next Karate Kid.
Let it make it happen. Woo. I'm not that interested in this next Karate Kid movie, regardless of this. I think the interest that people have is, seeing Ralph Macchio and Jackie Chan together. I don't even feel like they're probably going to be the main stars of the film.
No, he's going to train Ralph Macchio, Jackie Chan.
I think what they're doing is they're setting up. Yeah,
he's going to
got it.
Yeah,
I think they're setting up people for
the Kung Fu Kid.
A terrible expectation here that they think it's going to be Jackie Chan and Ralph Macchio starring side by side together. I don't know what the film's going to be. I don't expect it to be that, though, where it's going to be them side by side for most of the film. I think they're going to be like glorified extended cameos. I don't think they'll be the actual stars of it, but they're throwing their hand in to show support because there was already a backlash around this film prior to this happening, so I think this helps change the optics around it. I think it's a great marketing strategy.
Yes.
And then looking for the next Karate Kid, I don't know why they would open themselves up to that. That audition process is going to be a nightmare in the making.
Yes. Willow Smith can play the next Karate Kid.
Oh my God!
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
are you guys excited for the next Karate Kid movie?
It is an
I'm just
interesting
not.
prospect.
I am not. I'm not.
I haven't actually seen the Jackie Chan one, but it's weird. It's like
You haven't seen the Jackie Chan? That's the weird part for me. I really like the Jackie Chan when no one likes that Jackie Chan one. And I like that one. I think that's one of Jackie Chan's best American performances.
Sure.
An American performance. A performance in an American role.
Sure.
God, you know what I'm trying to say. American film. God damn it. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, no one's even in the chat. No one's really excited for it.
Yeah.
But
Cobra Kai has more magic than this prospect does. Because it's the diminishing returns of we still have Ralph Macchio, people like Jackie Chan, but it's just like right now the prospect is just the two of them, which is like how did they coalesce? What would their what would their relationship be? What would be the driving thrust of their thing together? And like
wasn't even karate in the Jackie Chan one.
It's kung fu, and that's a tribute to I think they considered calling the original one like the Kung Fu Kid or whatever, or they tried to rename that one the Kung Fu Kid or something. But yeah, I don't know. Like it seems like they're missing beats or elements or something.
Foreigners. Oh yeah. The Foreigners probably his best.
Yeah. Yeah. I like
about that movie.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That is a good one. But well, you see, we just know it would essentially be a remake, and not really. And the Cobra Kai people aren't involved in it. And what Cobra Kai has shown us is how you can truly take the evolution of the Karate Kid world and make it something that vehemently honors the original source material, whilst taking it in a direction that's unexpected, innovative, but still keeping what you love about it without getting it into terrain where you're like, fuck this show,
Yeah.
And you just know that the movie is probably going to be some like remake bullshit that you don't really want to sit through.
Well, and the prospect of them, I want to know what this means looking for the new Karate Kid, because I don't know. I'm sure they can come up with something that works, but like for these two characters, I don't really know why they would be like, we just got to get out here and find a new kid. I feel like it would need for like Danny LaRusso, as we have seen, it would have to come from some kind of really personal motivation of like, oh, my family or something like that. I feel like Cobra Kai is just so fleshed out that I'm not sure what this would serve a purpose of.
I know this is the most cliche answer you can give for something like this.
Yeah.
When I first heard about the prospect of them doing this, I was like, if you're going to do this, I think the best way to do it is take a Phil Lord, Chris Miller approach, where you just do something that's very meta and self-aware, because you got to do something that distinguishes it from just being some remake, some generic-ass remake.
Yeah.
And the answer is not just combining someone who apparently across the country had the exact same story just for Kung Fu.
Yeah, totally.
Because then what are you going to do? Another one where it's some other bullshit. What's going on, John? What's
somebody
going on?
just sent their first, so I just wanted to acknowledge them really quick. Go Nation, first live stream super chat. Thank you so much. It's throwing these milestones.
Just interrupt me. We could be like the fucking brothers who may talk to me.
All right. Oh yeah, we'll be Danny and Michael Filippo.
Stop that. Heather Gear. Heather Gear.
Super
Thank
sexy reject Heather Gear.
Appreciate the people saying I made a great point. The one of the few great points I make.
You won.
Hey, I've had a couple of years to think about.
Yeah. You didn't have a take on this. I'd be very disappointed.
Heather Gear, thank you for you awesome guys this holiday season. Thank you, you awesome
We're thankful
woman
for
you, Heather,
all your
for
support
being in
and
our
love.
life, our Patreon, and constantly in our comments. Love you so much. John,
Yes.
John,
Hey.
I see the trajectory of the stream. It's a topic scream. Topic scream.
Topic scream. Yeah, that makes sense. We got to
All
break
right.
it up.
John.
Coy is busy ranting at somebody on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Coy is busy going to Spyglass Entertainment right now and laying down some harsh words. Brian Vicpour.
Take it away, John.
Maybe, just hear me out, and thank you for your contribution. Maybe bring back Stu in a Freddy Krueger-type disfigurement in homage to Craven's New Nightmare, but use Ghostface Stu as the children's scary story. 5 Nights at Ghostface. I think we should do this. The idea is going to have the same response from me. It's like, they could do that, but I don't. It's just on this timeline, it's going to be real conflicting, and I don't think it's going to work.
I don't think it would make any sense for him to come back at this point.
No, and it wouldn't pack the fun punch because we just know it's like dumping sugar on a wound.
I think you get into Saw movie territory at that point.
Which is
Where it's just like, oh my God, like Stu would have to have been like
a mastermind.
a mastermind, that's one direction, or someone who has been like kept trapped and tortured by some other
He's been
long
Jesse
gestating
Pinkman'd by Ghostface living in a hole
like
somewhere.
Donnie Wahlberg
in Saw.
yeah, where Donnie Wahlberg and Saw were just like, fuck, this guy's still just trapped.
Just 2 movies later, he's on an ice bridge. He's got a big beard.
This poor
now.
guy, yeah.
Yeah, I've been keeping this guy hostage.
Yeah.
Oh, we could do Rush Hour together. I like that idea, Jack.
You know,
I'd barely
I watch Rush
understand
Hour
this.
now,
Yeah.
and I saw this great video that was talking about the death of comedy movies. That is an interesting topic that we don't have time to get into.
No. Well, I'd love
But
to
Rush
watch the
Hour
video.
is like PG-13, but you watch it now and you're like, this shit would get people canceled now. It's a very offensive and stereotype movie, but
a lot of
hilarious.
stereotypes, a lot of creeping, especially on women and stuff. It's definitely going back for certain movies really is like an interesting exercise because Rush Hour, you're like, oh, this is definitely of its time. I rewatched The Italian Job a few months ago, the Mark Wahlberg one, and that one is like, this is a really fun heist movie, but like, oh my God, all the character interactions have not aged flatteringly at all. Just all creepy, and they're all talking down to Charlize Theron. Ugh.
Josh Runyon, thank you for the super chat, my friend.
Yes.
Crazy that Paramount decided to end the franchise at 6, but hey, why not go out with a bang? I know, bold move.
Yeah, man.
Subverting expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we have a hit with a cliffhanger?
Yes, and just never answer
And
it.
end that shit.
Be a legend for all time. People still wonder what happened to Ghostface. Well, they could just do it virally. Just do it as like a viral creepypasta from now on.
Deadshot.
Never miss. This is a very stupid decision from Spyglass. They need to pull a Diddley and hire a Disney and hire them back, even if it's to finish the trilogy. They would have to do it with like an immense helping of like Crow or something, some kind of weird atonement of like, hey, we were a bit hasty, sorry.
There's a way where you can do. I mean, Disney brought back James Gunn, and they still made an amazing ass Guardians film, and.
First super chat first, somebody else.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank
At the end of
you.
the day, it's about trying to look, John. I've been holding in the bathroom.
Go to the bathroom.
Since I
Hold the
started.
whole bathroom. All the fixtures are
Go!
like, yeah,
Go now!
The water's gonna
Go to the
explode out the
bathroom
taps.
now!
The toilet's gonna geyser into the ceiling. No! Yeah.
Go while there's still time.
Go
I
while
can't
there's
take a
still
shit under
time.
these conditions. You
It's
must.
okay. I can hang out with the chat for a few minutes.
I mean,
and,
I figured what we can do is, I mean, this is not this needs a refresher, but at the same time, I know that the Streamlabs thing needs to be made.
I can build the Streamlabs
So,
in awkward silence
I
while you're away.
think John will know how to talk with the chat,
Yeah.
whilst building a Streamlabs thing, so that way we can read the Streamlab. Because and yeah, I think you got this, John.
Okay. Thanks, man. I appreciate this vote of confidence. I don't know what to expect right now. You're gonna do great in there, though. Everybody, I want you. Everyone, leave your words of encouragement for.
Don't touch my ice pack.
I won't. Don't worry. It's been on you for this entire time. Hey guys. All right, now that Greg is gone, talk as much shit as you want. Yes, Greg's urethra. My narrow urethra. That's what I think of when I see that. Just to pull a Who Shot JR or a Saint Elsewhere, the events after Scream 1 were all a dream. Ooh, that would really piss some people off. That would be interesting. Yes, Greg can do it. We believe in Greg. Yes, dropping the Browns at the Super Bowl. Haven't heard that in a minute. I should get to building this. And yes, screw calling Twitter. Does anybody call Twitter X? If you refer to Twitter as X, comment below and tell me why you do so. No, Greg is. You can never smell Greg. You don't understand. It's some kind of alchemical thing he does, where just like you can't perceive him unless he wants to. Have you ever seen Hunter? It's like that. He can just like control his nen. Anthony Alba is fine. Transformers: Rise of the Beast was a very fun movie. Liked it more than I was expecting to. And yes, Greg is secretly going to Taco Bell. He's gonna do it. I like these comments very much. And yes, he is fighting a war. It is like a Transformers movie in that regard. Oh, hey, there you go. There's another big old graphic for you guys as I build out this live stream into something even more advanced. Yes, X does sound a bit adult, no doubt, which I'm sure is what Elon intended, certainly. I mean, if there's a guy who appreciates, some lewds, it's Elon. I don't know how people feel about Elon, but we all, yeah. Anyway, Greg's coming back. He didn't drop the bomb, I don't think, sadly.
Do you realize it's been like a giant week of a lot of Greg and John, which
I know.
Hasn't been like that all year.
I know. So many other people have
and yet it's our lowest viewed week.
People don't
what
like
is
us
happening,
anymore.
John?
People don't like us together anymore. I don't know what's happening here. Okay, we're going to do a couple of little crop tops. Oh, no. I hate when things move when I don't
John who remains. John is a little taller than, what are you, 5'10 and a half, 5'11"?
I am... I'm like just shy of 6 feet. Yeah.
We got 2 Streamlabs. Streamlabs are great because
Streamlabs.
they take less.
YouTube is less greedy.
Guys, watch Omni-Man.
Yeah,
watch him, man.
Dude,
he's great.
Watch Omni Media as well.
Omni Media.
Also
you
great.
should have called yourself Omni-Man.
Omni-Man Media.
It would have opened the... Hey!
Why didn't
Andre.
you plan ahead? Omni Media.
Why don't you just see what the dimensions are for the former one? We're just fixing the crop here. See what the dimensions are for the former one, and we could just, I could remember it.
Okay. So that's what this is.
So 1,300, 530. Oh, my God.
1,300, 530, 50, and 500.
You got it, John.
Okay.
I'll let you remember while I'm talking.
Yes.
All right. So I was like, maybe I won't remember
Yes.
that. The
Okay.
link in the Streamlabs is at the top there. The Foreigner is a great film. Keep talking. I'm talking with the chat right now. Kelsey Grammer just said he thinks he'll be playing Beast again. I fucking hope so.
You think?
Can you imagine?
You never know,
Jesus.
guys. You never know.
I'm gonna have to change the thumbnail and the title because we haven't even gotten to the fucking Superman shit.
It's okay. We'll get there eventually.
Jesus
and,
Christ.
Hey, we're here with the new display.
Oh, I got
capture.
2. We got 2 right now.
We got dose. Let's do it. 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 Hey, the gamer MJ, thank you for chiming in. They should just sell the rights to someone else. Let it be done. I mean, that's the only copacetic way, I think, right now. The rumored plot came out and involves the core 4. Sydney, Mark, and the kids. Takes place in L.A. Would loop back to the Maureen Prescott somehow. But now the end of 6 is looking poetic. True that. Dude, bring it back. Oh, my God. If we could just bring it back in 7 to part 3. You know, I love that these maligned part 3s always get their love eventually down the line. You know, we could have had all this. We could have had Parker Posey back in some weird.
They should bring Patrick Dempsey back.
They should always bring Patrick Dempsey around.
He's sexiest man alive.
He's McDreamy.
How?
Someone pitched him for Silver Surfer.
I don't understand. Look, I understand Patrick Dempsey. He's a talent. He's a beautiful looking man. I think he's very charming.
But
there is a massive butt coming, and then sure enough,
his well-toned butt.
When Patrick Dempsey won Sexiest Man, when I saw that go out, my immediate thought was, please, for the love of God, let Twitter be thinking what I'm thinking right now.
Which is what?
Pedro Pascal should have won.
Oh, sure. Hey, first time super chat. Thank you so much.
I go on social media, and it was like, yep, that's it. I was like, why not? Pedro's like,
Pedro is the sexiest man alive of the moment.
It is. Which other man?
Harry Styles, but I feel like we're already past that moment.
No.
Yeah.
He had Last of Us, a Mandalorian. His SNL episode was like a legacy episode.
Sure.
Every sketch he was perfect in that.
I still haven't seen it.
And then the interview circuit rounds, he was the talk of the year.
Yeah.
He's
a phenomenon.
It was equivalent to when Bradley Cooper won over Ryan Gosling. You're like, what? It's such an obvious. Sometimes it's so obvious, it's staring you right in the face. Like, how did he not? I don't even know what the sexiest man alive thing means. Like
a lot,
but
it's a big boost to your career.
That was the biggest bullshit to me out of anything that's happened. Melissa Barrera being fired is one thing, but Pedro not.
But Pedro Pascal not being sexiest man alive, when we all know it's true.
If we all know, what other answer really? Who like? What did he do?
I love this theory. Maybe it was offered him and he didn't want it.
Probably.
He was like, nah.
That's a great point.
Ki Kwan is the only other.
Or Ki Kwan, honestly.
Also sexiest man.
Honestly, yeah.
Wholesome sexy.
There were two.
Wholesome
fucking,
sexy.
I put Brendan Fraser there for them.
Yes, also wholesome
I don't
sexy.
understand. I was like, what did Patrick Dempsey even is there something he did that I completely
what did he do
missed?
Recently? He is zaddy. Pedro is a total zaddy.
Other than Disenchanted.
Yeah, what's he been doing?
I could not tell you what he's done.
Hasn't he been sexiest man before? I would have thought.
I don't know.
MF Doom.
Anyway, but thank you, Gamer MJ, for leading me into that.
Funny is the new sexy, but like, is Patrick Dempsey funny?
Mr. Wambar, thank you for the Streamlab donation here. What are your most anticipated non-comic movies of 2024?
Ooh.
Damn, I was going to use an opportunity to talk about Superman Legacy. George Miller's Furiosa and Dune 2. Much love. Happy Thanksgiving.
What do we have in 2024?
Damn, you really took the icing there.
I was going to say, those would be
George Miller's
two towards the top.
Too, yeah. It's really hard to think. Well, Scream 7.
Definitely looking forward to Scream 7.
Sure.
Movies coming out in 2024. What do we got?
I won't spend too much time here.
Oh, we got a new Kung Fu Panda.
Kung Fu Panda 4, undoubtedly, I'm looking forward to.
I don't love Joker as a movie, but I'm very curious to see.
It's a comic book movie, John.
Damn it.
Beetlejuice 2, I'm looking forward to.
Curious about
Beetlejuice
I'm
very
2.
From the conversation that Tim Burton has let us in on with that film, it has sounded like he has been aware of what he has become, and he's going back to more of his roots.
Okay.
With that.
Okay.
He's talked pretty extensively about how Disney warped him.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's reckoning with CGI Tim Burton.
No, 1,000%. He has talked pretty extensively about it.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
If Adam Sandler and the Safdie brothers are able to make that movie, Fall Guy, that movie looks great.
There, I knew I was forgetting something, and Fall Guy 100% is one
excellent.
Of them. Yeah, Fall Guy looks excellent. I'm very excited. I'm very curious to see what Alien Romulus turns out to be, just because I like Fede Alvarez a good amount. Wicked. I'm excited to see if they do a good job on Wicked.
I don't know if he's the right pick for that.
I can see how he would and wouldn't be, and that makes me curious. Like Neil Blomkamp, I'm like, that's the guy, and I'm sad we don't live on that timeline. Same time, I think Fede Alvarez can at least heighten like the icky, like horror, and the fact that the aliens are just so harsh of a creature. You know,
I think he would give us a really aggressive. I think the sequences of alien gore would hit. But Alien needs to. It's the surrounding elements outside of the violence.
You need
where
the
I'm like,
ensemble as well.
I'm not exactly sure, but he likes to have also female leads, and Alien is one of those franchises where. I mean, I think horror in general is that one genre.
Yeah,
where people are like, we love female leads, but in any
Female
other
leads,
genre, people are like,
final
this is woke
girls.
bullshit.
Yeah, right. Ugh. Nah, yeah. I can see how it would go awry, and I'm curious. I don't know if he wrote it or not, because like the dialogue in some of his movies could be better. But I don't know. At least in terms of attitude, I'm looking forward to it. And with that new James Wan movie, I think.
Do we have any more streamers? All right,
let's go back to the soups for right now.
Oh, the Transformers one with Hemsworth and the Johansson, the animated one. That does sound like a cool experience.
Gia.
I know someone who worked on it.
Oh, who's that?
Can't say.
Can't say. It was a test and you passed.
Can't say. But I do know someone who worked on it, and they're like, oh, it's going to be a good one.
Ooh.
We should refresh this.
We should. Oh, goodness gracious me. Let's do a big refresh.
No, okay, before we go back to the supers, let's just talk about super. Let's get out of the fucking way. I don't think there's anything in the chat about it.
Skylar Gizondo!
Whoa, John, we got to fix this.
Whoa, sorry.
No, it's just going to look like crap on screen for a little bit. Let's just leave it like that. All right, let's just do it. All right, Superman Legacy, Nicholas Hoult.
Nicholas Hoult. What a lovely day.
I'm not going to lie, man. It's not him who I'm most excited about.
It's Skylar Gizondo as Jimmy Olsen.
It really is.
I'm excited for him.
It really is. Because goddamn, that guy was excellent in Santa Clarita Diet. Have you seen that show?
Oh, I've got to finish it, but I've seen some of it, yeah.
That was I think out of every Netflix show that has been canceled, that is the one that still to this day makes me go, damn it, guys.
Yeah.
Drew Barrymore especially needs a reboot.
and just any Timothy Oliphant is a gift.
And I didn't really know Timothy Oliphant, honestly. Apparently he's been like this beautiful gem of a human being for centuries, and I wasn't aware of this. And I think him as Jimmy Olsen is perfect. He's got that like endearing, sheepish quality that he's got just like the right quirkiness about it. Like, just do exactly what you did in Santa Clarita.
Sure.
I don't want to see you do any range. Just be exactly what I know you to be, and I'm cool with that.
Yeah. Well, and I'm excited I haven't seen The Righteous Gemstones, but I know he's on that, which is giving me all the more kind of motivation to check it out. And he is actually on one of my favorite shows, which you can check out over at the Patreon. He's on Psych. He's like
nice.
He's the young version of Sean. They recast young Sean at some point, and it becomes Skylar Gizondo. And I always really enjoyed seeing him in that form. And so I associate him with that boyishness from that. So I'm like, perf.
And now okay, let's talk about Nicholas Hoult though. Nicholas Hoult is what has not been said about him already that I'm like, what can we really prove? I think the versatility of, even if you haven't seen some of the movies, like I haven't seen like a lot of his movies, but if you just go to Rotten Tomatoes and you see the feedback he gets from the versatility of roles that he has done, even for the ones we haven't seen, you're just like, yeah, he can easily. I feel like he can easily do Lex Luthor, and it is there's something that feels very classical about the casting that they're doing with Superman. You get kind of an unknown, like David. I always want to say sweaty balls. That's a joke.
Corin Sweat.
Exactly, Corin Sweat.
Corin Sweat.
Dave, he's not bald enough. He is, like, some people know his work, but he's not exactly famous.
Yes.
Whereas Nicholas Hoult is a pretty famous guy who really hasn't had the proper break for that huge role. And yeah, most of us know him as like he played Beast. He was in Mad Max Fury Road.
Warm Bodies.
Warm Bodies.
Saw some Warm Bodies love
People
just now.
loved his work in The Menu.
Mm.
And those are already there, that level of range. Like, there's an undeniable range just in those few roles alone. And in a lot of ways, you kind of see how that could, in and of its, I mean, he's played like Tolkien, he's played scientists before. Hank McCoy's a scientist. You could already see a Lex Luthor from an amalgamation of all the few roles that he's pretty much known for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and his growth as an actor.
Haven't seen
time.
Renfield yet. I heard he's great in that.
I'm excited to see Renfield. Yeah, I mean his growth as an actor over time. I feel like he's got a good combination of like he still feels like a young, fresh-faced guy, but he has been around for long enough, and we've seen his chops grow enough that he has like something of like a veteran esque status now. He's well ingrained now, and I think that suits a Lex Luthor kind of nicely. And having heard that he was maybe even in. Wasn't he one of the names thrown out for Clark?
Mm-hmm. He auditioned for it, if I'm not mistaken. I think someone just brought it up in the chat.
Yeah, and so I think that's fun. It's like, okay, he came in for one thing, but we see him for something else, and yeah, he's like, I associate him more with more sympathetic, more protagonist than not. But I think he can very easily and very. Like, I'm excited to see him slip into this particular villainous role and expand on those chops that much more because, in The Menu, he's not a very likable character. You already get that sense. And, yeah, I'm excited to see him really take center stage because, any superhero movie is just is they say, only as good as its villain.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, he can play, like, the elegance. He can play the entitlement. He can play the mad genius. I think he can command the screen. I think there's so much the way he would carry himself, and that he's one of those actors who can communicate a lot with the eyes, and there's more of a depth to Lex than just he's bad guy,
Yeah.
And James Gunn has also been kind of outspoken about not being the biggest fan. He hasn't said those exact words, but you can kind of get the inclination in that interview he did with Michael Rosenbaum, who is still in a lot of people's eyes the pinnacle for Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
And I think that it's not going to be like Gene Hackman at all, nor is it going to be Jesse Eisenberg.
No.
So, yeah.
No, people will riot.
Be right in between.
Yeah. Yes, that's what we need.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's a commentator for some reason. You can see it on screen. Lex needs to be an ass, but he also needs to be likable to an extent. Yeah.
It's because the word
1,000%. And I feel like in the hands of James Gunn, we can get the Lex who eventually gets the mech suit.
Yeah, Mech Lex.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm excited to see what he brings out of the relationship, the back and forth between Superman and him, because like one of the most.
He can play the duplicitousness.
Yes, he can't. Well, that's one of my favorite things about the DC animated journey that Coy and I took was it showed me so many fun sides and approaches and ways in which Lex figures in that make him more interesting than just like he's an arch villain. Like he can wind up on a lot of different sides of the chessboard, and I think that in and of itself is a really fun prospect.
1,000%.
Yeah,
1,000%. I think it is not the obvious pick that you would see, but it is a great pick.
Yeah,
and I trust. I think regardless of James Gunn, whatever you feel about what's happening with DC, it is a craziness that's happening right now. I do think that. If there's one thing we know about James Gunn is that he knows how to cast for the work that he writes.
Yes.
He really knows how to do that very well.
Pa Kent, I want James Remar.
That's the name you. It's your go-to name now. Huh?
Yep, James Remar.
I think they should get Clancy Brown.
Clancy Brown would be lovely. Oh my god.
And that'd be kind of meta casting since he's played Lex before.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
right?
I love it.
That'd be
oh
cool.
my god, do it, please.
And he's always playing a fucking villain. It'd be nice to.
Yes, that would
It'd
be a
nice
wholesome character.
Nice to see him play like
Can't all be Mr. Krabs.
Yeah. You can also see kind of that mentor. I mean, he's pretty old, but Pa Kent's supposed to die.
Yeah.
You know,
With
in a
great power.
tornado accident and have a heart attack.
Yes. Hey, I mean, there's some versions of the story where he doesn't die.
Anyway, let's go back to the super. Some people have been saying we have to read the supers.
We gotta get super.
It's rare that the main chat is saying you got to read the super.
Yeah. Oh God, what's going down
they're like,
here
all they
now?
read the supers.
I saw one confrontation at least. Yeah. Okay, so we got this one. Let's move on to.
We read
get
that.
Josh Runyon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, no. Did we read it?
I don't know if we did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
out with a bang. Okay. Dead
We
shot.
read that. Yeah.
Decision by Spike.
We did not read that.
All right, Dakota Jones, One Virus Effects. What's up, my dude? Good to hear from you once again. Thank you for being here. Just want to say happy holidays to my broskies. What are the thoughts on Javier Bardem as Galactus? I was close on calling
Clancy Brown would be a great.
Clancy Brown, and he's got the voice.
He's got the voice.
Like Clancy Brown for every. He's the new. You know, Bryan Cranston was like the name everybody did for everything before. Now I want Clancy B for all things.
Clancy Brown. Let me tell you what Clancy. Like Javier
Let me tell you
Bardem.
about Clancy Brown.
Javier Bardem, I always suspect is a bad guy, even in roles where he's not directly playing a bad guy.
Yeah,
I constantly suspect he's a bad guy.
No Country really kind of defined that note for him.
It's kind of like one of my favorite castings I've ever seen done in the history of casting is watching Tarantino cast Christoph Waltz as one of the greatest villains ever, Hans Landa in *Inglourious Bastards*. He wins an Oscar, and then what does he immediately do? He puts him in his next film as a protagonist.
Yeah.
You know, in Django Unchained. Wins an Oscar for that.
Yes.
You know? and I was like, oh, that's so good. But then for some reason, you mainly just fucking see, I just said his name. I just
Christoph Waltz?
Christoph Waltz was there.
Yeah.
You always see Christoph Waltz playing a bad guy. And it's like,
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I'm sick of it. You kind of just expect him to do that.
You just kind of expect him to do the thing that Tarantino had him do, but slightly lesser.
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
that is the vibe, right?
Yeah.
Clancy Brown, he can play good. He's usually playing bad, but he can play good.
Buckaroo Banzai.
Yeah, there was a revival season of Dexter where they said he was playing the antagonist. Now, you're not actually... They revealed that prior to the point in the show where they reveal he is the antagonist. But they already announced that he is. So I don't feel like I'm spoiling anything if you're like late to catching up on this.
Okay.
But it got to the point where I'm watching the show and I'm going, oh, maybe he's not a bad guy. Because he was so good at selling me on that he is a good person.
Sure, sure.
That I was like, oh, maybe the casting reports were wrong.
Yeah.
And then eventually the show was like it's a couple episodes. And oh, okay, yes. But my point to that is Clancy Brown is one of those actors who can play that so well. I'm not saying Galactus needs to have that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. There's just something that feels like Javier Bardem as Doom is another obvious one that I'm like, that's too obvious to me. Like there's something that's just the right fit to me about Nicholas Hoult as Luthor.
Yeah, it's the right amount of like you can see it, but it's not quite likely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with.
But I mean, sure. Javier, but okay, here's the fucking thing, though. Javier Bardem is a fantastic actor. So yes, like, is he a great pick? I'm sure by the time if he does the role, and I'm sure when he comes out and he's here, I'm sure we're gonna be like, he's great. You know,
Yeah.
I highly doubt we're gonna be like, miscast. I highly suspect that if he does take the role, he's gonna do an excellent job.
Yeah.
It's just the immediate announcement of it is like.
Yeah.
I'd like a little bit more of that's why I think
Like
Pedro is an exciting casting choice to me.
Yeah, because it's not quite what you would expect or imagine, and it requires a thread that we don't see as much from the roles that he's been largely associated with. So yeah, it's like a little chance to grow, and a little bit unlikely, but you can also kind of see where this would work too.
And yeah, Deadshot, to your point, Javier Giancarlo is an exact thing.
I mean, yeah, it's happened with so many people. It's like Giancarlo or.
Oh, that's
or
right.
Bryan
He was in Little
Cranston.
Mermaid. I forgot about that. That's right.
Was he King Triton?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
I mean, I like Javier Bardem more for Galactus than Doom, but that's just a personal kind of flippant thing. I don't know. Yeah, it makes more sense for him to be this big giant thing to me. And I feel like we could get a little different thread out of him for that than something else, but than Doom, for example. But anyway, Shakita Washington. I hope I'm saying your name properly. I have followed y'all for about 3 years now. I love what you do. I'm fangirling right now. Great job getting healthier down through the years, Gregory. Well done.
And
Thank you
for your information.
Thank you, Shaquita Washington.
Yes. Oh, also, congrats
Thank
on your
you.
first Super Chit rando. We will get to you. But yes, FYI, I want John to be my BFF. Well, dude, let's
not
make
me?
this happen.
What the hell?
Because
What a rude thing to say.
she's nervous.
I've been following for 3 years.
She's nervous to
I
aim
want
too
John
high.
to be my best friend.
And the reason she wants to be my
But
BFF
Greg,
is so that
I
I
can do
can
without you.
introduce you to her.
I gotta say that is
Yeah.
the rudest super chat we have ever gotten.
You know what? I agree. This is
No,
really
it's-
driving
I-
a wedge between
I
us.
expect this from all the ladies, the lady followers of the channel.
Okay. I would love to be your BFF. I'm
Yeah,
excited
no.
to chat.
I do think Ron Perlman is also a good pick.
Absolutely. Thank you, Shakita.
Thank you,
we love you.
Shakita. Thank you
Appreciate
so
you.
much for following us for so long, my dear. Akash Harapaswad. Hey, fellas, what are your thoughts on some big budget flops this year? Oh, that gives us a chance to talk about what was originally in the title. Do you think consumers are exhausted with big budget blockbusters? Personally, love Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning, but sad to see it underperform. You know what's funny about Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning is now I'm seeing more videos come out that echo the shit that I said when it first came out.
Yeah, sometimes it takes the time.
Now people are saying it, and this is coming from someone who's a massive fan of that franchise, seen every one of those films multiple times. Even Dead Reckoning, I was like, I gotta watch it again just to see if I still feel the same.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's I feel like Dead Reckoning is a step down in the franchise as a film. I do. I really do think that. I think it's a good big budget film, but I still think it's a step down. And I actually think, here's my really unpopular opinion.
Ooh.
It was already unpopular at the time. Now it's getting more accepted, I noticed. I think even if it was not, it would not have tanked as bad, obviously, if it was not released a week before the Barbenheimer experience.
Yes.
I still think it would have underperformed. I don't think the movie itself had much of an effect that would have warranted the amount of money that it needed to make. I just don't think that. I don't believe it. I really don't. And this, trust me on this. Trust me. There's no way of knowing. There's really no way of knowing. But I don't think like the film is too long. The action scenes are not as memorable or as impactful as the prior installments. They're just not. They're good. They're great. They are great. They still feel lesser than the other ones. I gotta say.
They're less truly iconic moments. I guess like the
They're
Dead
also
Reckoning mostly gets tagged as the AI one rather than like the Burj Khalifa one or the plane one or the Halo jump one,
It's the one where the bike stunt that you essentially saw in the trailer.
Yeah.
It's not that different than what's in the trailer.
Yeah.
And I do think that out of all of them, that was the film where, because of its length, where the amount of exposition that's in there and the writing where it does feel a little bit more perfunctory to kind of hurry you to get to the action scenes is the most felt in that film.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do think that regardless, it would not have had the repeat experience. Like, to me, I think Fallout is a near perfect action film.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, I think most would still say that it's still a step down from Fallout. Even if you really liked it, I still think it's still a step down. Because, to the point of the chat right now, Fallout and Rogue Nation, because they had 3, which a lot of people, like, that's still my favorite one, but I understand that's most people, that's not their favorite.
Yeah.
And then Ghost Protocol, like, fucking set the bars, like, whoa, Tom Cruise endangering his life for us. Love you again. What did he say about Scientology? I don't remember. Then Rogue Nation was like, whoa, holy shit, what's this guy doing? There's no way you can top this. Oh my God, he did Fallout.
Yeah, totally.
And then Fallout was like this perfect blend, I think, of Ghost Protocol and Rogue Nation. Because Rogue Nation kind of stripped away some of that whimsy.
Yeah.
But they amped the action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, Fallout has what feels like such world-rending culminative stakes that part of me wonders, I don't know, like there's something about that feels very kind of like a punctuation, and it almost feels like the end of something. And so now it does feel maybe a little bit like we are kind of in a new territory where they got to figure out like what the new juju is, because like there's AI and that's topical, but that's not exactly like the new enchanting flavor of these things. And I think that maybe there is a quality of like, and maybe it is just like the convolution. I don't know. Like all these movies are very convoluted. Mission Impossible movies, certainly they thrive on that. But yeah, there's something about Dead Reckoning, as much as I enjoyed it, that it doesn't quite feel, for as many like really well orchestrated elements and feathers in its cap as the movie has, there is something that maybe feels like it's not quite fresh, or at least it's not making me forget about everything that came before.
The MacGuffin is so not interesting.
I like the idea, and I like some of the things they do with it.
The key.
Yeah, I'm torn on that.
The key opens the key.
Because part of me is like,
dialogue.
sure. But even the first one is just like, we just got to get this list. We got to get this list, this friggin' knock list, the friggin' knock list. Like,
You're talking about the first one?
Yeah, I'm pulling an example of like these MacGuffins that mean less than just what's happening on screen.
The franchise got better.
I know. But they all have or the Chimera virus, or you have part 3 with like these personal stakes, so it doesn't really matter as much like what the MacGuffin is. And I think maybe there's that. It's like you have all these movies that have other more sort of, I don't know, galvanizing physical presences, and it's like you have the addition of Haley Atwell, which helps, but you have the fridging of that one character I won't spoil if you haven't seen it that makes you mad, and then Isai Morales, good performance, but not like he's not written in a way to be like the captivating new actorly presence like you had with.
I think he's a little bit miscast.
Maybe, and a little bit underwritten too. Like I think like a Henry Cavill, like that character didn't amount to what we expected, certainly. And I think some people wanted more out of that, but he still left his mark on that movie.
Yeah.
Or a Philip Seymour Hoffman leaves a mark on whatever movie. Or even with 4 and 5, you have the building out and solidifying of the ensemble that still feels new and fresh. Whereas in Dead Reckoning, you have the ensemble is set, and that's fine, and you have new blood in Haley Atwell, but there's not really as much else that feels like it's, I don't know, the new distinct thing about this one other than AI.
Yeah, but it doesn't really do anything that new with AI.
No, it doesn't. I did feel like it's...
nor does it feel like... I don't know.
It's a relatable fear.
Didn't mean for this, but we should talk about the Marvels.
Yes.
Let's talk about the Marvels while we're on this topic.
Yes.
I don't want to crap on the Marvels. I feel like the big headline is about like how it's been the biggest comic book movie drop of all time, outdoing Morbius.
79%, baby.
It is terrible, and I think right now Disney, Feige, they are all very much working their asses off to reevaluate the situation in their hands, and I feel like they're kind of doing a purging of some other stuff.
Sure.
Sometimes we got to do it when we're like stuck with the show that we're just like, oh, fuck, we got to just drop it, get it out of the way, even though it's affecting our views in the algorithm.
Drop it all in one day.
We just got to get it out.
Drop it every day for Christmas week.
I feel like that's kind of what they're fucking doing right now.
Yeah.
I think that's why they're just like, okay, even though Marvel's flopped, dude, fucking, okay, promote What If, drop Echo, just drop it. Just
drop it all.
And then we'll have Deadpool 3 and then we'll take a break.
Yeah.
Because Deadpool 3 will because I think just having it just focus on Deadpool 3 is smart, because I feel like that movie will be a $1 billion hit, and I think that'll help change the conversation around Marvel. And if they don't go like, if they don't get like the rush, where they got a taste of it again, and they're like, oh, let's start releasing everything again.
Yeah. Ramp back up.
If they wait, I think they have to rebuild anticipation and hype. So I don't feel like. We will get to the super. We're just really focused on this subject right now. I think with the Marvels flopping, there are some good things about it. I think it's going to cause the Marvel Studios to reevaluate itself. I don't like the conversation that it forms around the actors, and I don't like the conversation that it forms around Nia DaCosta.
There's a lot of bullshit, yeah.
And that was one of the main things I said, even in my review, where I was very upset about the experience I had with the film. I was like, I want this in no way to be reflective of the performances here, nor Nia DaCosta, because clearly it is not, whatever negative feelings I have is actually not about them.
Yeah.
Like Nia DaCosta, like what was the thing going on about the about not getting invited or some bullshit? What was that shit? Do you guys know what we're talking about in the chat?
There's a headline that went up about Nia DaCosta bails on the cast and crew screening for the Marvels, and the very same article includes information that basically says like she found out that the screening existed when she invited some people to her birthday party, and they said they couldn't go because they had the screening. So, which prompted a bunch of chatter on the internet. And there have been instances of people basically saying there's a concerted media effort to punch down on the Marvels and to throw, Nia DaCosta in particular under the bus for this.
Sure.
And there are certain instances of that where it'll come down to like one word in a headline, and then it's like, well, people were comparing this in the Hunger Games and like how the coverage is different, but the Hunger Games has like half the budget to make back. So like there are things like that where I'm like, I don't see it as much. This thing with Nia DaCosta bailing on the screening, I do kind of see it because it's there in the article where they lay out the truth. So I'm like, okay, this is at very least shameless clickbait, and at very most, an attempt. Like these are things that not everybody is going to take the time to read and dig further on. So a lot of people are just going to think, oh yeah, Nia DaCosta couldn't be bothered to finish the movie, even though she had, obligations that cannot be pushed back forever and ever and ever by even Marvel. I feel real bad for her because it does seem like there are plenty of aspects of just the movie in and of itself that maybe aren't poised to perform as well as they hoped now. But also, I think there is some hinky stuff going on with the public perception, especially of Nia DaCosta, and it really sucks because I don't think it's fair at all.
And that was 1,000% what my worry was when we watched this movie. It was 100% what my worry was that this movie should not be a reflection of her direction. Because, like, I know some people are trying to at the end of the day, it does sound like a spin. Like, yes, is it technically a fact that this is the biggest performing movie for a movie that is helmed by a black female director? Yeah, it is. At the same time, that wasn't the driving force behind it, nor was it part of its, like, promotional marketing ramp up to entice audiences to go see this movie. MCU is the thing that people are there to go see. Marvel's the thing that they're there to go see. Even Nia DaCosta herself was like, I'm making a Kevin Feige movie. I'm not really making a Nia DaCosta, but she said something along those lines, right? So yes, there is an accomplishment that she did get a helm that. However, part of the negative to that is making it seem like this really was her film when it's not really her I don't feel like this is truly, even if you liked it a lot, this is not the purest vision of a Nia DaCosta film. And you're never going to get that with a big studio movie. Like it's like the closest you'll get that with is like James Gunn doing a movie. It's really not the case here.
Well, and he's in a very different position because as much as I think Marvel pulls interesting and indie film directors with some level of like genuine, like, yeah, we see something in your vision and we want to bring that here. I still think it's a classic Hollywood move. We'll get somebody who we can bring in here who's done something of some prestige, but who doesn't have enough sway to push back on us when we need to change shit around. And we're in a stage now where Marvel is so modular that they, especially with the movies, I imagine, always are doing that, you know?
Yeah. And I think there's more attention drawn to it. Here's where things get dicey. I think there's more attention drawn to it because she is a woman.
Of course, 100%. Oh, if this was just a mediocre, average, like it's kind of fun dude movie, I don't.
Who directed Morbius? Can you guys? Who directed Morbius, guys?
Couldn't tell you.
Come on. Can you tell me off the top of your head who directed Morbius?
Yeah.
Which was a massive, massive, massive flop.
Jared Leto gets the brunt of that movie.
Who directed that film, guys?
Sadly. Yeah, and I mean, you know, it's so weird to watch Nia DaCosta's trajectory because Candyman, highest #1, you know, opening for a black female director.
But Jordan Peele got all the credit for that.
Jordan Peele gets the credit for that. I mean, she got some, but yeah, Jordan Peele's involved, so he's going to get some of the credit for that. And then this comes out, and it's like, you know, you have this simultaneous, like, highest ever and also lowest. And yeah.
It is Daniel Espinosa, you're right.
Daniel Espinosa. There you go.
But I'm saying most people won't be able to pull that
but
fucking
did
name.
you know that off your head,
there-
or
that
did you
wasn't
Google it?
really the conversation around. People weren't like, fucking Daniel Espinosa, man, he's going to take this.
Oh man, he
he's the one
didn't do
he's
the
the one
fourth
to
reshoots. He
blame.
must not care about anything.
Yes,
He must
yeah.
just be an entitled asshole. Yeah. No, it's not good. It's a real bummer.
Chloe Zhao did not get as much heat because it wasn't as big of a flop. Like this is a record-breaking flop.
Well,
Like,
and Marvel really backed her up.
and it's really on the down. Like Marvel's already been on the downward trajectory. In terms with outlets already been like, all right, like big outlets taking advantage of Marvel's downward trajectory, and using it to boost themselves. So now it's just like, all right, what more can we put a stamp on this? Like, I think Iman Vellani, the way her conversation has been around it has been, God, that woman.
She knows what to say.
She just continues to prove why she's like so
Let
fuck-
Bob
why
Iger
she's-
worry
why
about that
she's so
shit.
perfect.
Yeah.
Like, she's continues to, even just, not just as Kamala Khan, but now as Iman Vellani. She's just
Yeah.
like, damn, you are acing this shit, Iman
Yeah.
Vellani. How to handle the conversation surrounding how to talk about this shit, right?
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I don't think Nia DaCosta's the one to like. It's interesting. Like when you look at Ryan Johnson, I hope audiences give her the chance the way they've given Ryan Johnson the chance. You throw Ryan Johnson in the conversation with Star Wars, it's just fuck the Last Jedi, but he still managed to have a great career after Last Jedi. This Knives Out franchise is a stellar hit.
Well,
It's a phenomenal hit, and I'm hoping Nia DaCosta can generate the same thing. Don't put her back in Marvel, but I think that what she can do with I thought Candyman was a really solid soft reboot. I thought it was very, very solid, and I think she deserves a chance to prove that she can do something different. And it's not because, but I think there is more attention drawn to it because of the whole thing with like the women involved, and it is a huge flop. But Marvel's already this was just like the next step. It was like this was going to flop.
Yeah, and they didn't help. I feel like a big difference between this and the Eternals is that they didn't back this the same way. They didn't help this out the same way. You didn't have Kevin Feige out here being like, "This is an Oscar winner" or some like comment.
And Eternals, while there was a lot of female presence, you still had Johnson, the Game of Thrones guys, and you still had Kingo.
You still had Barry Keoghan. You still had a lot of people. You still had Brian Tyree Henry.
Yeah, you still had a lot of male presence as well. That was more of like an ensemble thing, and and they were still trying something very different. Whereas Eternals wasn't. A lot of people's negative association with the Marvels, for those who feel negatively towards the Marvels, not speaking to those who felt positively towards it. I'm not saying if you feel positively towards it, you should feel different. I'm saying to echo this, to summarize the sentiments of a lot of people who felt negatively towards the Marvels, is that it was emblematic of all the things MCU generally has been doing wrong.
And it's like it's all not the stuff people were freaking out about in the first movie.
Yeah.
Which like they shouldn't have been freaking out about, but it's largely not that stuff.
Whereas Eternals was very much different. Like while I didn't like Eternals, it was not. I wouldn't say the problems that I had with that are the same problems I had with the Marvels.
No.
Yeah.
It's like the Eternal still gets to be what it wants to be and breathe the way it wants to breathe. And this, like, again, I was initially excited for like, hour and 45 minutes. That's very reasonable. And for like the tone they seem to be setting, also very reasonable. Then you watch the movie, and I liked the movie more than pretty much any of the rejects on record here. Like, I had a pretty good time. But it is one of those things where I watched it and I was like, this is fun. But the fun is hampered by the fact that I can tell this. It just feels to me like this wants to be a more breathable movie and a more tonally finessed movie, so that all the fun and games they want to try make a bit more sense. And those are all things that just really smack of like retooling and stuff. That it just felt so out of the creative's control at that point. And I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think. yeah. Bottom
And
line.
somebody brought up pandemic, somebody brought up pandemic, and it's like, oh, is it even a flop because we live in a post-pandemic world, and it's like everything's going to be 20% or so less.
It's a flop.
But it's still a flop because now, in light of that, we're going to have to retool how much we spend and what we consider, for blockbusters. Because we're also at a point now where like these movies are more expensive than ever.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I know we spent a long time there. Thank you, Akash, for that. We just really wanted to take advantage of your question to really zero in on a topic there. Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. Love your LinkedIn profile. Thank you for the plethora of fun live streams and great content lately. Oh, thank you. Thank you for those who have been watching. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
One last thought.
Jesus, John. It's like dealing with Coy.
I think it's unfortunate for Nia DaCosta as compared to the other director you mentioned, just because
Daniel Espinosa.
No, somebody else.
Chloe Zhao.
With more stuff on their plate. Ryan Johnson. I think Nia DaCosta's on a way bigger back foot right now because now she has to like deal with all this junk, whereas Ryan Johnson had like a pretty respectable filmog before he got Star Wars, whereas Nia DaCosta, this is her third movie, and now she's going to have to contend with all this nonsense to get back to a point where Ryan Johnson can get a new project greenlit like any time.
People were excited about Ryan Johnson directing versus Nia DaCosta. We're like, let's see what she can do.
Yeah, you're leveling up. Okay, you did a pretty good Candyman. Let's see what you can do. Yeah, the top of the top,
AM, thank you so much for your super chat. Thoughts on Lex, Jimmy, and Miss Teskmacher casting? Who's playing Miss Teskmacher?
Oh, let's find out. Let's do this thing. James Gunn has announced so many castings, it's hard to keep track sometimes. Let's go.
Who's playing her? Does someone know in the chat?
Does somebody know in the chat? John Hamm, Doctor Doom? Definitely. It's going to be good.
Ooh, they should get Brooke Teskmacher from
that would make the most sense.
wrestling.
Hey, they need to take some notes from wrestling.
Sure.
All right, they need to take some notes across the board from wrestling.
Guys, who's playing her in the fucking in the Superman movie?
Have not seen Songbirds and Snakes.
We have talked about Lex and Jimmy. We think they're perfect, and for their own variety of reasons. I'm weirdly more excited for Jimmy than I am for Lex.
Sarah Sampaio.
Who's that? Okay.
Don't know.
Look her up.
Or is it Sampaio? Maybe.
I only really know her from like the portrayals in the live action movies. I don't really know the character, honestly.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh my God, she's hideous.
I cannot stand to look at this woman.
I don't hope she has an extended role on screen.
Yes, never. I hope she never works again.
Oh, she has 8.7 million followers.
Oh, goodness.
Must be for how ugly she is.
It must be because lots of people in the world speak Portuguese.
What is Sarah Sampaio famous for? Being a Victoria's Secret angel.
Good.
More like the
She did some stuff next to Cate Blanchett for Armani fragrance.
Sarah something.
So she caught some of that acting. I don't know. I mean people roll their eyes at model actors, but I'm sure she's got chops.
Hey, you know who's a model actor? Charlize Theron.
Hey, there you go. I'm saying. Well, and
I could name more.
I think it's funny. It's
good.
It's going great. Yeah, baby.
Okay, babe.
Yes. I think models turned actors get a bad rap because how many models?
Oh, she was an original creation for the Donner Superman film. I didn't know that.
Oh, cool.
That makes sense.
Interesting. Oh, that's a fun homage then, too.
Ah.
So sure. I mean, people slag model actors, but so many actors are probably also modeling. So, Palm Clementieff from Mercy Graves.
I like that pick.
Ooh, lovely.
Gary.
Back
in the chat. Thank you. Or it's staged, so we don't expect her ghost face.
Oh, what a weird.
Can you imagine?
What a weirdo ruse.
If that was the ultimate reveal? What if Scream 7 is just the most meta film where it's dealing with the firing of Melissa Barrera? And they don't know whether they're like, how do we
trying to make another stab movie? They just fired the star for controversial.
No, you're taking a completely different direction. You're doing it still within the Scream universe.
Okay.
I'm saying we step into reality.
Do a new nightmare. Do a new nightmare.
A new nightmare is what I'm saying. Yes, and then you have it's like the filmmakers or the stars of the film. They're like everyone's just playing a satirical version of themselves.
Yes.
And then bam, Find out she's the new Ghostface.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I like
that's not
the
gonna
idea.
happen. But
I
yeah,
like
sure. Why the fuck not? That'd be cool.
And what a way to set that up by just completely throwing your studio under the bus to do it.
It's a great comment right here. I knew a crowd of models once. It was very varied range of intellects.
Of course it was. Absolutely. People are not just their job.
Jaden Stevens. Hi, Greg and John.
Hey.
Always a pleasure.
It is.
Sorry.
It's always a pleasure.
To hear from you guys. I love the Challenger videos. Have really gotten me through this year. I was excited to see Macchio B coming back to direct Creed 4. Hell yeah. Thank you for generating. Guys in the chat, are you excited for Creed 4? Forever. I got to use it at least once. It would be fitting. It's Creed.
Creed Forever.
Creed Forever would actually be fitting. Usually that title you laugh at, and I would still laugh. But I think it's a very, very fitting title for the Creed franchise, for a character that started off in 1970s with Apollo.
Yeah.
To now be carrying this franchise. And then if you are setting up the daughter to become a boxer.
Dude, I think
it works.
It's the perfect amalgamation of the heart.
No.
I like
this is not an enthusiastic chat.
Creed Forever. Creed Forever is a perfect title.
Kind of I thought this would be way more positive. This chat is like so mixed so far on the Creed thing.
Did you think Rocky was milking it by 4 or 5? If we're aligned on that, then that's fine. But I think Creed Forever as a title just lovely, in a lovely way, combines the heart and cheese of the Rocky series in general. So I'm with it.
I mean, the Creed movies are way more serious than the Rocky films.
Yeah, I think there's some diminishing returns, maybe just in that, like, we're in the biggest thick of it with Adonis in the first one, and the second one is super personal.
Sure.
The third one is also personal, but it does have that feeling of like, okay, we need to expand this guy's life out so we can get some more personal circumstances going.
Yeah.
So I can see them stretching, but I didn't
Definitely.
think it was bad.
Yeah, I mean, and the big talk about it was Jonathan Majors, who will definitely be back.
Definitely.
And so, yeah, I think
Creed Forgotten.
Creed for Stick.
Creed for Stick.
Yeah, I think that
Creed Forced sequel.
what would get me excited, at the end of the day, it is Creed's franchise, Adonis Creed's franchise.
He's got to fight Rocky's kid.
They got to figure out the whole thing with, is it not Irving Kershner, Irvin Winkler? Or who's the producer? The one who's in Debacle with Sylvester Stallone. They got to figure out that whole shit.
Yeah.
Because it is kind of weird when you do 2 Creed movies where so much of the DNA is with the Rocky franchise and the mentorship, and then we're like, we can't mention him really.
We can't really even acknowledge him.
Yeah, and I think that they got to figure out something, honestly.
Bringing back Clubber Lang, I like it. Let's do it.
Yeah, Irvin Winkler. It is Irvin Winkler. Yeah. I think they should. I think they should do that. They got to figure out that. But I think Michael B. Jordan, that was his first movie he directed, and I feel like he could do an even better job. I mean, I already think he did a great job for a first film, honestly.
Yeah. Clearly been studying on set.
But damn, yeah, I think he would be doing an even more impeccable job. And now, like, you can only imagine how much more expressive and imaginative the guy can get.
Yeah, totally. And how many more anime flourishes he can pack in there.
And I think he can I think he can examine maybe what he could have prepared for or done a little better.
Yeah.
Because there were things I definitely had gripes with the actual. I like the first 2/3 a lot, and while the big talk is the big fight at the end,
Yeah.
I actually thought it got like extremely rushed.
Yeah.
They were like I only saw it that one time, but I think my memory serves me correct on my emotional association was that they kind of just like slammed their foot on the acceleration.
Yeah.
At some point in the movie, and they were just like, "We gotta get to the fucking finale."
All right, we've let this breathe. Now we gotta wrap it up. Okay.
Yeah, and I think that's a bit of the thing they got to figure out.
Bring back Mr. T, and also go listen to Aesop Rock's new song about him.
Tori Jerry. Thank you, Tori. Thank you. Love your profile pic. First time super chat. I appreciate all the work you do. Thank you.
Which Barbie are you?
Oh, Don, please. Are you guys excited for Doctor Who this weekend?
Yes.
Bet your ass we are. That's why we're doing the stream today, because we got to cover Doctor Who this weekend.
So
and
excited.
because we are caught up on Patreon with it, as a few weeks, like a month, 2 months ago, we were like, you know what, let's put this on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's the first time we're going to put it on YouTube, and I'm very excited for this return. Hopefully it pans out well to be doing it for YouTube, because everything we've done for Doctor Who's just at our Patreon. We're so late to it.
And this is a new reset going forward. This will be listed as season 1, so it's like a new Who.
Interesting.
If I'm reading this correctly, you can clarify.
I thought it was just they were doing a couple specials with Tenet.
They're doing a couple specials with Tenet, and then we move on to 14 to Nguti Gatwa.
Interesting.
So we'll see. I don't know. Are they saying season 1 because they're going to do some timey-wimey shit with like the first Doctor or something? Is that what you mean?
Timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly.
I feel like any other franchise, this would be a clear sentiment. With Doctor Who, I'm like, what does it mean they're going to call it season 1?
These are the 3 specials first.
Genocidal tweet from James Woods. Oh God, what is James Woods is rarely harmonizing with.
And then we'll read then we'll read Kevin Sorbo's tweets.
I love Kevin Sorbo. Let's do it.
Kind of a soft read.
He's a saint.
Interesting. Well, thank you, Tori. We are very excited for it.
Aesop Rock is the king. I mean, no shade to Aesop Rocky, but for the confusion's sake, I'll go with you.
After the specials, it will be season 1. Oh.
Dude, I see. Okay, so it is a new era, a new area.
They really changed the lore.
They did.
In the fucking
they did.
Jodie who we liked Jodie Whittaker. We did. We weren't the biggest fans of the
writing could be better.
The writing and directing.
The board.
Look, man, there were some great episodes though.
Yeah.
In the Whittaker, I mean, a lot of times it was kind of rough, but there were times where it was fucking amazing. The fucking the big major arc they did, like at least half of those were phenomenal.
Yeah, that one season where we did the Flux was
the
really
Flux,
nice.
Yeah, that was. I thought like half of those were amazing.
And Jodie killed, like she filled the shoes and the coat, all that stuff really well.
Yeah.
She really picked up the legacy and ran with it. I think she did a great job, and I don't think we'll be at LA Comic-Con, sadly, Janine. But if you go, let us know.
John will be there.
I'm always there. I live at the convention center.
Jaden Stevens with Deadpool. Ooh. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Damn. Jodie's still here. I mean, Omni-Man's still here.
When somebody said Michael B. directing Creed 4, I was like, Omni Media? And I was like, oh, yeah, Jordan. Michael B. I'm so used to seeing Michael B. Jordan as like one name.
Hey, John did Dead Reckoning with Omni-Man.
Shouts out. Go watch us watch it. And
I don't know why you don't ever cosplay as Omni-Man. Maybe because he's not a great guy. Jaden Stevens with Deadpool being the only MCU title coming next year. Do you think it's more or less pressure on the film to do well?
Yes.
I think it is more. I never thought of it in terms of pressure.
Both. There's a lot of pressure, and I think it also makes a lot of sense to have it be the only MCU release next year, because I think there are 2 sets of stakes. It's like there's the MCU stakes in the sense that like this gotta be good, but also there's the stakes of like Deadpool's coming over. This will be our first taste of like true anarchic R-rated Marvel, and I don't know. I think a lot of eyes are going to be on it because the first Deadpool obviously is like an iconic movie. A lot of people pretty much love Deadpool 2, or at least like it a lot. So like the movie itself has to be great, but it also has to be like a particularly momentous MCU installment. And given that we're going to have Hugh Jackman back and we're probably going to do some kind of crazy meta, multi-studio universe spanning thing, I think it makes a lot of sense to make it like the centerpiece of a year. But I also think that, it will have like so much riding on it from multiple angles.
I think it helps make it feel so much more special.
Yeah.
That it's only going to be one movie, when this movie should feel special and not just be another one in the pantheon of MCU films.
And for all the movies, for it to be solo, this one makes sense.
And especially for, like usually MCU has been like releasing 3 movies a year. To reduce it down to just one and to have it be Deadpool 3, I think that really shines a good spotlight on it. And they could release 6 the following year.
Kink that hose.
To make up for it, and then release a few more shows. I like Deadpool 2 more than the first one. A lot of people don't share that opinion, but I personally...
I like Deadpool 2 a lot.
I need to rewatch the X-Men 97, man.
Same.
Fuck, I really do, because I'm like, oh, man, I barely remember that show.
I haven't seen it since I was a kid.
They keep talking about it coming back, and I'm like, I don't want to be that guy when I'm watching it.
Yeah.
Who's just complaining, like, you should make this for people who haven't seen the
Yeah. Picks up it's surprisingly serialized.
Gary, thank you for being back here, my friend. It will really mess with people's head if Ghostface takes the mask off and says it was Randy all along. Well, yeah, that's impossible. It won't make any sense.
It'll break people's heads.
There's always
it doesn't make sense.
For every movie, it's been Randy. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Get Alex Aja's Scream, and then we can just do a high tension again. He's just like, this aggressively makes no sense, but it's really intense.
I think a Scream trope that needs to die is how they handle killer reveals. It's always fun figuring out who the killer is and being wrong or being right. I always love the game of it. It's part of the fun of every single Scream movie. It's like with Saw when you're trying to figure out what the big twist is.
Do it Saw 2.
Did you like the twist in Saw? I haven't seen Saw. Everyone shut up.
Nobody say anything specific about Saw X.
Stop. No, 10 people. Oh, God, John. You know what you just did?
You started to
No, I
ask.
cut myself off. Oh, God, I'm afraid to look. Oh, no. You just got to let this die. If you see something, you better fucking shield me right away.
I agree. My eyes are locked.
If you say, don't do this, there's going to be that one fucking asshole.
I don't know what to say right now. I feel like there's something I could say to set you at ease, but I also
Don't
don't
tell
want to
me
say
anything.
too much of anything.
Don't tell me
so
we're
I'm not
dropping
gonna
the
say
subject.
anything.
We're dropping the subject.
You shut your mouth when you're talking.
We're
to
dropping
me.
the subject.
Yeah, Aesop Rock is one of the best
subject's-
rappers
the
of all time.
subject's
Though.
dropped.
If you don't know Aesop
The
Rock's
subject
music,
is
go
gone.
check him out. All right. Mindful Solution.
You have set our friendship back 10
integrated-
years, John.
I have been working so hard to get it back, and it all comes crashing down today. But yeah, if it was Randy all along, I think people would be excited, but it wouldn't make any sense.
Here's what they need to change about it is I'm so sick and tired of whenever they do the killer reveal, how they all behave the exact fucking same. They all behave the same.
Yeah,
They're all this like annoying, maniacal personality. It's
everyone's
my favorite horror
trying to
franchise.
become Matthew Lillard in that moment.
And the only time it really fucking worked was Matthew.
When it was him, yeah.
It was Matthew Lillard.
Have different motivations or vibes. Yeah, not everybody has to go like full on crazy.
And part of the fun with that was having Matthew Lillard and
Skeet Ulrich.
and they had different tones to their killer.
Mm-hmm.
One was like, I'm a serious actor.
Yeah,
The other one was like, you're gonna fucking love this, man.
Yeah. It's
Two
your
very
heartthrob and
different-
your like wacky anarchic energy guy.
Yeah, exactly. So, but now it's always like we're both fucking crazy.
Yeah, totally. Don't mind if I do. Blah, blah, blah. It's like this treehouse of horror.
Christian Ampranzbo, always one of the first people who's in our streams.
Hey.
Like one of the first people to comment all the time. How many Celestials do you think there are? 4 to 6. According to our dialogue and the age of our universe, Tiamat would have been the 13th born. So there were 12 others born before him, but how many were there originally?
No.
Oh,
There was
God.
one. Originally, there was one, and then there became more. I don't know. You see, that's a coy question. I'm sure there's some kind of like, well, they had to have 4 at the beginning because of these
Don't worry,
4
I'm gonna
tenets of
figure this
reality.
out. I'm gonna figure this out. Hold on
Yeah.
a second. Let me just copy and paste this.
Oh, bring back Officer Doofy. I think that would be very fun if they did a crossover that way.
Don't worry, we're gonna ask Google Bard.
Sure, let's do
I'm
that.
just gonna ask Google Bard what Google Bard thinks.
Arishem. Good that you remembered the name there. Oh, he's
I'm just gonna ask Google Bard. Maybe we'll get the exact answer.
Come on, Google Bard. In the movie Eternals, Arishem, the leader of the Celestials, states that Tiamat was the 7th Celestial to be born. This contradicts the earlier statement that Tiamat was the 13th to be born. This discrepancy could be attributed to a number of factors, such as the vastness of the cosmos and the limited knowledge of the Eternals themselves. It is also possible that the Celestials do not follow the same order of birth, or that there are multiple generations of Celestials. Ultimately, the exact number of Celestials is unknown. However, based on the available information, it is likely that there are at least dozen Celestials in existence. But that doesn't really tell us how much there were originally.
God, I barely think about the Celestials, and that's part of the problem
The
with the
MCU doesn't either.
It's part of the problem with the focus of the MCU. Before it was just like focus on one thing: Thanos, Infinity Stones.
And don't
Because they were going hand in hand, Thanos and the Infinity Stones.
and it was unfolding in a way
Yeah.
that wasn't
Yeah.
telegraphing to you so far in advance that that's
Yeah.
what it was. And then they made all these announcements for Phase 4 through 6, and they were like, "Oh shit, all this stuff is coming, and it's all connected, and
Yeah.
all the stuff has been coming, but like it's so much less than all of that, or so much less connected and mapped out seeming."
The original, but I appreciate the inquiry. Deadshot. Did you guys see Saw X, and what did you think? You better be careful, Sean. Well, I'll give you guys a quick disclaimer. I have not seen Saw X yet. I was going to. The plan originally was let Aaron and Tara catch up, and then the four of us were going to do it all together.
Yeah.
But then just the timing of everything and the way the week was looking, people leaving town. It was like
a lot of chaos.
It was, and I had to work on other stuff. I just plain and simple had to do a bunch of other things that day. Well, they got to do the fun thing.
We really
literally,
missed you.
I
was so sad.
I was like chopping
honestly.
away, and I just hear them screaming and like all this noise, and I was like, "I need to go to another room."
I honestly, I was so really
I was
sad.
so worried that you guys are gonna like say something as fun. I still haven't seen it.
No, the second we cut,
But
I was like, guys, be very careful. I don't want anything spoiled.
Yeah,
like,
but I did buy it for them, so I own it.
Yeah,
so I'm going
yeah.
to like watch it.
I absolutely wanted to share that with you. I won't say much of anything, but as a Saw fan for a long time, through the ups and downs, it put joy into my heart, and I was very pleased. I'm excited to discuss it, but yeah, that's all I'll say.
That's, I mean, the point, the original plan was for that. That's why I didn't watch in theaters, and because originally I was gonna just go watch in the theaters because I've seen like most of them in the theaters. I've definitely
Pretty
seen
much all of them. Yeah.
Maybe there's been like 2 I didn't catch in the theaters.
The
But
one I
I've
didn't catch was the first.
This is definitely the longest I've been without seeing a Saw movie. That's for sure.
I'm excited to hear your thoughts.
MC No Light, thank you so much. I just think Norrin, a rad story of serving Galactus only to save his homeworld wife specifically, is integral to the character, but I guess you could say she's wanting to save her husband.
There's so much to that. I think you can
make
do.
a lesbian.
Riddle me this: was Norrin Rad's wife like a really specific big character, or was it just the classic like I love my wife and want to save my wife, so I'm going to do this stuff because my wife? Like I don't know. I think
you know the answer, John.
You can gender bend that in a way that works a billion. Like I don't want my homeworld to die. I miss my husband. It can be whatever. I don't think it's that big of a. I don't think gender really means much to the DNA of the character.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like there's nothing that needs him or them to be whatever,
Yeah.
It's not like Miles Morales needs to be, of mixed ethnicity because that's who that cares, part of the identity. But Silver Surfer can be, as long as they're silver, I think it's fine.
I mean, we don't really know the history. What's the wife's name? Do we know the wife's name?
Does she have a name?
What's the wife's name? Let me try to find it. Shalabal, okay.
He's a character from his home planet of Zen Law. Plays a significant role in his backstory, particularly in the narrative of why he agrees to serve as Herald of Galactus.
Yeah.
I think you can swap it with anybody
Essentially
who
a fridge.
Important at you.
Essentially. Hey, Galaxy Geeks, thank you for being here.
Hey, thank you for showing up. Hey, there you go. Got some people who know the name in the chat.
Mrs. Rad.
Nicki Minaj, Silver Surfer, and she's already in the universe, so it makes sense.
Carson. I mean, no, I think it's not a big deal if you just make. I really don't. This isn't like us being Mr. Progressive over here. I just don't give a shit. Like, who really gives a shit?
It's more about the demeanor and the look of the character.
You could have the exact same motivation for a. It doesn't have to say. They could be another woman. It could be a lesbian couple, or if they even call it that.
The Silver Surfer is now a big gay family.
Let it be. Who cares? Who gives a shit?
As long as they're silver and they're just like sort of cut like the quintessential human specimen, I think that's yeah.
Look, he already doesn't have genitalia.
Yeah.
Just give Silver Surfer a huge rash.
Yes.
It's the same bald head.
No, keep the bald head. Don't even give her hair if you make it a woman. Just
bald head with a huge rag.
Yes.
I think. And big curvy hips.
Yes.
a giant ass.
Yeah, like a fertility goddess,
Right.
Silver Surfer.
Like, make it look like the hottest mannequin you've ever seen.
They're gonna have to find somebody who is
Come
like
on, guys.
fit and has a dancer body. Probably is what
Dude,
they're
we're
gonna
talking
do.
it's mocap, dude.
I'm just like, if they do make her a woman, make her buff. You cowards.
Just make her buff, big boobies.
One thing I'll always say for Zack
Huge
Snyder
ass.
is like the Amazonians in his Themyscira
Oh,
are
dude.
like built, and that's what's up. you
No,
know?
look, I don't care what your opinion is on Zack Snyder. Here's what we know.
Yeah.
He knows how to capture human anatomy with this like oozing awe that you've never quite seen.
He would have like sculpted the craziest David if he was in that era.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
just, like,
dude, totally. Yeah.
The most admiration, the most like
Jada Pinkett, the Silver Surfer.
Why not? You know,
That's
it's
what I'm talking
fine.
about,
It works.
motherfucker.
Yeah, I can kind of even see it. This is the problem. I can see Niobe Silver Surfer.
Carson Hudkins. Thank you, Carson. Chris Pratt and Pedro Pascal starring in Scream 7 confirmed. I would love that.
I don't. For some reason, I cannot imagine the two of them in the same thing, but either of them in a Scream.
Pedro is on the verge, though, of being cast in too much.
He's
I'm not
dancing all
there.
over the line.
I'm not there. I think it's because he's in big things. He's like in the big franchises.
And
you know?
people
Because
fucking love him.
Because people were like, I just feel like he's like the go-to name for everything. I'm like, I don't think he is. I rarely hear his name. Like you can't say he's the go-to name for everything when people were talking about Reed Richards. No one brought up.
Yeah,
Pedro.
nobody brought it yet.
Yeah, so you can't. And there were people who were saying like he's just like the go-to. I'm like, but
He's
no,
a go-to
he's not.
for a type of role now.
Yeah, but there is a thing where I'm like, okay, he's in a lot of the big stuff now.
Mhm.
And Chris Pratt is not versatile enough in his voices to be doing all the voices. I gotta say that. I did preview that Garfield trailer, and I was like, it fits, but it's not. He's just not versatile enough in the voices, you know.
This is the
That is what I'll agree with. It's
very.
like we need to dial back some of this Chris Pratt in every animated thing. If it's only been 2, I mean, he's done like other animated shit, but I'm like 2 big ones now. We might need to dial that back a little bit.
This is the first time in a long time where I have been like marveling at how good his people must be, because it's such a meme, and yet like whoever's his booking agent like must have some kind of crazy Illuminati skills or a lot of dirt or both on people, because yeah, like I'm like I forgot he was Garfield, and I was like, this seems like a joke someone's pulling on me.
Right. I'm right there with you. Goat Nation, what up, Goat Nation?
Greatest of all time.
He's saying you guys are amazing. You're amazing.
You're amazing.
I'd make a love to your super chat, Goat Nation.
You're amazing.
I'm just gonna refresh this really quick to make sure we're not missing anything.
I don't refresh shit.
We should probably we do got other things we gotta do so we could have
Nah.
Thanksgiving. Oh my God,
Nah.
what? Chris, you generous fucker. We gotta get to that.
Chris.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my
Chris.
God, Christian Whamoff.
I would say stop, Chris, but I'm hoping that there comes a point where you're gonna just ask for all of it.
Hey, I am destitute now.
I've made a big mistake.
Any chance you still have, it'd mean a lot.
That would be so fun.
Yes. Oh my God. It's okay, Chris.
Oh, now there's a pressure.
We're
we gotta
gonna
we gotta
erect
do
a
something. We gotta
statue
do
of
something for
Chris
you, Chris,
here.
man. Holy shit.
Can we get your likeness? We need
Miss-
Zack Snyder to shoot Chris.
That'll be the last thing
body.
we read is Chris Whammo.
Yeah.
Dedicate too much time. Damn.
Miss Theodora.
Miss Theodora. Oh, I recognize your profile. That is Mikasa from the Attack on Titan finale. Happy Wednesday, my loves. Excited for the new Doctor Who?
Very much.
Absolutely. We're excited for the new
Absolute
Doctor Who.
vodka.
Can't wait for it. More timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly.
Reverse the polarity.
Olonzi.
Alonzi, there you go. Terrifier 3 trailer. Haven't seen it.
Have you seen any of the Terrifiers?
No. Or apparently there's Terrifiers and there's all through the night. There's like a movie that sets up Art the Clown, and then there are Terrifiers, and that's like a Christmas movie. So like I'm like, ooh, maybe this Christmas movie would be a good place to start.
Christmas horror is a really hard one to crack.
It is.
It is. What do we got? We got Krampus, we got Gremlins, and we got Black Christmas.
It's just you really. It's
First
just,
time live.
Oh, thank you so much.
Super. Thank you,
Damn, that's a fucking chat. I just. Oh, okay.
Omar.
Oh boy.
Gonna have some heavy stuff to talk about, but thank you for joining in for the first time. Thank you. And Christian,
Jesus.
go check out The Creator. It's pretty decent.
Did you see the Nosferatu tease by Robert Eggers? No. Let's look at it.
Let's see it.
Let's see
All I heard was he said like I can't see Bill Skarsgård, like he's just not there like he's so in the role that he's just not there.
Bill Skarsgård's playing it, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know. See it.
There's so many Skarsgårds.
Is it just like a? Is it just like a text, or is it an actual photo? I don't know. There's an actual photo.
Golly, wowie.
Let's see it.
What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Come on, give me a high res Empire.
As a channel that has ads on their videos, I get exceptionally annoyed when I encounter ads myself.
I'm being very zen about it. Whenever I see an ad,
irony.
I'm watching an ad on anything independent that I care to support.
I'm just trying to like
play.
read something because like I think ads on a video or I'm just like you just have to hit like a skip ad button if you really want to, right?
Yes.
But like on an article, it's like, oh, what the fuck? How do I get around this thing?
Yeah. So it's just his fingers looming, his outstretched hand looming across the young ingenue's face.
Damn, a Robert Eggers Nosferatu is gonna be something special.
Yeah, boy, that seems like an ideal project.
Because you just know that is going to be like, I don't know what they're talking about. They are speaking way too akin to the time period.
My soul just feels dark.
Is there subtitles? Why is there no subtitles?
Yeah. This is English. Oh, wow. This is English, I guess.
I still haven't seen The Northman.
I've only seen The Witch of his movies, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't seen The Lighthouse yet.
Man, it's a good movie.
Why'd you spill your beans?
Terrifier will definitely be watching this Thanksgiving. I hope so. King Tut. On another note, thank you, King Tut. Oh, this gives us a chance to talk about something. On another note, who would you rather see come out of Sony's Spider-Verse live-action movies? Scarlet Spider, Ben Reilly, or Spider-Man 2099? I think Spider-Man 2099. I mean, I know there's a lot of championing right now for Scarlet Spider. I feel like Scarlet Spider wouldn't. Oh man, now I'm like so back and forth in my own brain about it.
I feel like Scarlet Spider suits what their universe is better.
Yeah, yes. But I mean, there's some. It's just. I guess it just depends on the film. Like for what Spider-Man films are currently like, I think Spider-Man 2099 for shit with like multiverse and to kind of like a more trying to go for like a more approachable, darker approach.
Yeah,
I think Spider-Man 2099 kind of makes a little bit more sense.
It would be a good tie around.
Where Scarlet Spider's a little bit more something you would kind of laugh at a little bit right now. There's a way to make him cool, but
in the tandem of things,
I'm assuming the question is coming from like not just adapting the Scarlet Spider, Spider-Man 2099, like actually pulling them from the Across the Spider-Verse films and putting them into live action. That's how I'm reading this question because you're saying Sony Spider-Verse.
I think it would make
2099 makes more sense to do that and would be more accessible and adaptable because right now Scarlet Spider is a bit just of a one-note joke.
Well, I think that's the thing, is if you bring in Spider-Man 2099, that actually seems like a conscientious choice because that establishes, I think that would just make an easy inroad to have a Ben Reilly then after that. You know, it just gives your multiverse in live action for Sony a lot more credence, I think, if you, and plus you'd have the surprise of like, oh shit, it's Oscar Isaac, you know, or something like that. I don't know if he'd do it, but, you know. At least the recognition of, oh, damn, 2099 is in live action. This clearly implies things. And then,
Yeah, but that's my take. That's my take.
But I think Ben Reilly, if they weren't planning to do a crossover that culminates in a Spider-Man 4 or something, if they were just keeping this like one-offs, I would say Ben Reilly.
Guys, we have immensely lost track of the time.
Nah, not us, G. Never.
I think John and I really needed a live stream today.
We needed a loose one.
We needed, we really needed just a fun loose one today. But damn, we have really lost track of time. We were supposed to. The idea was just to go from 12 to 2, and I'm like, oh, we've just gotten
6 p.m.
And honestly, we've been enjoying I've really been enjoying this so much, just being here, and it's been just to like sit back, like the live streams I enjoyed. It's just like having the conversation has been so fun. We're not going to end right now because we don't end the stream without covering all of our super chats and everything like that. This has been incredibly enjoyable, but another first time soup.
Thank you so much.
We are going to hit the button in just a couple minutes to not allow any more. It's gonna be a nicer way of phrasing it, to where you guys cannot be so kind anymore to donate to the super chats. But we want to make sure we read them all off. But yeah, man, we've got like several more hours of things to do, and we want to make sure we can have our Thanksgiving.
Also, sorry, All Hallows Eve and Art is played by a different guy. So sorry for the misinformation there. Terrifier 3 is the Christmas one.
It is. No, I mean, honestly, like this has been it's been extremely enjoyable being here. Like a lot of times we do live streams, and I just kind of just wanted to stay here all day. So because they're so fun.
Oh, sir.
It's just fun to have the conversation, you know.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times when you're filming videos, you know, especially when I'm like these movie and show reactions, a lot of times I'm like so aware of the edit, and it's like my mind has to kind of be simultaneously in two places at once, and I'm aware of like time and all these things. So, and for this, it's just like let's just sit back, relax, and just enjoy a conversation, and let's spend an obnoxious amount of time on one question, you know,
MC
versus you know being like fucking.
Yeah, totally.
And now
we need to chop it.
Now we've gotten carried away. We are way. Now it's like now the other shit we gotta do is gonna feel like that.
Sure,
and we're like fuck.
MC,
this has been so enjoyable.
MC No Light. If super chats aren't working for you, you might. Well, if you're commenting, you're subscribed.
You're lying. We gotta bring that as one of the audios.
You're lying.
Bryan Cranston from Godzilla. Remember that?
It's
you're
not
lying.
A typhoon. Yeah.
We just need the "you're lying."
Yeah, that was like the quote. It's the Bryan Cranston impression quote.
God. Guys, I gotta say, revisiting Monarch. It's for some reason it's making me go back to the 2014 Godzilla movie. I genuinely think that movie is severely underrated.
It is.
When I rewatched those films leading into Godzilla v Kong, and I got
in a court of law.
I mean that's Batman v Superman.
Yes.
I just feel like it saves time.
Sure.
V Kong.
Yes, it does.
And the explanation following also saves.
Get a whole syllable back, you know. So much you could do with that, like explain taking out the syllable.
But Godzilla v Kong. But 2014 Godzilla is my favorite of the MonsterVerse movies.
It's the most of an actual film, you know. The rest of them seem like they're trying to find out how to be the most marketable versions of themselves.
Yeah. Like I like Kong Skull Island. I like King of the Monsters, and I know 2014's the one. But I honestly think the Presence Shin Godzilla reaction coming this weekend. He hasn't seen it.
So good.
He hasn't seen it.
So
but
good.
him and
Excited,
Andrew.
boy. I'm excited.
I was
boy.
like, we're doing it, guys.
All
doing
I've heard is
doing
great
it.
things.
Yeah, and to me, I think there's like two ways to capture Godzilla, and I think the capturing from the people's perspective and the obscurity makes those moments so rewarding, and the fear of Godzilla and like you get these like cathartic moments. Like that's the one that gives you that extended roar.
Yeah.
You know, where he's just at the screen and he sees the Muto. Like, I love the shit out of that 2014 one. I really do. I think it's fucking phenomenal.
There's just so much
I think it is like I love the movie as a whole.
Yeah. Not just the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. Not just like when we're
finally Godzilla.
Scene.
Yeah.
I think the movie. Admittedly, I didn't love it as much the first time I saw it because I was not prepared for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But going into it a couple years later, knowing that, I was really able to appreciate everything about it. And it is my favorite one of them all. And I'm not trying to be like cool contrarian opinion guy. It is just personally my favorite one of the films. And then I would put Godzilla v Kong, not versus Kong. Just to explain, it's not versus the actual title, but I say v Kong to save time.
Of course, yeah. No, you bought us so much.
Guy Ghost.
Andres, good to see you, bud.
Happy Thanksgiving, my friends. What movies do you find yourself watching on Thanksgiving? Matt Colton, he already watched it, so your heads up's a little late.
Uh-oh.
What movies do you find yourself watching on Thanksgiving? You know, I was thinking about this when I was exercising today. My mind was saying, like, if I have time tomorrow, I would love to rewatch The Batman. I don't know why. I don't have like a go-to Thanksgiving film. I don't have that for this holiday. Maybe Killers of the Flower Moon. I don't.
Sure.
I don't. Yeah, we did talk about that. Cause I don't have like a go-to Thanksgiving movie, but I haven't seen The Batman on as I own it on Blu-ray, and I haven't seen it on the nice TV we have. I've only seen it in the theaters, but I saw it in theaters 3 times. So it would be like, it would be kind of cool to sort of, because I feel like sometimes I appreciate even more at home because I can just sort of see the whole picture easier.
Yeah. And you can examine in a different way.
Yeah, and I just haven't had that enjoyment, and no seating experience is going to be more comfortable than my couch. Because honestly, 3 hours in any movie theater gets a little uncomfortable. So yeah, I would like to. My mind is telling me try to watch that.
Sure, that's a good. I feel like that's a good November movie. You know, it's very rain, it's very gray, it's very dreary of the season.
True.
I feel like my answers will all be sort of more, kind of chintzy than that. Like Addams Family Values is a great one. I think. I feel like we often pull out, like if we're like doing the family pie thing after dinner, it's usually like a classic, like Meet Me in St. Louis or something like that. I want to watch some of the Thanksgiving themed horror movies that are out there.
Like Thanksgiving.
Spyglass Entertainment's Thanksgiving, baby. I'm just gonna turn a blind eye and go watch that for a minute.
I really think that should have been a streaming movie. I've heard it's good.
I've heard it is good.
And I support the theatrical release. That just seems like you would have had a better gamble on streaming.
It seems like the kind of thing you would ideally want to do what they do with the Halloween or Five Nights at Freddy's, where you do a day and date so that people at home can watch it and people who go to the movies on Thanksgiving can also watch it.
I mean, you probably wouldn't have as... Because at least with those, like Halloween and Five Nights, you have an actual chance of making money at the theaters. Versus this, I feel like most people are like, well, I'm just going to fucking, I don't know, it's not, what the fuck is this? Let's just watch this at home. Yeah. But I think because of the positive reception it had, I think people would have actually been like, making TikToks about it and creating a social media conversation around it. And then you would have been able to attract a lot of attention for it versus, I don't know, there's something that's it's a really hard sell, like for anything horror related post-Halloween. Like I'm talking,
unless it's like specifically I'm
not talking January. I'm talking literally
Thanksgiving and Christmas.
It's a really fucking hard sell because that's not what the kind of movies people are in the mood for.
It's November 1st, man. People are like, let's get cheery.
Yeah, and I think it's especially stupid when movies decide to release horror movies like a few days after Halloween. Like, when they did that for Overlord, like, that was one of the dumbest... I'll never forget that. Like, what an idiotic decision.
You could make a whole film festival out of movies that should have been released for Halloween season. Just this year alone, I've heard people lament, like, Renfield and the Haunted Mansion probably would have done a lot better.
Definitely.
If they put them out at the time where people want to do a haunted house.
I don't understand the reasoning for a lot of these decision makings of, like, it's pretty simple, guys. There's a time where people are in the mood for spooky stuff.
Yeah.
Put it out then.
Fuck, go September
people
if
are in
you
the
have
mood for
to.
spooky stuff.
Yeah, don't go in April. What are you doing?
And especially when most of these theaters, studios know that their best bet are not really going to be a Barbie when you're going to get all these crazy repeat viewings. Odds are you're going to experience some like 50 to 70% dip your second week. That's your likelihood. So why not just take advantage of the Halloween season?
Yeah,
And
even
like,
if there's more
even if it's like-
saturation, people are going to be looking for these kinds of
Exactly.
movies.
Put it like end of September then. Like
Yeah.
get you in the mood.
Or heck, end of August
Yeah.
if we're really stretching. But yeah, something
Yeah.
that looms Halloween rather than, is April
It's so stupid.
or November, 20th or something like that.
Because yeah, I mean it's a really hard sell. This fucking like even Thanksgiving, even if it's like we're doing a themed, a holiday. It's a tough one. There's still a debate. Is Night Before Christmas a Halloween or Christmas movie?
That's a November movie to me. It's for
That's
it's
perfect.
it's
November
for the transition.
Perfect.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Yeah, like I always want to stop
Yes.
halfway through. Whenever I go to Disney, it never happens now, but like the times when I've been to
Yeah.
Disneyland in October, I'm always a little bit like, I like Nightmare Before Christmas, but I kind of want the Haunted Mansion vibes right now.
Yeah.
Like that's an after Halloween movie.
Yeah, and I think Blade releasing in November is. I'm like, guys, don't do. Come on. Come on.
I can almost. It's like it should be released in time for Halloween. They should be capitalizing on Halloween. I can see how an action horror movie might still perform, but it's still funky.
I think you do your A24 horror movies between January to June.
Those ones that aren't like
like your Talk to Me's.
Yeah,
your
these dramatic horror
Hereditaries.
movies.
Yeah, you put them there.
Put the cerebral horror stuff.
Your Nopes.
Sure.
But
your horror genre splices.
But then you do your yeah, no, we really gotta go through the chats. Look, guys, I'm sorry. I gotta.
People are name checking planes, trains, which you reacted to. You're not gonna watch it on Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I gotta.
I've never seen it.
I gotta. Yeah, because we do have. Man, I'm just enjoying this. If we could just do this all day.
Supers, I guess.
If we could just do this all day, I would.
I can do this all day.
I can just live chat all, because we have a lot of. This allows us to get a variety of topics out of the way.
Yeah.
It's fun, John.
It is fun.
Excuse me for
wanting to
for
have
having
fun.
a good time talking with people and seeing what
the
everyone has to
asshole.
say.
I'm the asshole.
No. What? Oh, okay. So what were we talking about, John?
We were talking
Hold on,
about.
guys. We're just turning off the whoever was the last super is the last super. I just feel like it'd be easier to do here.
Nothing is easy.
Nothing's
When
easy.
everything
When
is blown up to 500%, nothing is easy.
we're all zoomed. Okay, John. I thought
You have the thing right there.
where? I don't see it.
Scroll down gently, very gently.
Oh, it's
There
right
it
there.
is.
Okay, my bad. Oh, I didn't see that there. All right.
Yeah, it's a bit easy.
Then it gives me my threat.
Yeah. Are you sure?
If you continue, your fans will no longer see super chats as a purchase option, and you'll no longer earn revenue from it.
Ever again until
Are
hit
you
this little
sure?
slider.
Revenue is everything. Buy Pokemon's expensive cookies to do.
Oh yeah, get a Mr. Beast bar. Get some.
Got some broke ass bitches out there.
What's the Logan Paul drink?
What
Get
did
some-
Pokemon say? I was like,
Oh, no.
girl, I actually kind of like you, man. I actually enjoy you. You saying some tone deaf shit right now?
What did Pokemon do?
Something about like people bitching about her expensive ass cookies, and then she made a joke about just being like, to make you a broke ass something. And I was like, oh,
No.
girl, what'd you say?
Don't slag your
No,
young fans.
You're one of those people I'm progressively having a harder time admitting I enjoy watching, please.
Sure.
Stop making this hard for me.
You're not helping us.
You're enjoyable to me. I just feel like girl gamers get a much harder rep, and I have no idea why. But
Girls don't game.
girls don't ever have a hard time.
It's the woke left trying to pull one over on you.
True.
Yeah.
It's good that we don't have the chat in front of us right now because we don't know what the fuck they're saying. Or sarcastic comments are at this moment right now.
Harry
That's-
Potter's come out over Thanksgiving too sometimes.
John, there is unfortunately
yes.
a busy day.
Aisha Kenya, thank you.
How many people we still have?
9.
681. Still 681 people. That's pretty
Well
awesome.
done.
On
Not
the
too
day
bad
before
for Wednesday.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
on
Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
afternoon. That's pretty awesome to me, man.
Aisha Kenya, thank you for chiming in once again. We do appreciate you. You hold it down
Fucking
in
love
the chat.
Aisha. She's here all the time.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, Aisha.
In the-
Seriously, she's here all the time.
Yeah.
And then we do have some super Streamlabs as well. people can sneak in some.
Just
Don't worry. I
slide
see you
it
again,
in.
Ram J. We'll get there.
Slide into the stream M's.
She's saying, in this somewhat toxic world, you two are a breath of fresh air. I'm thankful for you both. Hey, Bonnie, I'm thankful you both exist. We love you guys. Thank you, Aisha.
Thank you.
You're always here, and you're always very supportive and positive, and I really, really take notice of that. Even if we don't have an opinion you agree with, I know you're always very respectable, so thank you. Much love to you. Thank you.
We do our best to be the same. It's hard to be non-toxic. It's constant work to be non-toxic in a toxic
We're
world.
always lying.
And we're always worried that we're
Yeah.
secretly terrible. So,
And yes, I will get Andrew to watch some Tarantino movies on this channel. He made a terribly calculated mistake. I'm going to expose Andrew right now. Do you remember when I said in this room, you're watching Kill Bill here?
Yes, I
And then he
do.
recorded it
vividly.
at
Freaking
Cinepals. And I
Cinepals.
was like,
those
what
bastards.
did you just
You broke your pact.
do?
The
You
blood covenant.
son of a bitch.
I'm going to kill you. I'm going to rip that mustache right off your face.
Then I called Jabby and I said, don't you dare upload that video. And he said, what? Boop, public.
Uh-oh.
And then I said, you're not coming over for Thanksgiving, Jabby.
Damn. Jabbus Kablabus.
The Doomer. Moment of silence. Thank you.
Yeah. Go listen to some MF Doom. Just the rest of the chat. I know Doomer, you are
I
already.
keep thinking
R.I.P.
that blot on your the splat on your jacket is something wrong with the camera.
Nope. It's just blood.
You guys are always super genuine and nice. I'd like to think so.
We do our best.
I like to think sincerity is the name of the game.
Oh, it's cool to be on the background at work. Sound off if you're at work and we're on in the background.
I haven't seen Succession yet. No, I haven't.
Seen it like an episode or two. Oh.
My life is a constant dichotomy of me going, fuck, I wish I had a camera pointed at me.
And then going, I wish I could just do anything without a camera pointed at me. Yeah, man.
That is the split.
Koi is in the chat.
No
Look
fucking
how
way.
handsome Koi is. Koi, we miss you. We love you. Do a rant in the chat. Chat rant Koi.
Guy, say something offensive about something, and Koi will go off on you.
Yeah. Somebody give Koi something to go off about.
Thanks, Omni, for being here.
Shout out to Koi. We
How's
love
your
Koi.
girlfriend, Koi? How's your attractive black girlfriend that you were dating, so that way you don't look racist in this world?
Oh God, Jesus Christ! No, we're no, no, we're not feeding this.
We should feed it.
Yes, we should.
Koi,
toy.
how is your non-racist relationship? Sorry, ever since that stream, Koi, it's gonna be the reoccurring.
People just
joke.
existing is really hard.
It's gonna be the reoccurring joke for me, my
I'm gonna
friend.
leave right now.
Koi's only dated good-looking people.
Oh,
It's really distracting.
that's part of the criterion.
You know,
He's like Scientology.
get an
These
ugly one in
things
there
are
once in a
tested,
while, would you?
And and there's chemistry tests and stuff.
It's getting annoying. It's getting annoying. It's looking self-indulgent.
Eight-Legged Freaks is the best Spider-Verse story ever. There you
She's
go.
gorgeous. No,
They're both lucky
Are we
people.
allowed to say her name? I know. She's gorgeous. She is. Yeah, and she's she is a Koi's. I don't know if we're allowed to say her name or not, but
I'll wait for Koi to say.
yeah,
it.
we'll wait for
Koi
approval,
and
but-
Mrs. Koi.
I think she has a very grounded personality, and I think she's a perfect balance for the kind of eccentricities that Koi brings. And I could she really because I really liked her a lot when I met her prior to them becoming officially boyfriend and girlfriend. And I was kind of aggressive to Koi about I was pushing towards really
This is a keeper Koi.
I was that attitude about it of you really should ask her to be your girlfriend and you really should have that conversation. I was I'm not going to go into the personal conversations too much. I'm just saying I really liked her a lot, and I was very supportive. And then the time I saw them for the first time since being official was on my birthday, and you could just see that chemistry with them, and the balance and the acceptance of two very different personalities, where there is an ease to them, and yeah, I think she's a wonderful human being. And very creative too, and funny and honest,
sharp.
There's a
savvy.
there's a true. She reads of sincerity, and yeah, she's great. And more importantly, she helps Koi not look racist.
Yes, always. It's hard out here for a guy who looks as neo as Koi does.
Oh man! Ever since he shaved his head again, I was like, "What the fuck?
What are you doing? You're already a blonde.
I was like, "You
Boston guy.
You better date a non-white woman, Koi, to balance
Listen,
this out."
Koi, we've picked some people.
That was
out.
the
We picked out some
conversation.
headshots for
I
you,
didn't want to
Koi.
tell you guys, but that was what it was.
It's okay.
It was me being Koi. Look, man, you got the shaved head white boy thing going on. You got to pull the Bill Burr.
Yeah. You got to pull the Bill. Also, hey, it would be good if you maybe go out and like do some charitable work or feed the homeless or something, just to
and really
help your image.
really talk about it
help
too.
your image out. Yeah. This is all
He responded
facts.
to any of this
This is all
in the chat.
authentic,
or
genuine
did Koi
facts.
go, I better hide my phone so my girlfriend doesn't hear any of this?
Yeah. Is she upset now? Have you just made an enemy?
They're fighting right now.
No.
Paisano Gamers. Feelings on Beast being CG. Oh my God, no. I fucking hated that shit.
This was, I think, the first time where you were much more incensed about that than I was. I don't love the choice, but I wasn't like, you know.
Whoa, John.
Yeah. I would much prefer a practical Beast.
We
I
have
will
like
certainly
48 movies of Beast being practical.
Yeah, no, I agree.
You don't just fucking go.
But it's exactly what the MCU would do. It is exactly what they would do.
I'm not giving it a pass.
I don't know.
I don't care how old Kelsey Grammer is. You put that old ass Republican in that blue makeup. All right.
I mean, sure. Again, I'm not going to argue too hard against a practical effect. You know, I don't know. The thing is, part of me is curious because I'm like, I don't know if we're there. But like, the thing is, like, if we're there and it looks great, then fine. But you know, I don't know if we're there.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of it. I think it's very distracting and it pulls me out of the believability of it.
This is going to be fun, Josh.
And that's part of the awe. That's part of the awe to it when you see Beast in practical effects. I don't even care if at first you're like, oh, it looks a little weird, because you get used to it, and then it feels realistic.
It's there.
And
it's movie magic.
Part of it, of the realism, is Beast doesn't want to fucking look like a beast. Like, he doesn't want to look that way, and he's had to accept himself as a mutant, and part of that is to have that effect when you first see him, and you're like, oh, it looks a little weird, but because you want to react that way, and to have that tangibility, that believability in makeup, where you're like, oh, that's odd. I think that's important. Yeah, I do.
No,
I do think I think it's important, and especially if you're going to, it's important to me, especially if you are carrying over a character portrayal that is pre-existing. If you're doing a brand new take, like Seattle's pointing out in the chat, Groot, Hulk, Thanos, all brand new for the MCU. Even Hulk prior in Ang Lee's CGI. They did not do practical. But if you are bringing over Kelsey Grammer Beast from the X-Men movies,
There's a continuity
who has been
to
practical,
uphold, yeah.
then you should
That
be
makes
giving. I will fight to the death that should be practical effect.
That makes sense. I agree.
All right?
All right.
Come here, buddy. Come here, Copper.
Let's get this going.
Come here. I know you're hungry. I'm hungry, too. I did not eat like a dumbass. John Stang... From Joshua, we're very Palestine. Interesting you chose to do a live on this without also condemning the terrorist attack on October 7th. Thanks a lot, John.
Yeah, this is my fault. I would love to know what the rest of the sentence that I said.
Just trying to bait into getting a super chat here.
Yeah. Follow up with the end of that sentence so I know exactly how to respond to this. Of course, what do you mean? Like I didn't condemn it on the day?
What did I say before we were on live? I said, you better be careful about how, because everyone's going to pinpoint everything we say.
I know.
They're going to find a way.
Or didn't say.
Or didn't say.
I mean, what else can I say? Of course, I condemn. Of course, I condemn a terrorist attack. I condemn wanton violence. I recognize that the attack itself exists
He's talking about the Hamas
in a much greater continuum than I am well versed in. So I understand that there's like a greater context happening than just the isolated moment. But do I wish it was everything that day had been different and a bunch of people didn't die and this whole conflict didn't get completely re-galvanized and recalibrated? Like, I do. I would love to live on that timeline. I absolutely am not pleased with that.
It just seems like the way you talk about everything else.
Yes.
That
as I would be for this.
You would be,
I would be the kind of guy who would be like,
it would be lost in the
massacre whoever you want to for whatever purpose, really.
That was the problem, John. Is it got confusing to me because I was like, wow.
Sorry, guy. I didn't mean to give you the impression that I love terrorism. I don't know. I still just want to know what the sentence I said was. Did I say we're very Palestine?
Yeah, I agree with Wannabe in the chat. Everything is John's fault. Why hasn't he condemned every single bad thing that has ever happened?
In public, I need to be on Twitter always, just being like,
I don't,
because I am not the expert to be hearing it. Nobody needs my thoughts on this because I am just forming them. But the
easiest way for me to say it is like, if you don't, it's one thing to condemning the acts of government is one thing, and then or like condemning the acts of government is one thing, but then to take it out on people, just people in general, the innocent people, whether you're Israeli or Palestinian, is the thing that we can confidently state that we do not support that side of it. At all. Like we can get into a whole debate forever, which we're not going to do. Refuse to. Right now you can say whatever you want in the chat. We're not going to. It is the idea that like people who are suffering for things that they should not be suffering for. They're just like people living their fucking lives.
And people who are embroiled in a conflict that not everybody is on board for. Like the most challenging aspect of this has been, learning how to hold two ideas in mind that wanton violence and loss of life is bad, but also people who feel intensely oppressed will go to extreme measures to break that cycle of oppression, and it usually takes really harsh action to do that, and I don't know what to do with that morally. This whole situation has sort of forced us to sit here and kind of hold two ideas that really conflict in mind and sort of try and come up with an answer that people haven't been able to for so much time now.
Like, I just don't understand how. I feel like this video is already demonetized, so fuck it. I'll be so much of the I'm always asking questions. I'm always trying to have conversations so I can just keep learning. And I try to get both sides. I really do. I try to people who are willing to just actually have a conversation or me to kind of push back on something when I question something, and that's just not going to happen here on the stream. It won't. It's not going to happen here.
We could solve this today.
It's not going to happen with someone's typing something to me.
No.
And I just when I see stuff of all these children in Gaza especially, as of late, of when you're watching these raw fucking videos of what's happening to children out there, I'm like, I have the hardest time. Not one part of me can get on board with you just watch it. There's got to be another way.
There's got to be a way. It's not this.
There's got to be another way. So much of Gaza is made up of children, and when you see what's happening to them, it does feel like the sentiments that Melissa Barrera is expressing.
Yeah,
you're just like, God, these people are suffering at the. I'm not going to deep dive into it. I'm just saying that right now, you can't. I don't. If you just take time, 15, 20 minutes, you watching videos of what's happening to them, the actual raw videos, whatever ounce of uncomfortability you feel will not equal an atom of discomfort that they are feeling over there. It is truly horrendous what is happening to them.
I saw somebody the other day put it as like your discomfort is their entire reality right now.
Every waking moment.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I get people like I like you could ask Chris Wamoff. You know, like I try to find like it's so hard to find. So yeah, like what happened on October 7th? Terrible. Like I don't agree with like a fucking killing innocent Jews. I don't. Jews shouldn't be. Jewish people should be getting fucking killed for it.
I think you can kind of arrive at this like I am pro, you know, the real like the regular people, the real people just trying to live life. The Jews, the Arabs, you know, the Palestinians, the Israelis who are just trying to live life and have a place to be safe. They should both have that. But I'm also you can do that and also kind of be like the IDF and Hamas are both problematic to put it so very lightly. Like it's neither of these groups of people, it's the sad thing if you have these two warring governing factions that are so different from the people that they should be and kind of are fighting for, but I think that it's kind of even beyond that. And now, you know, we're getting into territory that I don't feel really comfortable commenting on.
Yeah. I mean, it's like to say that, like, yeah, of course we want people of Palestine to be free, but we condemn the actions of Hamas, and then some people will like poke holes in some things of us saying that, right? And at the end of the day, I'm like, of course I want. Why would I not want people to have their freedom?
Well, yeah, and of all the arguments
why would
out
I not?
there to have, this
I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not gonna say I'm sorry. I'm just saying that like it is.
It's a lot.
Yeah,
it's a lot, and yeah, it's complex. It's ever changing. We're in the thick of it right now, and it's one of those things that is not there's not as easily defined, you know, again, when it comes to like sexual misconduct or racism or sexism in the public sphere, there are more strong identifiers to, you can find the right opinion to have, I feel like, for the most part. Whereas with this situation, it's almost impossible to come to arrive at an opinion or a take or an assessment that everyone will agree. Like, no matter where you land, there's going to be a bunch of people who vehemently disagree with you, no matter how, you know, based your take might be.
1,000%.
Yeah, and that's the hard part of this, and it's the hard part of seeing decisions like this with Melissa Barrera, because we're like, this is super fresh and is ongoing, and it's only reignited something that has been going on for decades and beyond that.
And I just feel like she was so fucking clear, though.
She was clear, and she was careful to be compassionate.
Like condemning the actions of the fucking of the government stuff that she disagrees with, but not condemning people. She's not condemning Jewish people. She's not condemning, you know. Like,
and she takes great time to separate.
Explicit about that.
The IDF is not all Jewish people,
like,
and Hamas is not all Palestinian people, and a lot of Palestinians don't love Hamas, and a lot of Jewish Israelis don't love Netanyahu and don't like it. Like they want Palestinian freedom too. Like, yeah, you can hold a bunch of ideas in mind at once, and
I don't know, like the category they lumped her into is just like, wow, what a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
And I'm never the kind of guy to be like, okay, never mind. I want to move on. I do. I want to move on.
No, let's talk more about
I want to move on. I do. I want to move on.
All right.
So let's talk about fucking Nicholas Hoult. He's great. Yeah, Jay, he's great.
Let's talk about inconsequential stuff by comparison.
No, too great, but I was rooting for Alexander Skarsgård as Lex. Yes, Copper, come here, buddy. I'm sorry. I know we were getting agitated.
Capito.
I like to think that my cat comes here when he sees I'm agitated, but then I look at the time and I go, he just wants food.
No, he knows you're agitated. Come here, Copper.
I think Nicholas Hoult is great,
a hug.
and he'll do great. But I was rooting for Alex. I mean, I think again, Alexander Skarsgård is kind of a really obvious pick, and I want to be pushing against the grain of things. Sometimes an obvious pick is like, my favorite kind of obvious picks are like, oh yeah, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah,
you know,
that guy would be perfect.
Like Jeffrey Wright as Commissioner Gordon. You're just like,
I wouldn't have thought of that, but that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect. You know? Like, I don't know why. That seems so obvious. But yes, it works.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like, that's a perfect one.
Gia.
So, I don't know. Something about Alexander Skarsgård for Lex.
I think Nicholas
But then
Hoult,
again, I would have been fine with Bryan Cranston, honestly.
that was the one where that was the one of the ones where I was less enchanted, where I was like, I know he can do this. You know, it would be fun, but I wouldn't be like dazzled at the thought of it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, I think Nicholas Hoult matches the age. Like I don't, without knowing the actual ages of Alexander Skarsgård and Nicholas Hoult, I just feel like he fits the youthful cast to me of what James Gunn seems to be putting together a bit better. But that's just me.
It's me too. Sabra in Captain America 4 is not the hummus that you buy.
Nope. But
But doesn't she has the Israeli flag and stuff? Hell yeah.
Interesting.
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
Let's get Roxy Stryer, Andrew Gordon, or Michael Tesler
Yes.
to play.
Marvel vows new approach to the character. Oh golly. Oh golly. Oh golly. Oh no, I don't know what to make of this.
John, say
Yes.
something that won't get you in trouble.
Oh sure, I think this is a great
Say
idea,
something.
and whatever they do to retool this character will be A-okay by everyone. I didn't know that this character existed until just now. And yeah, I'm starting to realize the
Hold
inherent
on a second. Wait,
sardonic.
Marvel's issued a statement on them?
Is this actually? Oh my God, this is a real. She's really in this. Oh my, an Israeli superhero. Oh,
What's the statement?
While our characters and stories are inspired by the comics, they will always be freshly imagined for the screen and today's audience, and the filmmakers are taking a new approach with the character Sabra, who was first introduced in the comics over 40 years ago. Oh my. See this, when did they announce?
We don't know anything about her backstory and stuff. All we're seeing is like the image of being a proud Israeli. So I don't really know exactly what the what her
that'll
backstory
turn
is,
into.
what that turns into plot wise. I don't know anything about her character.
It mostly makes me wonder. I can't remember when they pushed the movie, and now I want to know, because now I'm like, did they push the movie?
They went now
because of the conflict that is.
Sabra's going to be like Ziva and NCIS working for the USA, but it's Jewish. Okay.
Ziva shouts out. Cote de Pablo. Yeah. It'll be interesting. I mean, part of me just wonders if this. It seems like any time Marvel tries to do anything vaguely socio-political post Winter Soldier, like stuff in the world gets too real and they have to retool it all. So I'm like, did this happen here? It certainly must be now.
All right. John, we're back at it.
Joshua A. Accountability.
God damn it, John. What did you say earlier in this chat to upset our Joshua A. guy? So much so that he would have to get in here and then even super chat to get your attention.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Nothing complicated about
using citizens as human shields is deplorable and is like a totally twisted way to advance your cause. Absolutely.
Yeah.
No one's debating that.
No one's debating it. I think we answered it extensively.
I think we would all rather be in the cold version of this war, certainly, or not in this conflict at all. But
let's see here. Mustafa Job. I've had a shitty last 2 months after losing my job and a girl that I thought loved me. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been there, man. I've been there.
Sending love for you. We'll each give you a hug. We'll hug the camera, and you can transfer that onto you. We do need a koi. If we needed a koi rant.
It's no, man. Fucking dealing with Koi can handle this topic.
I mean, yeah, it's not like any of the three of us are really an authority on this topic. We're all learning day by day, by piece by piece.
Your videos got me through it all. Since I got a new job, I want to share some love. You're my Matthew Perry. Oh, that comment, fuck it, is going to make me cry. Don't say that. Oh, damn.
Dude.
Oh, no, I'm getting watery-eyed. You son of a bitch.
Could you be...
You fucking asshole.
Could you be any more of a shining light in my life?
Oh, that's really touching.
Yeah,
that is a comment
beautiful.
I did not expect to hear.
I like it. I love it.
Thank you. Fuck that girl, man. Whoever that girl
Yeah.
was, screw her, man.
Yeah, she doesn't know what she's missing.
She busted, bro.
And that job, you don't need that
She's
job.
freaking ugly, man.
Yeah. Oh.
God.
If ever there was a set of sentiments that whenever it's given me, I'm always like, thank you for the intent, but also I don't need these sentiments.
I didn't even like her, man. No one liked her.
Like, no, this isn't helping. This is just making everything weirder and worse. And now I'm not going to trust you the next relationship I get into.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
That's really sweet. Thank you. Well, I'm sorry you're going through some pain right now, but that pain allowed you to make me feel really good. So the more pain you feel, the better I feel. I am a sadist like that. I'm a masochist. But no, I mean I like hurting myself.
Yes.
What does it mean?
Sadist.
What's the word?
Like,
sadist would mean I like to
you like
derive
hurting other
pleasure from
people.
your pain.
Yeah,
I'm a
you enjoy that
sadist.
Schadenfreude.
Yeah. So
Kevin Meek.
Kevin Meek, man, very generous fucking super chat. We haven't even got her to the massive one. This is a really big one. Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Oh, shit.
This has been a very fascinating stream.
Sure enough.
John and I thought we'd be hit it and quit it today.
Yeah, we thought this would be slow and mellow.
We thought, yeah,
But no, we come for the real shit.
No, man. Thank you. Thank you. That is very, very kind. Oh, shit. Never catch y'all live. Just want to say thanks. Y'all help more than you can know. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, Kevin Meek. Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
I never know what to do.
You come
with
in here,
such a-
you be holding it down.
Such a generous fucking like super chat comes in.
Do a dance.
And then you know, and they don't give us something to answer, and I'm like,
Flex your
what do I
biceps.
say that is so different to stand out to show my appreciation for such a generous super chat?
Do like a peck dance.
John is definitely the Ross.
Sure.
1,000%. Isn't know
Yeah.
friends well enough to know, but you're
Yeah.
definitely the David Schwimmer.
I could see it. No, I mean, if I'm not Chandler, and I mean, Joey's funny, but I don't want to be Joey. So
No one wants to be Joe.
Yeah, you don't want it. You want to know Joey. You want to be Joey. So, but Steven disagrees. I guess I am at level.
Everyone say John is Joey.
That's good. I guess. I guess on
He's
camera,
the smartest
I am
fucking Joey I've ever heard of. Yeah.
Yes. Smart at some things and
thank
dumb
you,
at
Kevin
other
Meek.
things.
That is a very, very kind super chat. Thank you,
Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. We love you. We love seeing your name pop up. Robbo96. Have you guys seen Socks?
John, I'm sorry. Do you want a piece of cheese?
Sure.
I'm gonna get a string cheese. You answer this
I'll answer
question.
this
I'll
question.
get a
You go
string
get a
cheese.
piece of cheese. I'll keep it
come
short.
back with cheese.
Yes. Yes. Greg has not seen it. Be respectful. And I mean that because I was truly bummed that we didn't all get to watch it. I wanted to share that experience with, like, me and Greg share a love of Saw that, I think a lot of people, I was a barista, in fact, I think a lot of people, don't love Jigsaw and his various teachings as much as Greg and I do. So yes, I really liked Saw 10, Saw X. I was as a Saw fan, I was pleased. My heart felt full. It felt very special and like a very lovely culmination. And I feel like, if you wanted to end it now, you don't have to, but you could, and I would be like content. I really liked what they did with it. I really liked how they conceived it, and just like the pitch, the tone, all that stuff. Good ensemble of actors. It's probably like the best made film of all the Saws. So very much. Part of me is like, bring on more, but part of me is also like, we're good. All right, I'm holding the bread. We doing this.
This is one of my random rush snacks.
Oh, I get you. What you gonna do?
I just crunch cheese into a
You're
bread.
making like a poor man's cheese to keto
well,
right
it's
now.
keto bread, so it's only like 30 calories, no sugar added,
Hey,
low carbs.
cheese to keto.
So here you go, that one.
Thanks. I'll have that. Hey, we live in America
And
where
the
the ugly
high
food gets
fiber.
discarded, but I'll eat it.
Yeah, no.
Just as good. It's just as good.
No, the keto bread's great. Hey, Connie! Happy Thanksgiving, Connie.
Hostel is not better than Salt. Well, maybe like,
Okay.
nah.
What are we on?
We're on Seon. Do you guys have any concerns for Superman Legacy? With the amount of credit being announced, it doesn't really feel like a Superman movie anymore. That's what it is. Love them. Sorry, somehow my mouth got fuller as that went on. Do you guys have any concerns for Superman Legacy? With the amount of characters being announced, it doesn't really feel like a Superman movie anymore. Maybe it's too early to tell. Love y'all. I think for the average audience, it might feel that way. But I mean, you've read pound for pound more comics than I have, having seen all these DC animated movies. I don't know. I just feel like it's normal in comics to have a broadly populated world where you have a lot of superheroes who already exist. You have a lot of powered people who already exist. New fetish unlocked. I like it. I think it's a lot more commonplace in the actual medium that these are all coming out of, to have like a whole bunch of people and other characters. Like, that is my Rocky impersonation. I can't do it without this specific snack. But I also understand your concern at the same time. Like, it is a first in a rebooted franchise and all that stuff. But I think that'll partly serve as a primer for people to understand that this will be a much more broadly populated world and a lot less of just like, oh, whoever's the name of the movie is like one of either the only powered or one of like a couple powered people in this movie. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you something about James Gunn.
This is a mukbang now.
Not many people know how to deliver a debut ensemble the way James Gunn knows how to do.
Here.
And we've seen him do it where it's like, oh, shit, we got to make like 14 superheroes front and center in one movie. I don't know if it'll work. Oh, shit, he pulled it off.
Yeah.
We're just talking about like fucking, a villain, a hero, a Lois.
Well, and two,
like these aren't. Most of them we know we just need one of them to be front and center, which is Superman.
Yeah.
And the rest are supporting characters. Not a big deal.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't feel like it's a lot. He's just building the world of it.
And Matt Colton says it's mainly to introduce the Authority, which I could see. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the casting are characters too who are just like normal people characters. But,
Rando Mano, thank you. Jack Quaid is in an awkward position. Support his Israeli friend Tomer Capone, Frenchie, or his co-star Melissa Barrera. I mean, you could support your friends.
I mean, I haven't. I'd be curious. I know Tomer Capone has been pretty vocal. I don't know actually what the tone is of what he's been saying.
Neither do I.
I think Jack Quaid should just be as compassionate as possible toward. I mean, like, that's a real thing. You're gonna have two people with different ties, and I mean, especially Tomer Capone being from Israel. You know, you're going to have people with different ties, and I certainly hope that this doesn't mean the end of friendships. It may for some people, and that's part of the tricky part of all this,
I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
We know some Jewish people, and I've seen it happen.
Yep. So, I don't know, just do your best to listen.
But if you're able to have a conversation and know what lines you can have about where you can disagree, and if it's okay that you disagree on this thing, about certain things, then you're fine. But some people are just like, nope, all or nothing. Chiquita back in the chat.
Gia.
3 years she's been here. Wants to be her best friend. You think I forgot about that? That was like an hour and a half ago. I didn't forget about that.
It's okay. It's okay. This one's all about how great you are.
Like, honestly, always saying Philadelphia the old-fashioned way. I paid them money.
I begged and cried,
said,
and eventually they said, if you've got the dough.
Give you $2,000.
I'll give you more than I would have gotten paid.
Do you think we Marvel fans have unrealistic expectations of them to continue creating lightning in a bottle like they did with Iron Man in Phase 1? How do they tell stories moving forward? I don't. I feel like the expectations are not as high as they once were.
Yeah, it's weird.
But the comment that I don't like, a common comment that I really don't like, and maybe there are the people out there who do need to hear it, is not everything needs to be Endgame. I don't ask for that ever. Like, I never ask for that. I've had that dish my way many times.
I would love a standalone that doesn't need to be all of the stakes. Por favor, please.
I mean, I understand, and Endgame is a culmination thing of like a billion movies, and of course not everything needs to be Endgame. And nor does it need to be the quality or the hype level of Endgame. And in retrospect, I don't know what my favorite MCU movie is anymore. I really don't. Like, I went back and I randomly rewatched Infinity War and Endgame. I can't remember if there was like a purpose to it or I just randomly put it on. And I think it was just like I randomly put on Infinity War and then I was like, I guess I'm here. I was watching it. And I put on Endgame after and I think I liked Infinity War more. How I would summarize my experience with Infinity War and Endgame is I think Infinity War is possibly the best event comic book movie, and I think Endgame is the best MCU movie or the best representation of MCU.
It's the quintessence of,
Yeah.
of like what the MCU is.
Rewards, but I don't know if it's my favorite anymore. As just a movie. There was a time where I said it, but then like now after some distance and then watching it on Disney Plus, I am like, yeah, there's things about the lighting that really, like I feel the flat ways it's shot. Yeah,
Sure, yeah.
And before I didn't quite feel that or see that.
Well, and I think favorite also implies like a rewatchability and like an enthusiasm to put this on. Where like Endgame's great. Like, I'm not going to debate the status and the greatness of the things Endgame achieves, but like, rare is the occasion I'm like, I really want to just hang out and watch Endgame.
Well, you see, Iron Man is still a great movie, and because it's not doing all the only thing that people maybe have an issue with to this day in terms of a film is like, you kind of get a villain at the end who just becomes a bigger Iron Man. But I think everything leading up to that, Jeff Bridges is a pretty impactful performer in that film.
Yeah, I like him in that.
As Obadiah Stane, I think he's a pretty impactful villain.
Yeah, he showed up.
While predictable, I think everything about it is still, it's well paced, it's well written for a film that was surprisingly being written kind of on the fly. It's well written. The acting is wonderful. It feels like composed, intentionally shot. Where now it just does kind of feel like we're putting things in a factory and an algorithm. That common thing you hear people saying, feel like an AI made this, is because things are starting to feel a little bit like algorithmically made, even if it's fun.
Well, it feels too big now to take its time ever.
It's like like the thing is, now it feels like fast food, whereas before it feels kind of felt like a restaurant where you paid for a good meal, and now it's like you can get a burger at like a fancy restaurant, or you can go to McDonald's, and now it's not quite McDonald's, but it's
the rebranding when all the fast food joints like McDonald's or Burger King or whoever else rebranded all their menus to be like, look at our artisanally sourced lettuce and tomatoes and shit. When you're like, this is I'm still at McDonald's. Like,
yes, that's a great way to put it.
I don't think they're unrealistic expectations. I mean, for some people, yes, but I don't think they're unrealistic expectations. Like, yeah, it's hard to catch lightning in a bottle, but I don't think a lot of the problems are about that so much. I think you could still get very good material instead of mediocre material without having to catch lightning in a bottle necessarily. I think it is, to me, the biggest culprit is the modularity, is just that they plan so far in advance now and they make everything to be remade and retooled that you just cannot put a certain level of distinct personality into any of these scripts, otherwise it's going to become a problem.
I was actually listening to, I watched Film Theory's latest video, which we had a little cameo in, apparently. I didn't know this. It was a fun moment. No one told me.
The Film Theory!
And I think their latest video really breaks down the problem better than we could say. If anything, if you guys haven't seen it, even if you're really enjoying the MCU, I think that one really breaks it down in a very efficient way while being incredibly informative. Jahasil Para. Thank you so much, my friend. How does Superman avoid the too powerful argument? You give him a more powerful villain.
Yes.
Captain Marvel gets killed for having no real stakes, leading to boredom when Superman is just as powerful, if not more. Is it just nostalgia? No, I mean,
it's the human life he's trying to balance against all this.
Yeah, it's the
it's the
power. Oh. No, please.
I think you should go.
It's the power. It's the illustration of choice that I think makes it challenging. I mean, if you look at the first Superman with the whole fucking, turning back the clock on Earth, it was like, where do I go save? Like, how do I save Lois? There's that. There's also you can give him a more powerful villain or an equally powerful one. You give him Zod. You can give him a Brainiac. I think Lex is a compelling one because you are dealing with the most powerful being versus a very superiorly intelligent person. But you see, Captain Marvel doesn't have a kryptonite. That's like a saying, right? What's their kryptonite? That's a saying. But for Superman, that's his actual physical enemy.
That gave us the term.
That gave us the term. Yeah. And I think that's the other thing is like, well, that's also one of the balances. Is like we know what his weakness is. That motherfucker's got kryptonite.
Yeah, I mean, as I've learned from various. Through the animated stuff especially, and I think My Adventures with Superman was a great illustration of this as well, and I think I've certainly heard Coy say this a billion times, the struggle of Superman is you can't save everybody, you can't be everywhere at once, no matter how powered you are, and I think those are enough stakes, and larger than that, how do you remain the good-hearted person that Clark is in a world that is as harsh and brutal as this one is as well? And I think James Gunn is probably in a good position to give us that wholesomeness and then clash it with the rude awakening of actual, malice and atrocity and blah, blah.
True. Very true.
So, yeah. It doesn't have to be all saving cats from trees,
Marvin Martin.
Good name. Marvin Martin the Martian.
Alliteration. Do you think there's a House of Cards thing behind the scenes to screw up Hollywood, Twitter, etc., for some hidden ulterior agenda?
I hope so now. I like this conspiracy. I don't think that Twitter and Hollywood are like somehow.
Hollywood hates Twitter.
Twitter is its own, cesspool, septic tank now, and it's clearly an autonomous entity that's imploding and exploding. So I don't know. I mean, Hollywood is a trickier house of cards.
It's a funny thing, like with social media in Hollywood, because social media, YouTube being part of that, has changed the game of marketing forever. For Hollywood, and like where they use trailers, they use influencers, they're getting actors on fucking social media platforms to promote their shit, creating, I don't know, weird adventure games to fucking go along with people.
Yep.
Like they do a bunch of crazy stuff. It forever changed marketing. And
yeah, those kinds of things used to be novel, and now they're like the norm.
Oh, yeah, man. Remember there's a time where you'd be like, I gotta go there early to catch this trailer.
Yeah,
I want to see the trailers.
Oh, my God.
Now I go to the theaters, and everyone's fucking showing up when the movie's like already started.
People can time it so like I want to arrive just when the AMC or whatever movie theater I'm in bumper ends, movies begin.
Because everyone's already seen the trailers, excluding if they got word that Nolan's debuting this trailer that hasn't been out yet,
And he's not going to put it online.
Yeah. So there was a time where even that was special, but now it's like you get like 14 trailers, and you get like just look at the Marvels. Look at any Marvel movie. You get like 3 main trailers, and you get like a bunch of TV spots. And where do you watch them all? You watch them all on the internet.
Yeah.
You rarely see them in the theaters now. And if you do, it's because you got to the theater early.
Yeah,
Because before you had to like reserve seating wasn't a thing. It became a rare thing for theaters, and now there's this. They need. It is a weird thing, but at the same time, social media is Hollywood's biggest threat.
It is, and I mean, it really must hamper like all these movies and things take so long to make, and it must hamper a lot of that long-term planning because you have things always being crunched and people are digging now more than ever to find what you're doing and have opinions about it. So.
Yeah, and then you have actors who are now can give their opinion. Before,
I think there's less constraints in place to like keep all these things from overflowing, whereas now everything's kind of been re-democratized.
It is interesting looking at the Melissa Barrera. I do appreciate how she is the main theme of this, because one of my dad's best friend, a family friend of ours, is a man. You guys might not know his name anymore. Some of you guys might recognize his name, Ed Asner. Ed Asner is, you guys might best know him as either Santa from Elf, or
Carl
from Up,
or you saw him recently on Cobra Kai.
or he was Johnny Lawrence's dad in Cobra Kai. Prior to this, he is one of the actors with some of the most. He might be top actually, most Golden Globes ever for male actor.
Sure.
So yeah, he's prestige actor, and a lot of his career was immensely damaged, severely damaged, because, and I had never talked to Ed Asner directly about this, but it's a known fact about what happened with his career. He was an activist, and as much as he played like these cantankerous people, he's like grumpy, cranky, tough as nails, mother effers.
Yeah.
He had a mass, even in person, like he's just like that blunt human being, you know?
Sure.
Like I get intimidated being around him, even though I was like around him so much. But he is an activist. For all the things, he's a liberal activist. And that was not fucking popular when he was famous. He really wasn't, and it completely damaged the man's career for such an extended period of time. Made it really difficult for him to get work. Got fired as Luke Grant show, which he won Golden Globes for. Got canned. It's a whole thing. And at the end of the day, when you look back and you're like, oh, he was on the right side of history.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But at the time, wasn't exactly popular opinion.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah. And those tides are always moving and shifting.
Yeah.
In terms of what is acceptable dissent, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Oh,
Yeah,
I
but
didn't know that about Ed Asner. That's inspiring.
Yeah, I mean, it really. That's the reason why he didn't maintain the fame that he had, you know. But he was like a superstar for a while.
Oh yeah, he's I mean, he's super prolific even still. But
I'm definitely not reading that message in Viral Earth 2.
Two things in the chat. One,
River Rock. It's not a continuity error.
AMC absolutely cowards for not letting the Jigsaw Billy Puppet Nicole Kidman thing play. Absolute bullshit. Two, Janine posited that MCU is actually Chipotle. Chat, do you agree?
Hesio Para. Blind Wave collaboration anytime soon?
We are blind. I'm the guy from Blind Wave.
And I am Eric.
Yeah. You just look really different under these lights.
I am
like
Eric from Blind Wave,
dress.
and he's that guy.
Yeah, I'm that guy who people are like, are you that guy from Blind Wave? Yes.
That's happened in person. That happened at, what was that, VidCon?
Yeah,
Was it
I think
VidCon?
so.
Someone came up to you and they're like,
so.
It was the funniest thing. Guy was full of shit. I'm just going to call it out. The guy went up to me, he's like, Real Reject. Like, to me, he went, Real Rejects. I'm such a big fan. And then he turned to you and he said, Blind Wave,
right?
I'm like, you're not a
You
real
must
Reject.
not be that big a fan.
You can't know me. You'll not know John.
Only watched straight to the point and made sure to be exposed to nothing else. Yeah.
That's why. That's the joke with John of going, hey, I'm the Blind Wave guy.
Yep. Jerry.
Shane, yeah. Deadshot. Will you guys do a separate reaction for Saw then? I mean, John already joined Tara and Aaron for it. So yeah, but
do
no,
a solo reaction.
I appreciate the inquiry though.
You can do your own solo reaction, and we'll just stitch it into. We'll superimpose it over our reaction.
Omar Elcott. Omar, I wish my first super chat was about something else. Oh man.
Oh no.
Amy Schumer posted a picture calling Gazan. I want to say that word on stream.
Yes, calling Gazans
R word. While Melissa is the one that got fired without saying anything anti-Semitic. Big fan of you guys. I mean, yes, that is one of the unfair assessments and the culture of all this. Yeah. That is. I didn't. Did she really say that? I actually didn't know that.
She must have, because I've throughout this, and I haven't dug really deep on it, but I've heard Amy Schumer's name come up a lot, and
sometimes
usually
people
not. Yeah.
Let me say what. Let me see what she said.
Oh my. What do we got? Her Instagram posts received more than 87,000 likes. Since deleted comic on Instagram attempted to satirize comments made by American Palestine
damn.
supporters.
That is some horrible shit to say.
Wowie. Oh, man.
Oh, and she wasn't
like being ironic or some ill attempt at humor. Or, I don't know.
I mean, she wasn't canned for that shit.
I mean, I guess what does she have to be canned from at the moment?
Oh, she actually did. That is worse than what you put in the super chat.
Yeah. That's not good.
Everyone's bringing up Noah Schnapp this whole time.
Yeah, which Noah Schnapp, part of me is like, I don't know,
I-
you're a young kid, you're
No,
still
this is-
kind of a kid, so like not good, but also like I imagine you may have some learning coming your way. Whereas like Amy Schumer's in
Yeah,
a very different position, and at least doesn't have as good of an excuse to be ill-informed.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, I won't be watching that Judd Apatow movie she did now.
Michelle, of course this is still going. We haven't finished the super chat.
No, we got to get to the end.
Enviro, put down your. What did we miss from Enviro? I don't know what we missed. We're probably
We're
on a
probably
tangent
just
about
gotta
something
get there.
and missed
Yeah.
there.
We're probably just got to get there soon.
But I appreciate your first super chat being that.
Yeah.
Olivia, I love your thumbnail.
Oh,
John.
Yeah.
John, fuck's sake, John.
FFS.
Mel Gibson's still working. Oh, did you see the Continental? He's great. I haven't seen the Continental.
When I went to see The Creator, all that I heard from the other critics was them talking about how bad The Continental was.
Oh, really?
Before and after The Creator, they just got back together to keep talking about how bad The Continental was. So yeah. But, Mel Gibson also, he's in it. It's not good that he's in it.
I mean, people really came out. I mean, Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson
What are his thoughts on the conflict?
didn't have. He wasn't. Did he have something in the works and then it got canned?
Maybe.
He's been having the hardest time getting Lethal Weapon 5 off the ground. I mean, let's face it.
I wonder why.
I mean, look, we all know his career was damaged, and he had to have. Then he did have a comeback directing wise with Hacksaw Ridge. He was still able to work because people still backed him as hey man, he was just drunk, said some shit, fucking A.
Gal Gadot situation.
But there's too many people here that come on the channel. Don't let me watch Mel Gibson movies now.
Yeah, ruining my
Yeah.
fun. I'll never
guys,
see
I'm
the
trying
Lethal
to-
Weapon franchise now.
I wanted to react to Continental, but there's people. I'm just joking. I actually didn't want to react to it. I heard all that shit. I was like, this doesn't sound that interesting to me. I did hear Lethal Weapon 5 still in the works. I like the Lethal Weapon movies.
I think they are really missing the point of John Wick by trying these random spin-offs. I really don't think it's a good idea.
It wasn't really the war. I don't think people.
Nobody
it's not
cares
interesting.
that much about the Continental without a couple key actors.
Corey Handler, hi guys, greetings from New Orleans. Just wanted to thank you for all the great content. Love the channel. Say hi to Coy. You can say hi to Coy yourself. Coy is always on social media, and he would love to reply to you. Just say something really offensive, and he will
You'll get his
undoubtedly
attention.
he'll undoubtedly reply to you. Favorite scary movie is actually the first Scream movie. That's why this one really hits hard for me.
Oh.
PLD! It's PLD!
PLD! Big help.
We know
on the-
PLD.
Big help, PLD.
Is it the same PLD?
Yeah, I think so. Unless, I mean,
Good to see you, boys.
that's not what your face looks like in your avatar, but
Psyched for Doctor Who. Rank the new Who doctors. My favorite is Capaldi. All right, easily. Matt Smith, Tennant. I gotta say, Eccleston's at the bottom for me. I'd actually put Whitaker above Eccleston.
this is so hard. I don't want to rank them.
Really? Oh my God,
wanna
it's so
rank
easy
'em.
for me. It's Matt Smith, Tennant, Capaldi, Whitaker, and then Tennant. Tennant's at the bottom for me. Yeah.
Really? He might be in the middle for me. I know he's the quintessential for so many people. Part of me feels
I thought he was creepy unintentionally.
okay. I mean, sure.
I did not. I mean, I got invested in Doctor Who because of him. I grew to really like him. but there was something that felt off-putting about him at first that I did not find particularly charming.
Yeah. It was. I can see why.
I thought it was creepy.
Sure. I don't necessarily share that, but I understand where you would. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I understand. I get it. Yeah. I had such a hard time moving past
Yeah.
Eccleston because I really like Eccleston. It's hard. I think for me, Capaldi and Matt Smith would grapple at the top because I really like those two portrayals.
Yeah.
Tennant, I guess I would put in the middle, and then Whitaker and Chris Eccleston can kind of battle at the bottom. I don't know. I mean, I like them all so much for different reasons, and it's hard to rank them because they all are their own take, but they're all also kind of familial to each other. So that's my tentative, vague half ranking, I guess. Like it's been hard to be like, oh, this one's night and day, like my favorite. And you're like, but yeah, I mean, Matt Smith just had such a gripping. He felt the most sort of like a man out of time, and had this sort of bubbly, like youthful, but also old soul energy. And then Capaldi, I just thought complemented that so well in tandem, as the sort of, like older, more haggard version, but who's trying to stay connected to that humanity. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's real hard.
You see, okay, you know what it was about Eccleston? When he was being like fun and charming, he just creeped me out. When he was being like dramatic and serious, I
love fun. Wait.
Yeah.
Are you talking about you mean Eccleston?
What do you mean?
Not Tennant. We're not talking about Tennant.
Oh God,
okay.
no, yeah.
Okay. So, I thought Eccleston. I really liked.
No, Tennant's easily my second favorite.
Wait a minute. You said he was creepy, and you
No,
put him
I
at the
didn't. I
bottom.
said Eccleston.
Okay, I think I got confused. I thought you meant Tennant as your least favorite.
No,
okay.
it goes Smith, Tennant,
Okay.
Capaldi, Whitaker, Eccleston.
That's a pretty solid ranking.
Yeah, no, Tennant's my second favorite.
Okay,
I'm
that
gonna be
makes
fucking excited about this if it was my least favorite.
okay.
Let me
I was
bring it back,
real
my
confused.
least
I was
favorite
like,
one of them all.
interesting.
Yeah.
You think this guy's creepy? I mean, I guess I could see. I mean, yeah, like Christopher Eccleston is the most. I don't know. Like, he kind of falls into a center point for me between like a Capaldi and a Tennant or Smith in the sense of I thought Christopher Eccleston's light side was a nice complement to the dark.
Did I say Tennant? I must have fucked up the saying. My bad.
Yeah, it's all right. I thought I really like the joyous side of Eccleston, but as much as I do love his portrayal, I guess I kind of have to put it lower.
Okay, I did. My bad.
Yeah. I was like, damn. I can understand not putting him at number one, but like least Tennant.
Oh
like,
no,
shit.
no. Oh
Like,
yeah, no. My bad. So I botched that. I really thought I said it right.
Whereas Eccleston lands.
My memory, I'm like, did I really say that?
It's like I think we would rank him for different reasons. It's like I think Eccleston will ultimately, as much as I do have an attachment to that performance, he would rank lower just because everything else that comes after is very much more fully formed.
I don't think Olivia likes Matt Smith.
I know she thinks he looks like a big toe.
He
I
does.
remember her repeating that.
He does. He kind of looks a little bit like
got a
those
strange-
Mario blockheads.
He's got a
that
strange.
fall.
Yes.
He's got a weird looking at me. I love him.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Tennant and Eccleston can battle at the top, or Smith and Capaldi, and then Tennant and Capaldi can grapple for 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Whitaker and whoever
you
can grapple
see,
for. They're all grappling.
Okay, but I forgot my thing. There's a thing.
Was it Doctor Who thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some.
Matt Smith. We were talking about his toe face. Hey, that kind of looks like a toe right there.
God.
Thumb.
Well, okay. Yeah, because I mean, no one said it. Like, oh, you think Eccleston's creepy? What about Capaldi? Well, I'm like, well, Capaldi's supposed to be creepy.
Yeah.
Like, Capaldi's supposed to be like off-putting, like old, stressed out. I just don't want to say cantankerous again, but
Yes.
but he's supposed to be like a little creepy. Like that's kind of the intention.
He's supposed to be a little intense and a little almost scary.
Yeah. That's the purpose of him.
Yeah.
He's not my favorite, but I thought he was very effective.
Mm-hmm.
And
really endeared to him.
yeah. Eccleston just didn't. And I think Olivia's favorite is actually Eccleston.
I like him a lot.
Yeah.
I do honestly.
I mean, John Hurt. I don't know. He's barely in it, man. I don't really ever count him. Who the
I asterisk that.
Yeah,
I'm not like, oh,
John
that
Hurt.
special is. I love him.
This will be the first time we're going to talk about Doctor Who on YouTube.
On actual YouTube.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of weird to be
I'm
like, oh
excited.
shit, we're gonna really like actually talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
No one's gonna let you live this down.
I really thought I said Eccles. I would never put Tenet at the. I just wouldn't.
I was surprised.
Yeah.
I was surprised.
Did you see my reaction when I was talking about John? I was like, "What do you mean? Like, no, why would I say?"
In that moment, I was like, "Okay, so there must have been a disconnect."
Even like, I think I just said the but in my head, I was for sure.
Because I can very much see how Eccleston would come across a bit creepy.
Yeah.
In the way that maybe is not is on-putting the opposite of off-putting.
I mean, Tenet's a little creepy.
Well, and in that sense, like, I don't disagree that, like, if you thought that, I could kind of see it, but it makes more sense, and he's more fully fleshed into the role.
But I think I saw Kilgrave before I ever saw him as Doctor Who, and I had a little bit of I have to get past that a little bit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, so I sort of just associate him as a bad guy.
And in Harry Potter, okay.
Yeah. Barely remember Harry Potter.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, yeah.
He does the tongue thing a lot.
No, guys, sorry. I did not mean I could go into more depth for you if you want me to prove this. But no, I'm not a Eccleston is not my. I think I even said a sentence of support. I think I even said like Eccleston was going to introduce. I think I even said something like that. That he was the one to introduce me.
Yeah.
Borg over. Oh fuck! I do not like. Okay, I do not like. I hope to God. I think the Cybermen are the worst.
You love Cybermen. What are you talking about?
They're
it's
like
the Daleks you hate.
No, the Daleks. Oh man, I'm ready to. I'm ready. I fly to the moon every time the Daleks show up on screen. Fuck it, I love the Daleks. I even like the Dalek episodes that people don't generally like about the Daleks. You know, like when they do like we're gonna do the like on the freaking Whitaker one when they had like that one Dalek. Oh, great. I love the Daleks, but the Cybermen more often than not are super fucking boring. I'm just saying they are super boring.
You kind of know what to expect a lot of the time. I
often than not.
I liked the hunt the one guy in the Jodie Whittaker ones. I think they could have done more with that, but the one who's like half his humanity is like coming back and he's got the warped, broken helmet. That was pretty cool.
Oh, the one that had like the riff on Frankenstein, the Mary Shelley Frankenstein.
Yeah,
that one was pretty cool.
That guy was pretty cool. But yeah, like Cybermen, as cool as they look, kind of feel like like a discount version of Daleks.
It's so boring.
Yeah.
Fight the Doctor Who. I'll fight the Whovians tooth and nail on that.
Yeah.
I'm like, you tell me why they're interesting.
Yeah,
all right.
let's go. I got your emails, baby.
They're not even like not even like fun bad. At least Daleks are like you can like kind of laugh at them.
Well, their the difficulty with Cybermen is that the whole point is that they don't have emotions. So like you have to rely on numbers and conniving and blah blah. Whereas like the Daleks are just like fun to be around, even though they're evil. So yeah.
Oh, Weeping Angels, yes, yeah. Oh, they
definitely creepy.
They know how to keep them. I don't think they've ever botched the Weeping Angels.
Delete. Yeah, they haven't really. I mean, they've done, and they found some pretty interesting ways of, and those are, I mean, in the chat, confer, those are like created for the new series, right? Like, I feel like those are a pretty iconic, because Daleks and Cybermen, they all come from before, and I think they really handled nicely all their Weeping Angel.
For sure.
Incorporations.
I would like to buy Loki on Blu-ray. That would sound fun. I want to watch the whole thing back to back. You can like we just started from Eccleston. They pretty much give you a decent because the whole point is to be like, who are you? I'm the Doctor.
Yeah, I think common consensus is, hey, if you're a first timer, jump in with the new series, start at Eccleston, and then progress. Because too, he's short lived, so that gives you a good primer for what the show is. You need to know who Rose is, and then it gives you a pretty quick regeneration. So actually, funny enough, in the grand scheme, it's kind of fortunate that his tenure was short because it gives people an easy entry point.
I don't think I could ever go watch those. I mean, I've seen like clips of the old ones, and I'm like, maybe when I'm retired, And I
got
just have so much time on my
I got
hands.
real time for this. Yeah.
Dan, what is the super chat?
Yeah, the gender MC No Light. Let's do this. Yeah, the gender of Silver Surfer isn't important as, say, Miles Morales being half black and Latino. I just think it's risky for Marvel to go with a female version of the Silver Surfer because we know how sexy. I mean, we cannot have nice things, and like a female Silver Surfer will surely melt the brains of many.
You said one? Okay,
One out of two. And two, even if the writing is good, you have some that will hate the Silver Surfer. That Silver Surfer is female. For me personally, it's not a deal breaker, but do you think it's a good idea? I mean, I think you're absolutely right here.
I mean, I can't disagree with you on that in terms of, is there going to be a side of the audience that's going to act like they've been the most knowledgeable, biggest Silver Surfer fans of all time, and that the MCU is ruining everything?
Care.
Of course, there's going to be that side where half of them they won't even be able to tell you one comic they're from, you know.
It's only going to embolden the people who watched the Panderverse special and think that Cartman's point of view is the point of view of the episode.
Yeah.
The people who are like, oh no, get a diverse female in there quick. Like, you know, I'm sure it's not going to help if they do it.
I guess the question is like, what is the purpose of the choice to do it? Because that is true. I think there's something to reconsider there. Is like, what, like if we watch it and then let's say they get like a great actress in it, will it feel like, oh yeah, like honestly, when I think Ancient One, I think Tilda Swinton. You know, that's who I think of, and I think she did such a memorable job in that role.
Yeah,
that she makes an impression, and I'm like, would changing it to, because Silver Surfer's for the most part, like, you know, I wouldn't say he's monotone, but he's a little bit stoic, you know. So I don't really feel like we need. It doesn't. That's why I'm saying, like,
Rosario Dawson to be the.
That's what I'm saying. Doesn't really matter to me, but at the same time, does making it a woman really bring anything different to it, or change it, or elevate it, or will there feel like there's a purpose to making Silver Surfer a woman? And at the same time, even if there's not a purpose, is it really offending anyone?
Does it matter?
Yeah, yeah.
It's weird. It's like, does there need to be a purpose? But I guess for the people who get up in arms, that reads as disregard.
If they want to just avoid that, then yeah, that's the safe thing. But is there a reason to do it? Not really.
My true
Is
question.
there a reason not to do it? Yeah, to avoid getting people upset. But that's the only thing I can think of.
I mean, and gender swapping has become this weird thing now too, where I think it's a fun and interesting thing to do, but it does feel like the broader application of that choice by Hollywood has been to, you know, just kind of, I don't know, the rhyme and reason to doing it where and when hasn't been as solid as one would hope. And I do wonder if Ragged Rec is correct, if Galactus does have a female herald anyway. I think that's kind of the key to this, because then I think then the argument goes, just do that character, but obviously Silver Surfer is the icon. My feeling remains the same. Like, I don't really care, but also I don't think it's a strong enough argument that, like, if it doesn't really matter, then who cares? Because that's not going to help you fight the people who are going to be the most annoying about this.
What was the second topic you think we talked about most? Definitely wasn't Superman.
Silver Surfer thing.
Yeah. I need to change the thumbnail.
Yeah, but all Silver
title.
Surfers in there.
I need to update it.
Yeah. Omar Elcott.
I think the director of God of, thank you for the super chat, former writer should direct Thor 5. What do you guys think?
Oh, the director of God of War.
That would bring a very different flavor. One that could bring it back to, yeah, you know, we haven't quite had an epic Thor movie that really does feel like the fantastical epic
Norse mythology.
That weirdly feels like the thing that's missing from the Thor franchise is that epic Thor movie, because they don't do that in the first Thor movie. They were aiming more for that in Dark World, but they definitely didn't succeed.
And then instead of trying to nail it down, they just went the opposite direction.
Yeah.
You know, which I think is that would be a cool thing if Thor 5 could nail the Shakespearean and obviously Norse.
It would need the story and stakes to provide to warrant it, though.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it has to be a bit of a Lord of the Rings or a
Yeah.
bit of a Northman or something like that, something like really steeped in this.
Yeah.
And that would be really cool, but it would also need to be very much
just-
dedicated to being that and probably not too interconnected with other stuff.
1,000%. No, that's what it's really all about. Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. I agree, John.
But
I
let's
agree.
get some nasty Viking Thor movies out here. Let's go.
All right, guys, we're gonna end soon. I gotta work on some
We've-
other videos.
We've each aged so much since this.
No, I've had a great time, man. I haven't honestly, I haven't wanted this to end. I've had a great time.
Yes.
Even when it got like serious and stuff, I had a great time.
Gerardo Tutoro, go back to the beginning of the chat of the stream and you'll find the answer.
Genghis
goodness.
Kane saying, my dear.
We gotta do something soon, all of us.
I know. I need to put together a hangout.
Yeah,
Kane,
just
I
for
don't.
you and me and
I barely ask anyone in my life if they see me. It's on a random night at like 11 p.m. where I'm like, hey, I got some time.
Yeah.
You want to go down the street?
Hey, are you free? Because I just got free.
Yeah, that is my life.
You got 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Let's cram it in.
Because there's other things I've been working on too outside of here. You know, how do you present a nude woman on a surfboard and not sexualize her? Well, I think you double down. I think.
Honestly, I don't know.
Big
Again,
ass, big whoever. So I got to bring this back over to you guys.
I mean,
Yeah.
I am certainly here for a voluptuous Silver Surfer, but I think all they do is they just go with a Barbie physique.
Don't
that
you
doesn't have a very
apologize,
defined
Gerardo.
chest
Don't you
and-
apologize.
and doesn't have too curvy of a hip. I don't know. Like I think it'll ride on androgyny. Really, like the Silver Surfer has a very masculine physique, but
what
like.
does Kevin Sorbo's sci-fi show have anything to do with it?
Yes, of course. My bad. I didn't mean it.
Gabby P. That's Olivia saying you got to end this.
That's it.
1,000%. Hello? What? What'd she say? Should we react to it or should we prepare ourselves mentally? Melissa Barrera apparently posted something on her Instagram. This is why we stayed live.
Uh-oh. What do we got?
Let's go. We can view it here. Hold on a second.
Hold on, we have to log in. Log in.
Jesus, go to mine.
All right.
John, you went to the wrong one.
I went to the Greg Alva.
Just go. See if that works.
All right, this will work. This will be fine. All right.
Perfect.
Not now. Now we go.
Perfect.
Now we go back.
We're like paparazzi. Fucking A, John. You don't know how to do anything around here.
I do. You're already
Melissa
logged
Barrera
in.
posted something. This is going to be the most exciting thing.
All right, we got it. Here we go. All right. You got. Oh my God, Instagram. You are so aggravating sometimes. Not now. We're good.
I'm going to look at it
We're
right
good.
now.
Okay. View is real. Yes.
All
just
right.
view
Here's
the
what
damn
she
story.
said. All right. John's got it, babe.
All right. Pause this. First and foremost.
Whoa, put it up here.
Yes. My B. All right. First and foremost, I condemn anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. I condemn hate and prejudice of any kind against any group of people. As a Latina, a proud Mexican.
Let's just pause. I think that is exceptionally obvious.
Yes.
I think that's
I think
exceptionally.
you've bent over
I
backwards
feel like
to
she.
communicate
I feel
that
like
over
we
this whole
don't
thing.
need to have. It's sad that she has to fucking have that be her first and foremost. I think it's very, very, very obvious.
Yeah. Yeah. As
Well, the odds is happened, but we're still alive. My God, I think it's very obvious. Anyway, please continue. I haven't read the rest of this. Let's see what she says.
As a Latina and a proud Mexicana, I feel the responsibility of having a platform that allows me the privilege of being heard, and therefore I have tried to use it to raise awareness about issues I care about and lend my voice to those in need.
Okay. See, this is where some people get. She's Mexican. I thought she was from Palestine. No, she said that before. She's Mexican.
Yeah.
She talked about her people are also colonized. She was referring to that. Okay, let's read this again. As a Latina, as a proud Mexican, I feel the responsibility to have a platform that allows me the privilege of being heard. You see, some people get upset that celebrities or certain actors will take this opportunity to have a voice to say something, but a lot of times, a lot of times when people become actors is because they're incredibly, it's not all of them, but some of them become very empathetic human beings. You know, they're people who love to feel. So if they feel something for this, feel strongly, and they have a platform, they're going to want to use it, and it's within their right to use it.
Yeah, well,
So,
and
yeah.
there's a huge push-pull from society about platforms and the use therein. So,
Yeah. All right. Every person on this earth, regardless of religion, race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, or socioeconomic status, deserves equal human rights, dignity, and, of course, freedom.
a safe place to live.
Yes, that is
Yeah.
pretty much what we have been saying. I believe a group of people are not their leadership, and that no governing body should be above criticism.
True that.
That's what we've been saying this whole stream.
True that.
This whole stream is that so we've been saying that's what she's been saying.
Except for the American government, which is beyond all reproach. But anyway,
but no, the entire time it's pretty obvious
Yeah.
everything she's been saying.
people are not their government.
Like this. It's crazy to me that she's making this statement when it's like, guys, it's crazy. She has to make this statement because of the shit that Spyglass said about her. When that's not when it was so obvious. Like, she did not need to say this. It was like, no, it's pretty obvious that this is what she's been saying, and now she's just making it exceptionally clear. Anyway,
Misha Collins was getting death threats for speaking up about this? Jesus.
I pray day and night for no more deaths, for no more violence, for peaceful coexistence. I will continue to speak up for those that need it most and continue to advocate for peace and safety, for human rights and freedom. Silence not an option for me. Fuck yeah, stay by what you believe in. Absolutely. And I think she's got way more people in her support more now than ever. Because a lot of people probably just knew her as like, who's that girl from Scream? You know, popularly now people really know her name. And I think she can use this. And the part of me that feels concerned for her is will she be able to properly work again? Who will be the studio that is willing to take her back on? And if Spyglass does want her back for Scream, will she be willing to do it?
I don't think the Spyglass CEO made her say any of this snap up.
No, man.
I don't think at all.
No, and I think the fact that some people associate, like, I know it's easy to, if you're not in that country, a lot of people will often hear about what the government is doing and assume that is what all people are like, but that's never it's never the case.
That's what social media has truly given us.
That's what some people say about Americans.
We are the poster child for that.
Yeah, totally. So no, I think this was a smart, just a super clear statement for her to have made. This is like, it's weird because this started off. This stream was us saying, Spyglass said some shit, it didn't line up, and we were asking people, what did they like? Where exactly is the anti-Semitism? You see people trying to hunt down the anti-Semitism. They can't find it. And then you conclude everything that you just said here, and now she just puts it here to be like, I'm just going to make it really clear. I'm like, yeah, this is exactly what it was. Yeah. So, yeah, good statement.
Yeah.
Now she's going to become super famous, even more famous than before. I think
For all the reasons she was hoping.
I mean, hey, if she can use it to do something she's even more passionate about than acting, then go for it. Anyway, so Lex Luthor.
Lex Luthor, the white guy playing Lex Luthor.
Thank you, Gabby P, for being our last super chat. But we should go back to the Streamlabs, and thank you to Olivia for calling me with breaking news.
Yes, from the news desk.
That's why we stayed live. We were like, we were going to stay live until Marissa.
Yes,
this was the stream of the century for us.
That's right, man. We do what we can.
We said we'd go till 2. What was it, only like 4:30?
Yeah, whatever.
We've been in worse.
We've been in worse.
You'll see your family tomorrow at some point.
Oh, no, where the Streamlabs go? Here they are. Yay, we're there.
All right, we got a couple here.
A couple.
The last of our questions.
Okay, so we did this one last, so we're moving on to question 29. Let's do this. Who would you cast for the rest of the Justice League, and what do you think of mine? Martian Manhunter Mahershala Ali originally had Lance Reddick, but rest in peace. Absolutely.
Deepfake.
Yup. Get it going. Let's see. Wonder Woman. Not sure for this one. Flash. Dylan O'Brien. Hal Jordan. Glenn Powell. And then we move on to the second half of this.
Scream Labs. That's clever. Oh, Judah Miller sent in a weightlifting one. We're acknowledging it right now. Thank you.
Judah Miller. We'll get you on screen there. There you go. John Stewart would be Trevante Rhodes. I know that name. Batman, Jensen Ackles. Bit of a weird one. Baron Taylor Johnson as well. So we'll have 2 Batmen. Why not? Aquaman, Alexander Ludwig. Don't know that guy. Constantine, Matt Ryan. Not in Justice League, but Ryan Gosling in question as well. Okay. By the way, big fan of both you guys, so we should be
cast in the movie. Let's see. There's some pretty good picks here. Some pretty good picks.
So it does have Superman in here.
Nope.
Well, there you go.
I want
Superman and Martian Manhunter. I want to make it impossible to defeat.
Yes. Maybe this
what
universe.
fucking enemy you throw at them?
Maybe
It
this
is impossible.
Oh my! I mean, if you just make Martian Manhunter a Superman, then you can put all those gripes to rest about them being almost the same character. Hey, I like. Let's see. Let's just do a quick recast for funsies. Martian Manhunter. I'm thinking that's all state stand. Dennis Haysbert.
I'm gonna go.
Andre
I'm gonna
Braugher.
go. What's his name? Kiefer Sutherland.
Kiefer. Sure.
Yeah.
Wonder Woman. Actually, somebody in the chat said Melissa Barrera. I could see it, but my pick has been Adria Arjona for a minute now.
I'm going Aubrey Plaza.
Sure, I would be there. I would love to see that. Flash. Yeah, Glenn Powell.
Oh, nice. Good call on that.
Yeah.
1,000% going with Key. What?
I'm actually going DJ Qualls for
Okay.
Flash. Hal Jordan.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Good one.
Just keep throwing Nathan Fillion in there.
Harrison Ford.
I want one uninspired choice.
1,000% Harrison Ford.
Sure. John Stewart. I'll cast Trevor Noah.
Oh, very good
There
call.
we go. Sure.
Very good
Batman.
call. Oh, I didn't get a chance to go.
What do you want?
Oh, for John Stewart.
John Stewart. Who you want?
Oh, easily Dave Chappelle.
Dave Chappelle? Yeah, that's a good choice. Jensen Ackles. Who you cast as Jensen Ackles?
Jared Padalecki.
Jerry Padalecki is going to be Batman. Aquaman. What are we thinking?
Who'd be a good Aquaman?
Yeah.
Oh, that's easy. Brie Larson.
Brie Larson's Aquaman. Why not?
Yeah.
Constantine. I'm going to cast that comedian from TikTok who just got canceled because of his insensitive stand-up routine. That guy.
Doing chapters on this video is going to be
Matt Rife.
impossible.
There you go. Matt Rife instead of Matt Ryan will be Constantine.
Yeah.
And
That's a good question. Thank you, Mac. Thank you, question 29.
yeah, well, Aubrey Plaza would be the whatever woman. Sure. I like it. I like all these. The Gamer MJ.
We still have Inside Out 2 for and movies next year. Inside Out 2, Ghostbusters, Bad Boys 4, If, and Quiet Place Day 1, to name a few. I'm like reasonably excited for all of them. Quiet Place Day 1 I'm excited for because John Krasinski is not making it, and I'm trying to see what direction they'll take it in. Love that you're covering Doctor Who specials. I love that show. What's your favorite? Who's your favorite Doctor? Oh, I've said it. It's Eccleston. And reaction to the Crisis animated trailer. Nah. We'll just wait for John and Coy to cover it.
I mean, I would love to cover the new Crisis
Give it a good work.
on Infinite Earths.
Thank you, Gamer MJ. And then here it is. Oh, my God. Chris Whamoff. Much love and no need to shout it. Just showing solidarity for those on strike. Chris Whamoff. Chris Whamoff. I do want to shout something out. We were talking, my friend, and Mr. Chris Whamoff, who just gave us fucking like 3 times in a row, fucking $500, because we've been making sure to all history there with the people who have been part of the strike, who have been part of the channel. So thank you very much. He's got engaged not long ago.
Oh,
He's got a beautiful fiance.
Chris wedding.
She is a lucky woman.
Yeah.
And I hope that you run out of money for your wedding by just giving it all to our live streams.
Have your honeymoon
Yeah.
on the live stream.
So, dude, Chris, thank you so much for being like the amazing gentleman that you are, for helping out the channel the way you are doing, and for just being an overall gentleman. Congratulations on being engaged. You're always helping people out. You're the fucking man, and thank you so much for being you, dude. Thank you so much.
Dude.
And happy Thanksgiving to you and your family and your fiance. You're a beautiful human being. Thank you, Chris.
I appreciate you very much.
Very, very fucking generous.
Yeah.
My man.
My man.
My man.
Dude, your biceps are getting called out in the chat right now.
Really?
Looking good today. Look at that. Look at this. That's
Yeah.
verklempt right there.
It's the end of the stream is what we do. All right, John, what do you think about Dave Filoni?
I mean,
this is probably what so many people have been waiting for.
Dude, yeah, I mean, it's the movie of the century right here.
It seems like a foregone conclusion.
Get ready for
but,
everyone to get lost on Star Wars. Being like, I haven't seen all these fucking animated things he's putting in my live-action movies.
I'm excited for this not to fix everything, and I'm excited to get like
Can't wait for people to
maybe
be like, I don't know what's going on.
maybe slightly more unified material, but that doesn't fix everything. Basically, I'm excited for what seems like a solid choice that will not make everyone happy.
I don't know. I feel like Dave Filoni, out of anyone who's been involved in Star
Best
Wars
chance.
lately,
Easily the best chance.
easily the best chance, easily the greatest fit for it, and he seems to be the one who's right now. It's about winning back. They're in a weird spot right now because they need to gain new fans,
They need to heal the brand.
but they also have to win back their old fans,
Yeah.
and they got to do both.
You gotta
Because
heal the brand.
you can't just win back your old fans. You got to grow your fan base. Like it's just part of the game. But when you've been losing your old fans, that's a real problem.
Mm-hmm.
I get that people grow apart in relationships. It's part of what happens in life. But with your Star Wars, no, you got to maintain that shit, yo.
Yeah.
And I think Filoni is the solution to that.
Your arms are getting a lot of attention.
It's all that G Fuel. And also, I'm going to tell you guys about the craziest deal Greg just made.
Oh.
I'm getting less money for G Fuel.
Again?
Dude, it's the third time. This is the third time they're doing this. I'm getting less money for G Fuel. And because they already don't, they barely pay anything.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that because I'm always like, I'm always telling them this. I don't really care about the money. I just want the G Fuel. I'm always telling them that.
You save enough just with the complimentary G Fuel.
Everyone who comes here would knows this behind the scenes.
Greg loves.
People ask me for G Fuel a lot of times
G
before they
Fuel.
film. I'm always going to. I love G Fuel, and they offered less money, and I was like, okay. Can you send me more cans though? It wasn't.
I'll take no money.
It wasn't
for unlimited cans.
That's why they don't realize. Like, do you guys not realize that's the path we're headed down? Is you will not compensate us anything financial. You will just be sending me. I just want to get to a year supply of cans.
Yeah.
I like the-
lifetime supply.
Yeah, like that's all I'm trying to get to right now. It's
Yeah.
like we're getting to a point where
You're so close.
there's gonna be
dude.
no
You're so
compensation.
freaking close.
Just give me all the cans. My exact message. Hold on a sec. Let me see if I could just have John read this for the first time.
I love that. I am gonna start lifting in 2024, and Giga Chad John is coming. Don't worry. I'm the last guy now who has
Okay.
to catch up to you guys. Giga Chad John.
Don't read the
2024.
out of respect, just because of contract shit. Don't read that number here,
Okay.
but read the chat that I said. Read what I said. It's the first time John's reading this. This is how much I love G Fuel.
So I'm just reading you, or
Yeah,
am I
yeah,
reading the above as well?
No, just me.
Yeah, man. Let's chat about it. What are the requirements? And as long as I can get a shit ton of G Fuel cans, hell, you know what? Can I drop the rate and get double the amount of cans? I'm that guy, and get me a couple G Fuel shirts. But hey, I mean, that's got to be the kind of person you want on your influencer roster, like somebody who
I'm the
just
only one
cares
who's
about
like,
the product.
Don't give her all the money. I just want the G Fuel.
Yeah. Hey, and it benefits me and Coy at the very least, and anybody who gets a stray can on the way in. They were kind
True.
enough to send me some G Fuel. They sent Coy some G Fuel.
Dude.
I'm still working through the supply of G Fuel they sent me the first time. So.
And that's what I mean, man. Like, it helps. It really does.
And it
like,
does, and I be coming in with this shaker, you know, and it keeps me
there's
spry.
a lot of work goes on around here, you know. Like, we like doing 5-hour-long live streams.
This is, you know, if we could
As
just
you guys
always-
see, we always do 5-hour
This
streams.
is the same energy expenditure as spending all day at a theme park.
So my point is that yeah, you know, and like I wrote like a couple of screenplays this year too. On top of that, and sometimes I'm writing at like 5 in the morning because I get done
Yeah.
editing at 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
And G Fuel really helps out. It's not even sponsored. I just fucking love them.
Greg
Anyway, guys, yeah, we got to bounce because there are still things to wrap up.
We've been on for 4 hours and 20.
4.5
it's
hours.
4:20, baby, where it's the perfect time to stop.
Guys, I don't know who's been here since the beginning, but thanks to you for if you've been here. If you've been here for longer than 20 minutes, thank you so much. If you are just tuning in, thank you so much.
Thank you for being here.
I
Thank
felt
you for making this a blast.
I feel like we love Blind Wave too. I feel like we really needed this stream today. It was a really cathartic stream, I would say. Janine, I'm pretty sure you've been here since the fucking beginning. Thank you. Let's say some bye to some people. Thank you to everyone who contributed to our Streamlabs.
Yes.
Thank you, Judah Miller, for one last sticker right there. Thank
for
you.
the sticky.
Shouts out to the fucking people who gave massive, some couple people who someone gave $100, someone gave 50. Fucking Chris Round for the 500. That's fucking enormous. Thank you.
Killing it,
But
guys.
if you just contribute like $1, I appreciate it. And if you didn't contribute,
Any
but you
and
were just in the
everything is-
chat, I appreciate you guys being here. Really love today. Great way to lead into Thanksgiving. And thank you to everyone for being here. So, Matt, Israel, Juana, Dark Card, just saying random names that are popping up in our show right now. PDX Metal, Tori Jerry,
Heather Gear, who we got?
Eon Blosh,
the Gamer
my friend,
MJ,
Gamer
Sincere
MJ, Tate Prime,
Sentinel,
Sister Sentinel,
Tate Prime, El
Ben Parrish,
Pollo,
Bonnie. Alrighty.
everybody.
Got to head out. Thank you guys so much. Much love, sincerely. I really love this one. And
Be well, be thankful, be
and
good to each
Aisha
other.
especially.